top experts who will share their insights on how to align business goals with social values, fostering responsible practices, and creating a lasting impact. With the theme, The Power of Purpose Marketing Communications for Social Change. This conference underscores how purpose driven marketing can integrate with various channels to achieve comprehensive consumer engagement. We will focus on successful strategies, innovative campaigns, and the synergy between profit and purpose. Throughout the day, industry leaders and experts from diverse sectors will share their insights on a wide range of topics under the subtheme Marketing for Social Good. The Exchange for Media Do Good conference will include a mix of standalone speakers, fireside chats, and panel discussions. Before we move ahead, I would like to take a moment and express my deepest gratitude to all our speakers, participants, for their commitment and support in making this day possible. Let's embark on this journey together to explore how we can harness the power of marketing to do good and make a positive difference in the world. And now, time for a quick visual treat. Could I please request everyone's kind, undivided attention towards the big, beautiful screen? Let's quickly take a look at the E4m AV.
Exchange for Media, a name synonymous with the latest news about the advertising industry in India. The Exchange for Media Group, set up in 2000, has the most credible media platforms covering the entire advertising, media, and marketing domain, with its highly acclaimed digital, print, and on-ground assets. The group's flagship news portal, exchangeformedia.com, reaches over 6 lakh subscribers, who are the first to receive breaking news in the industry. The buzzing website not only covers the news, but goes beyond the obvious to bring in a fresh point of view. Impact, the weekly news magazine from the group, is the most widely read business magazine in the advertising trade, with in-depth analysis and news-based features providing perspective to key happenings in the industry. The monthly Pitch magazine provides a ringside view of events unfolding in the marketing landscape, along with media and advertising. Another monthly magazine, Realty Plus, is a market leader in reportage on the real estate industry. Today, Exchange for Media is not only a leading publisher in the domain, but owns the IP of more than 50 events spread across Mumbai, Delhi, and Bangalore, making it a powerhouse of information and knowledge sharing. Exchange for Media has curated and launched some of the most successful IPs across marketing, digital, TV, print, radio, mobile, OOH, and PR. The Impact Person of the Year, Exchange for Media Conclave, Indian Digital Marketing Awards, Tech Munch, Pitch CMO Summit, India Marketing Awards, Primetime Awards, Indian Content Marketing Awards, Golden Mics, and Bar are some of the group's top-notch events, in addition to niche, bespoke events and roundtables curated especially for discerning clients. Exchange for Media events attract stalwarts as speakers, along with a loyal audience comprising of leaders, trendsetters, and opinion makers. They are the perfect networking platform for the entire media and advertising industry. No wonder Exchange for Media Group publications and events have high credibility and reach, and are the destination of choice for agency, brand, and media professionals across the industry. Exchange for Media.
I think if you live an interesting life, you'll write very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall.
Learning can never stop. There is always something new, and I learn from my patients.
And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first film that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics beneath. पानीपत का युद्ध पढ़कर आने वाले दरोगा लोग इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं तो उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान मिश्रित होना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है.
A person may have a very enviable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy, but no one really knows what's happening within.
It is not going to kill the supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we are still very much in the pilot stage and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Think business, think BW Business World. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be tweeting live throughout the day on Exchange for Media Social official Twitter page using the hashtag e4m Do Good Conference. We request you to keep the conversation going by sharing your thoughts, experiences, and any questions that you may have for our speakers. Besides meeting you in person, they are more than happy to interact with you online as well. And now, to welcome you all and set the context for the summit, please welcome the visionary Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Exchange for Media and Business World.
Morning. It's my honor and privilege to be at the inaugural edition of the Exchange for Media Do Good Awards and Conference. She added visionary. She's referring to the use of specs that I do to enhance my vision. You know, your fees are still the same in spite of calling me visionary. But I think of myself somebody who gets excited about ideas and does them. And I'm very, very blessed to have a great team. First of all, my welcome to all of you, and especially our speakers, Mr. Sanjay Kajuria, who's the Corporate Affairs and Sustainability Head of Nestle, will be speaking up immediately after me. And all the speakers. In the evening, we have Shri S. Ravi, who will be our chief guest. He's the former chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange. He's the current chairman of the TF's Tourism Finance Corporation of India. He's also the founder of Ravi Rajan and Company. He'll be our chief guest. In the evening, we will also have Mr. Devendra Chawla, MD and CEO of Green Cell Mobility, talking to us about what they are doing in terms of revolutionizing bus travel in India and addressing a lot of issues, and then the communication around what they are doing. So really, the Exchange for Media Do Good conference was in our mind for many years. Wanted to do it, and then some of my colleagues took the onus of making it happen. Um, as the title says, it is about communication for social change or social impact. So, Do Good is our initiative to build uh, communication for social change, to award the leaders, the work, the campaigns that are making social change and social impact. We at Exchange for Media are about marketers, advertising, media, and communication. So really, that's what E4M Do Good conference and Do Good awards is. There, Sabita uh, has curated this conference. Please give a big round of applause to Sabita. Our jury chair for the awards was Mr. Amitav Kant, and the co-chair was Mr. Piyush Pandey, and all the other jury members who are in the room or will be in the room in the evening. My gratitude to you for making this happen. For some of you who may not know Exchange for Media and are in the room, this is our 24th year. In July, we complete, on 1st July, we complete 24 years of being. Mr. Dilip Cherian, who was also a jury member at the E4M Do Good Award jury, is here. He's really a pioneer in the communication space. Please give Dilip a big round of applause. He also contributed, and really the first year is when you need the support of every stakeholder. This is also the on 24th June, Impact will complete 20 years. On 15th October, which will complete 21 years. So we've come a long way. The reason we set these E4M Do Good awards is over the years we've seen a lot of communication, both organic, inorganic, in terms of campaigns, which tries to address the issues of the 17 goals, the 17 SDG goals, which are first is about eradicating poverty, and we've seen communication from brands to be able to adopt a certain purpose and then to be able to do initiatives and communicate around them. Then is zero hunger. Again, throughout the day, you'll see examples of work being done by leaders to be able to address the issue of food availability, the hunger, and the communication around it. Post COVID, good health and well being have become very important. So clearly, communication around that. Education in India has just come from I was with the Vice Chancellor since the morning, and I was enthused by his passion and what he has built. The other is gender equality. In India, we have a long way to go. So all the goals, clean water and sanitation, affordable and clean energy, decent work and economic growth, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, reduced inequalities, sustainable cities and communities, respectable consumption and production, climate action, life below water, the oceans, the life of land, which is the flora, fauna on earth, and peace, justice, and strong institutions. So all these, and the 17th goal is creating collaborative and partnership for achieving these goals. So really, when you see the awardees today, they've done work in one of these domains. Exchange for Media is about communication, it's about advertising, marketing. Brands have goals. Uh, Most brands are purpose driven. Their goal is not just to sell the products and services, but the goal is to be able to make a difference to the community. So the initiatives that are being awarded tonight are these initiatives in these domains. I just want to say that we are in mid June, it's 12th June today. We can see the heat. So climate change is a real issue. You look at the wildfires, fires in Australia, in Europe, in America. So climate change is a reality. It does impact each one of us. Some of the work that is being awarded today is in the area of communication uh, for making our environment better. The other area is, it is not part of SDG, but when we talk of health, sleep. Um, I keep asking a lot of my colleagues and people I meet, how many hours do you sleep? It may sound like a silly question, but the quality of health is directly dependent on the quality of sleep and the number of hours you sleep. So today we have companies which are in the OTT space which encourage you to binge watch during the night or binge watch during the day. You have food delivery companies who contribute to a lot of waste because the packaging is huge. The food delivery companies also encourage you to order food at 2 a.m. and eat anytime. So really, the environment has changed. I must also say that I have two children, and I was having a conversation recently about the normalization of drinking, smoking. It's a personal choice. You can drink, smoke, whatever you want to do. It's your personal choice. But at campuses, the normalization of drinking, smoking, and so on and so forth is also an issue that we must deal with. It does deal with young people and their lifestyle. In fact, the people that don't, young children or young adults who don't fall into this face a lot of social pressure. So the brands that address these communities, these micro communities, have a purpose beyond sales to be able to address some of these issues. I don't want to stand between you and Mr. Kajuria's presentation, but I can only tell you that this is the first year of the Exchange for Media Do Good Awards. As we evolve, we will have more and more body of work to be able to brought in the ambit of judging. Mr. Cherian was part of the jury meet. Everything can be better, but the level of involvement of the jury members to be able to come up to the list that will be awarded tonight was absolutely transparent, honest, done by the jury, and really we at Exchange for Media acted as custodians of the process. I don't want to stand between you and the other speakers, but I want to end by saying that this initiative by Exchange for Media is our small, and we are doing this without a sponsor. We don't have a sponsor. I'm sure we'll have sponsors in the subsequent years, but we are doing it to be able to contribute and elevate the discussion on communication for social impact, communication for social change. Over the years, we hope that E4M Do Good initiative, both the conference and the awards, become a marquee event in, in the stakeholder ecosystem of communicators, of social impact leaders, and policymakers. And I'm sure with your support, that will happen. Thank you for being here. And at 6:30, we do the award. I'll see you at the award. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Throughout the day, if you're planning to post any pictures, comments, or any videos related to this event across any of your social media platforms, please do not forget to use the hashtag E4M2GoodConference. Time for the first expert session of the day. Driving sustainability and corporate responsibility in the food and beverage industry. Our first expert session will delve into how companies in the food and beverage industry can drive sustainability and corporate responsibility. This session will explore innovative practices and strategies that businesses can adopt to make a positive environmental and social impact. Join me as I welcome Mr. Sanjay Khajuria, Corporate Affairs and Sustainability, Nestle.
Thanks, Dr. Batra, for inviting and for a really thought-provoking address which you just gave. Uh, I'll spend about 20-25 minutes actually going through some of the sustainability work which we do and leave 5-7 minutes for questions. I put an alarm for myself and I've requested my colleagues just in case I cross that to let me know. A bit about Nestle in India. I'm sure many of you would be aware of the company, but just to mention that we are in India for over 110 years now. We are one of the fastest growing markets for Nestle globally. We are 8,000 of us who work for Nestle in India. We are a listed company and about 400,000 plus shareholders. Uh, nine factories already, 10 factories going to come in Orissa, nine factory came in Sana, which we call Navratna factory. We have 10,000 distributors. Our products are available at 5.2 million outlets. And through our social work, the CSR work and the ESV work which we do, we reach about 10 million beneficiaries. I hope my sound is able to reach till the last. Thank you. Again, I think what Dr. Batra mentioned about heat, every day in the morning, one of the first things many of us actually do is to look at the weather report for the day. And once the weather report is seen, it's 44 degrees, 45 degrees, or whatever, and we say another day. Some of the things, and I don't want to repeat it because you've already been seeing, the message really is that, few years back there was discussion whether there is going to be climate change impact or not. I think today we see it. There was one day in particular when we saw floods in part of India. We also saw heat waves in parts of India, and there was a cyclone. That is the reality. And whatever work we do as companies or individuals contributing towards reduction of emission is actually going to go a long way. I will use Nestle's example just to make a point, but many of us are already in this journey and doing great work here. What really happens when the heat waves come in or floods come in or cyclones come in? I find this very interesting when it says the precipitation, extreme precipitation will mean that the sea levels will go up. And now there are reports which say some countries could get partially merged. I think it's a very, very serious situation. It also impacts really the life at the ocean. Heat waves, again, productivity of agri-produce comes down. 2 years back, we had 27 heat wave days. Number of heat wave days are going up year after year. And severe drought, don't need to mention to anyone that when there is a drought, of course, the productivity of the agri comes down. Being sustainable is an expectation as the bare minimum expectation from the corporations now. Gone are those days when it was sort of a PR word that I am environmentally sustainable. For many, many years, this is the expectation which we all have. If you are part of an organization, you definitely ask a question: am I working for a sustainable company with a purpose? What is the purpose this organization brings to the fore? These suppliers more and more want to grow with companies which helps them grow further. And many of them, and we work with them very closely, are looking at those corporations which help them in sustainable practices, and I'll talk about it a bit later. Investors are not only looking at the financial parameters, but they're also looking at non-financial parameters. What is the contribution towards water, energy? You've all seen the reports which are coming in. Consumers are looking at honest, transparent, value-driven companies. I'm sure when you pick up a product now, you also see which company this product comes from and what sort of practices that company has. And industry, we are all gearing up towards this. More and more work is being done, and I have a feeling it's going to be absolutely essential that this becomes part of business strategies, and more work will be seen to be done here. For Nestle, really this is part of our business strategy and the thinking which we have. I've just reproduced an extract from Nestle narrative, and I'll just read it out for you. What is good today will not be good enough tomorrow. Consider the challenge of satisfying the nutritional needs of 10 billion people by 2050 in a responsible and sustainable way. This will demand significant, even radical changes. So we have made some very ambitious commitment. Will be net zero by 2050. Will reduce our emission by 50% by 2030, 20% by 2025. Any work of this magnitude, you need huge focus on that. So when we started our journey towards sustainability, we started by creating a governance council around it. Our chairman and managing director actually heads this governance council. We looked at 5 key areas or 5 key initiatives which we want to take as a company, and each of the task force which you see here is sponsored by a management committee member. Then there are specialists who work in that. As we speak, about 90 of my colleagues are either working on sustainability or they are double hatting sustainability. I'll quickly take a minute to explain what these task forces are and what they are doing. Very important is the responsible sourcing task force, which is the first task force here, really looking at in our value chain, which are the interventions from a sustainability perspective we can do, keeping also at the same time in mind that the livelihood increases. Two-thirds of us live in villages. Many of us, the livelihood depends on agriculture. How can you marry both sustainability and livelihood is what this task force looks at. Again, very important, sustainable packaging. Plastic packaging, as you know, you go to any place, you see it littered. I think for corporations, it's very, very important that we reduce the plastic usage. And when plastic is used, the post-consumer plastic waste is managed responsibly. This task force looks at that. Manufacturing, energy, water. There is a task force, logistics, a task force which looks at that and keeps its focus there. There is a task force which looks at what brands can do. And you will see some examples here. And lastly, we are from a advocacy perspective, there are a lot of policies which are evolving. There are a lot of good work which is being done on this, but much more will be done in coming years. This team will make sure that there is a balanced approach. At least our position goes out and we talk about it. One of the areas is going out and speaking about some of the initiatives which we have. Hopefully that will become inspiration for some, a good example for some. Let me start with dairy. We buy huge quantities of fresh milk. We buy roughly 1 million liters of milk every day. We buy it from 80,000 farmers. So you can imagine the herds small, which also means that the work which we are doing is helping the community. It's also helping reduction of emission. At the same time, it should also help productivity. The work which we started in 1961. We buy from Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan. We're engaging with 80,000 farmers, as I said. I will show you a video as to how productivity, renewable energy, and sustainability all comes together. We are putting in biodigesters. I'm sure many of you know about biodigesters, but many of you may not be aware that there can be small biodigesters which can be put in a farm which has only 3 to 5 cows. When we think biodigester, we think very big biodigester. So we put about 3,000 of those. We're also working on feed which actually reduces GHG emission and at the same time increases productivity. Something which the community is really looking for. And we are planting trees. Again, two purposes get served. Plants and trees, they are good sources of sequestering carbon. And after a point in time, they also become an opportunity for livelihood for the farmer. If you have a mango tree, you can always take those mangoes, either use it at home or you sell it. I'll quickly show you one video of how a biodigester comes in and then explain as to why we think it's a very good idea.
ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਪਿੰਡਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਧੇਰੇ ਘਰਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਅੱਜ ਵੀ ਰੋਟੀ ਰਸੋਈ ਗੈਸ ਦੀ ਬਜਾਏ ਚੁੱਲ੍ਹੇ ਤੇ ਪੱਕਦੀ ਏ। ਸਲਾਬੀ ਪਾਥੀਆਂ, ਗਿੱਲੀ ਲੱਕੜਾਂ ਤੇ ਰਸੋਈ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਨ ਵੇਲੇ ਸਾਰੇ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਧੂਆਂ, ਏਦਾਂ ਦੇ ਦ੍ਰਿਸ਼ ਬੜੇ ਆਮ ਨੇ। ਕੁਝ ਪ੍ਰਗਤੀਸ਼ੀਲ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਨਵੀਂ ਤਕਨੀਕ ਜਿਵੇਂ ਕਿ ਬਾਇਓਡਾਈਜੈਸਟਰ ਨੂੰ ਅਪਣਾ ਰਹੇ ਨੇ, ਜਿਸ ਦੇ ਸਿੱਟੇ ਵਜੋਂ ਉਹਨਾਂ ਦੀ ਜ਼ਿੰਦਗੀ ਸੌਖੀ ਹੋ ਰਹੀ ਏ।
मेरा नाम मनदीप कौर है। ਅਸੀਂ ਜਲਾਲਾਬਾਦ ਦੇ ਰਹਿਣ ਵਾਲੇ ਹਾਂ। ਸਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 6 ਗਾਵਾਂ ਤੇ 1 ਮੱਝ ਹੈ।
ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਬਲਦੇਵ ਸਿੰਘ ਹੈ। ਪਿੰਡ ਮੇਰਾ ਜਲਾਲਾਬਾਦ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਪਿੰਡ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਪਹਿਲੇ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਹੈ ਅਸੀਂ, ਜਿਹੜਾ ਗੋਬਰ ਗੈਸ ਅਸੀਂ ਸਭ ਤੋਂ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਲਵਾਇਆ ਹੈ। ਇਹ ਗੋਬਰ ਗੈਸ ਜਿਹੜਾ ਇੱਕ ਵਾਰੀ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ 10 ਸਾਲ ਤਾਈਂ ਕੋਈ ਇਹਦਾ ਫਿਕਰ ਨਹੀਂਗਾ।
ਮੈਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਡੇਅਰੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਦੀਆਂ ਜ਼ਰੂਰਤਾਂ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਘਰੇ ਹੀ ਪੂਰੀਆਂ ਹੋ ਜਾਣ ਤਾਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਵਧੀਆ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੀ ਰਸੋਈ ਗੈਸ ਆਪਣੇ ਹੀ ਫਾਰਮ ਤੇ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ। ਬਾਇਓ ਗੈਸ ਨਾਲ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਧੂੰਆਂ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ, ਜੋ ਪਹਿਲਾਂ ਪੱਧਰ ਦੀ ਰੋਟੀ ਬਣਾਉਣ ਵੇਲੇ ਅੱਖਾਂ ਨੂੰ ਲੱਗਦਾ ਸੀ ਇਹ ਸਿਹਤ ਲਈ ਚੰਗਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੁੰਦਾ। ਸਾਡਾ ਗੈਸ ਦਾ ਖਰਚਾ ਤਾਂ ਬਿਲਕੁਲ ਖਤਮ ਹੀ ਹੋ ਗਿਆ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ ਹੁਣ ਚੁੱਲ੍ਹੇ ਲਈ ਲੱਕੜਾਂ ਲਾਉਣ ਜਾਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਨਾ ਹੀ LPG ਗੈਸ ਬੁੱਕ ਕਰਵਾਉਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ।
ਨੈਸਲੇ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਗੋਬਰ ਗੈਸ ਦੀ ਜਾਣਕਾਰੀ ਦਿੱਤੀ।
ਗੋਬਰ ਗੈਸ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਲਗਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ ਮਿੱਟੀ ਹੋਈ ਥਾਂ ਉੱਤੇ ਦੱਸੀਆਂ ਗਈਆਂ ਹਦਾਇਤਾਂ ਅਨੁਸਾਰ ਟੋਆ ਪੱਟਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰ ਵਿੱਚ ਲਗਭਗ 2 ਦਿਨਾਂ ਵਿੱਚ ਗੋਬਰ ਗੈਸ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਲੱਗ ਗਿਆ ਸੀ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਨੂੰ ਚਲਾਉਣਾ ਕੋਈ ਵੀ ਔਖਾ ਕੰਮ ਨਹੀਂ। ਇਸ ਦੇ ਲਈ ਲਗਭਗ 50 ਕਿਲੋ ਗੋਬਰ ਰੋਜ਼ਾਨਾ ਚਾਹੀਦਾ ਹੈ। ਜੇ ਤੁਹਾਡੇ ਕੋਲ 3 ਜਾਂ 4 ਮੱਝਾਂ ਗਾਵਾਂ ਹਨ ਤਾਂ ਇਹ ਆਸਾਨੀ ਨਾਲ ਇਕੱਠਾ ਹੋ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈ। ਇੱਕ ਛੋਟਾ ਗੋਬਰ ਗੈਸ ਪਲਾਂਟ 5-7 ਜਣਿਆਂ ਦੇ ਟੱਬਰ ਲਈ ਗੈਸ ਬਣਾ ਸਕਦਾ ਹੈ ਜੋ ਪੂਰਾ 1 ਮਹੀਨਾ ਚੱਲਦੀ ਹੈ। ਸਾਨੂੰ ਇਸ ਵਿੱਚ 3-4 ਹਫ਼ਤਿਆਂ ਲਈ ਪਸ਼ੂਆਂ ਦਾ ਗੋਬਰ ਪਾਉਣਾ ਪੈਂਦਾ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਸਭ ਦੀ ਸੁਰੱਖਿਆ ਲਈ ਇਸ ਦੇ 4 ਪਾਸੇ ਕੰਡਿਆਲੀ ਤਾਰ ਲਾਉਣੀ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਹੈ। ਮੈਂ ਬਹੁਤ ਖੁਸ਼ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਗੋਬਰ ਗੈਸ ਪਲਾਂਟ ਲੱਗਿਆ ਹੈ ਤੇ ਜੋ ਕਿ ਸਾਡੇ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਲਈ ਬਹੁਤ ਲਾਹੇਵੰਦ ਹੈ। ਬਿਨਾਂ ਧੂੰਏ ਵਾਲੀ ਰਸੋਈ ਤੇ ਆਮਦਨ ਵਿੱਚ ਵਾਧਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਹੈ।
ਇਹ ਗੈਸ ਬਣਨ ਤੋਂ ਬਾਅਦ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਸਲੈਰੀ ਨਿਕਲਦੀ ਹੈ ਇਹਦਾ ਅਸੀਂ ਇੱਥੇ ਸਬਜ਼ੀ ਨੂੰ ਵਰਤੋਂ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਤੇ ਅੱਛਾ ਇਹਦਾ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਖਾਦ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਪਾਉਣ ਦੀ ਲੋੜ ਨਹੀਂ ਪੈਂਦੀ ਇਹਦੇ 'ਚ ਤੇ ਵਧੀਆ ਸਾਡੀ ਸਬਜ਼ੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਅੱਛੀ ਬਣਦੀ ਹੈ। ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਵੀ ਪੁਰਾਣੇ ਨੈਸਲੇ ਡੈਰੀ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜੇ ਹਾਂ 10 ਸਾਲ ਹੋ ਚੱਲੇ ਆ 10 ਤੇ ਵੀ ਵਧੀਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਉਹਦਾ ਰਿਜ਼ਲਟ ਆਉਂਦਾ। ਵਧੀਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਜੇ ਕੋਈ ਪਸ਼ੂ ਢਿੱਲਾ ਵਸਾ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਡੈਰੀ ਦੀ ਟੀਮ ਆਉਂਦੀ ਹੈ ਸਾਡੇ ਘਰੇ ਤੇ ਆ ਕੇ ਆਪਦਾ ਸਾਡਾ ਹਿਸਾਬ ਦਾ ਕਰਦੀ ਹੈ ਪਸ਼ੂਆਂ ਦਾ ਵਧੀਆ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ ਤੇ ਅੱਜ ਤਾਈਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਲਾਂਭਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਆਇਆ। ਅੱਜ ਤਾਈਂ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ।
ਮੈਂ ਚਾਹੁੰਦੀ ਹਾਂ ਕਿ ਵੱਧ ਤੋਂ ਵੱਧ ਕਿਸਾਨ ਇਸ ਨਾਲ ਜੁੜਨ ਤੇ ਇਸ ਦਾ ਲਾਭ ਚੁੱਕਣ।
As you saw, this one biodigester, it actually reduces the expense for 1.5 equivalent of LPG cylinder. It also gives organic fertilizer, which is very useful. And you saw the happiness on the lady's face that she doesn't have to use wood for cooking medium. She's getting clean energy. We have already put in about 3,500 of these on all parameters. I think it's a very good sustainability idea. If you come across anyone who wants to put it, we can actually get you connected with the suppliers. I think it's a very, very good sustainability initiative. The other area we are working very closely on, while we are looking at opportunities on how to convert our factories as coal-free factories by 2024, we are looking at various areas like biomass boiler, where energy could be generated and used by the factory. You will be very happy to know that the briquettes which we are going to use in our Moga factory, which is in Punjab, will be made out of stubble. And you know, stubble every year is an issue. In winters, some contribution for the pollution is also attributed to those. 4% of the total stubble which gets generated will be used by us. We are also looking at how to make sure that the efficiency in energy is there. And you see here, in last 15 years, we have reduced some 36% of the energy usage in our factory. Logistics, more and more looking at if we can have better loads, we can have EVs which are coming in using more CNG and so on and so forth. Encouraging our own employees also to move towards EV. We buy a lot of spices and we are working with spice farmers, about 1250 of them, to go through the sustainable practices with 3 key areas in mind. Whatever practices are being adopted, are they sustainable at the farm level? Are the people who are working in these farms, are we able to provide them facilities where it's safe working conditions? And lastly, and very importantly, how can we increase the livelihood for those? 10 of the key spices which we buy are traceable to the farm level now. Again, I'm sure you all know Nescafe. We buy coffee from coffee bean from 5,000 farmers. Started working with them since 2012. Again, looking at practices. Indian coffee farms are amongst the best in the world when it comes to biodiversity. And through these practices, we are encouraging more and more of those. A lot of training provided by agronomists. And very importantly, if you are requesting farmers to adopt sustainable practices, you also have to see that their income goes up. So every farmer who applies what we call 4C compliance certifications get 4 rupees or thereabouts per kilo of coffee bean, which means that they stay with all these sustainable practices because they know end of the day their hard work is going to get them some extra money.
ನಾನು 25 ವರ್ಷದಿಂದ ಕಾಫಿ ಒಳಗಡೆ ನಾನು ಸೆಕೆಂಡ್ ಜನರೇಷನ್. ನಾನು 2012ರಿಂದ ನೆಸ್ಕೆಫೆ ಪ್ಲಾನಿಗೆ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಕುಶಲನಗರ ಡೆಮೋ ಫಾರ್ಮ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಟ್ರೈನಿಂಗ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರು. ನಮಗೆ ಏನಾದರೂ ಸಲಹೆ ಬೇಕಿದ್ರೆ ಅವರು ಬಂದು ನಮ್ಮ ತೋಟದಲ್ಲಿ ಸಲಹೆ ಕೊಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ರು. 4C ಸರ್ಟಿಫಿಕೇಟ್ಗೆ ಭಾಗಿಯಾಗಿದ್ದೀನಿ.
ನೆಸ್ಲ ಆಫೀಸರು ನನ್ನ ಮಗನಿಗೆ ಸಲಹೆ ನೀಡಿದ್ದರಿಂದ ನನಗೆ ಸಂತೋಷ.
ನೆಸ್ಕಾಫೆ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಜೊತೆ ಕೆಲಸ ಮಾಡಲು ಶುರುವಾದ ಮೇಲೆ ಕಾಫಿ ಕೃಷಿ ಬಗ್ಗೆ ಹೆಚ್ಚು ತಿಳಿದುಕೊಂಡಿದ್ದಾರೆ. ಇದರಿಂದ ನಮಗೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ಸಲಹೆಯನ್ನು ನೀಡುತ್ತಿದ್ದಾರೆ.
ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತಲಿನ ಶಾಲೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ನೆಸ್ಲೆಯವರು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಕುಡಿಯುವ ನೀರಿನ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆ ಹಾಗೂ ಹೆಣ್ಣು ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಶೌಚಾಲಯ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡಿರುವುದರಿಂದ ಮಕ್ಕಳಿಗೆ ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿದೆ. ಹಾಗೂ ನೆಸ್ಲೆಯಿಂದ ಬರುವ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿನ ಆದಾಯದಿಂದಾಗಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಮಕ್ಕಳ ಶಿಕ್ಷಣ ಹಾಗೂ ನಮ್ಮ ಜೀವನ ಶೈಲಿ ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿದೆ.
ನೆಸ್ಕೆಫೆ ಪ್ಲಾನ್ ಇಂದ ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ಮಣ್ಣು ಪರೀಕ್ಷೆ, ವೇಸ್ಟ್ ಮ್ಯಾನೇಜ್ಮೆಂಟ್, ಉತ್ತಮವಾಗಿ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಪದ್ಧತಿ ಕಲ್ತಿದ್ದೇನೆ. ನೆಸ್ಲೆ ಮೆಡಿಕಲ್ ಕ್ಯಾಂಪಿನಿಂದ ನಮ್ಮ ಸುತ್ತಮುತ್ತ ಜನರಿಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆಯ ಅನುಕೂಲವಾಗಿದೆ. ನಾನು ಸಾಯಿಲ್ ಟೆಸ್ಟ್ ಮಾಡಿದ್ರಿಂದ ಗೊಬ್ಬರ ಕರೆಕ್ಟ್ ಆಗಿ ಹಾಕ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೀನಿ. ಕಾಫಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈಲ್ಡು ಜಾಸ್ತಿ ಆಗ್ತಾ ಉಂಟು. ನೆಸ್ಕೆಫೆ ಉತ್ತಮ ವ್ಯವಸಾಯ ಪದ್ಧತಿಯಿಂದ ನನ್ನ ಕಾಫಿಯ ಕ್ವಾಲಿಟಿ ಇಂಪ್ರೂವ್ ಆಗಿದೆ. ನನಗೆ ಒಳ್ಳೆ ರೇಟು ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ, ಒಳ್ಳೆ ಪ್ರೀಮಿಯಂ ಸಿಗುತ್ತೆ.
That brings me to the third key area, which is packaging. What you see here is the brands looking at opportunities where the plastic can be reduced. So all the ready to drink Tetra packs which you see of Milo or Nescafe, we don't have any plastic straws, they're all paper straws. Moving to easy to recycle. So the packaging can be difficult to recycle, which we call multi-layered packaging, or it could be monomaterial, which is easy to recycle. The brands are moving towards easy to recycle packaging. Also, to encourage and become an example for others to move into this direction, we use some of these plastic packaging which we take back to make benches, desks, so that these could be put in universities, and it could be some inspiration that we should be littering and we should be segregating the plastic waste. And one of the projects which we are doing in 7 touristic places is end to end how to make sure that the plastic remains segregated, how to create more awareness. It's all done through a very digital way. All households segregate, and where they don't, the teams go back and train them, and from there it goes till the end, actually at the dry port level, where it gets segregated and responsibly managed. We all know that once dry and wet plastic gets mixed, it's very, very difficult to then manage. I'm sure some of you may have seen this product. The Maggi cup noodles now has edible fork. I think it's a big move in the direction of non-usage of single-use plastic. Also, this is an example of some of the things which we are doing. If we were to innovate differently, there are solutions available. And last one, again, very important for food processing industry, is water. We're looking at 347 million children below 18 who are exposed to high or extremely high water stress. 63% of India's districts are in water stress zones today. We all know 200 million of us don't have access to safe drinking or clean drinking water. What are we doing? One is we are working with farming communities to see how water consumption can be reduced, but we are also working in our factories to reduce water usage year by year. All of you would be aware that milk contains over 80% water. We try and extract this water and use it for utilities. The benefit is whatever milk you use there actually puts lesser pressure on ground extraction. In last 15 years, we have reduced water usage per ton of the product which we manufacture by over 50%, and similarly wastewater generation. Really, in last couple of minutes, some of the takeaways which we believe in and we are working on. I think there should be very clear priorities and clear initiative, because there are hundreds of things you can do. But if you were to focus and look at the big ticket item, I think the journey would start from there. Create a model, create a governance model which actually supports what you want to do. Move from do no harm to positive impact. Biodiversity, earlier the thinking was that if I use less of water, less of other things, actually I'm doing lesser harm. Now, how can you make water positivity in the farms? How can you look at creating renewable energy sources? You saw example of biodiversity. It's not really do no harm, it's really positive impact for the communities. Find innovative approaches. Again, the key theme for us is whenever we are looking at an initiative, am I improving the livelihood for the community we work with? And regular monitoring and measurement, because some of these are very long drawn projects. 2050 net zero is still far, 2030 50% reduction is still far. How do you make sure that you measure it at regular intervals? And this brings to my last slide. This is something which we keep in our offices, keep talking to our stakeholders, in our families. How do we reduce food loss and waste? How do we reduce water usage as individuals? How do we reduce plastic in our individual capacities? It's very easy to say that someone else should do it. Are we doing it? Are we segregating plastic well? And lastly, are we planting enough trees? With this, I complete my 25 minutes. I still have 5 minutes for question answers. Do I? Okay. Thank you very much for your attention.
The floor is now open for questions and answers. Kindly raise your hand and we shall pass on a mic to you.
Hello, I'm Rakesh Mehrotra from DTU. I just wanted to know a very small thing, that are you able to see economic benefit to your company by all this? Of course, we are doing a lot of good things for the society, but is it in the translating into a better balance sheet, better top line?
Sir, I would put it slightly differently, and I'll give you two examples. We buy a lot of milk because we use that milk for multiple products which we manufacture. And one of the key things is the quality of milk which we get. The work which you do with farming communities actually is helping increasing productivity of that milk and quality of that milk. So in a way, it translates into companies' benefit as well. So it's a really a win-win. Second example is coffee. Because we work with coffee farmers, 5,000 of them, we get good quality coffee. So there is coffee available which we can buy, there is milk available which we can buy, and that milk is of the quality which is really one of the best we can get. And the third one I could use is spices. All the what we call creating shared value work which we do helps the community, helps the farmers, and helps the company, because we get regular supply and good quality of those ingredients supply. Thanks for the question.
Good, sir.
Thanks a lot again.
Could I please request you to kindly join me right here in the center of the stage? Thank you. Thank you for sharing your insights. We'd like to present a small token of appreciation for your time and for your insights, requesting Senior Editor, Exchange for Media Group, Mr. Ruhail Amin, to kindly join us on the stage. Thank you. Thank you, three people, for the applause. Thanks a lot. Well, this brings us to the first panel discussion of the day, the topic at hand, crafting compelling narratives for social impact. Our first panel discussion will focus on crafting compelling narratives that drive social impact. We will hear from experts on how to create stories and resonate with the audience and inspire action towards social causes. Join me as I welcome the session chair. Please welcome Mr. Dilip Cherian, Communication Consultant. Let's form up a very enthusiastic chair as I welcome the panelists. Please give it up for Dr. Jayashree Sethi, founder, Story Ghar. Please welcome Jayashree Balasubramanian, Head Communication at Reliance Foundation. Please welcome Chetan Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer, Tech Mahindra Foundation. And completing the panel, please give it up for Arindam Lahiri, Chief Executive Officer, Automotive Skills Development Council, ASTC. Once again, requesting the session chair and the panelists to kindly join us on the stage. Due to the paucity of time, I believe we must be punctual. Please welcome Mr. Dilip Cherian. Well, it's essential to know what to speak and when to speak. Taking notes is a part of panel discussion. Welcoming once again our panelists, Dr. Jayashree Sethi, founder, Story Ghar, Jayashree Balasubramanian, Head Communication at Reliance Foundation, Chetan Kapoor, Chief Executive Officer, Tech Mahindra Foundation, Arindam Lahiri, Chief Executive Officer, Automotive Skills Development Council, ASTC, and the session chair, Mr. Dilip Cherian. And now that they're working, could I please request everyone to offer them a big round of applause? Thank you. And I'm certain that you're planning on posting pictures, videos, or comments related to this event across your social media platforms. Please do not forget to use the hashtag E4m Do Conference.
Good morning to all of you. Thank you for your patience. Sorry, we were a few minutes late walking in. We can't claim we were prepping for the session. We were just chatting. So essentially what we are going to try and do today, in this session at least, is give you a sense of the kinds of issues that confront people when they are communicating about
the good things they're doing. The fact is that corporations, large and small, social organizations, large and small, are all attempting to do good. And as the theme of the conference says, the doing of good needs more focus because of the simple fact that much of it is either unsung or badly done, one or the other. The best are not the ones who get the most attention. Very often it is because they tell their story poorly or their pedigree is questionable or because their leaders are stylistically unenthusiastic about projecting themselves, whatever the reason. So what we're going to do in this panel, in this session, is spend about, how much time do we have in your 30 minutes? Yeah. So in half an hour, we'll try and go over the stories that various people have gathered in their experience and share that with you very quickly. We're going to leave 5 minutes at the end for you to ask any questions that you may have. And we'll start. We'll start with the person whose main focus is storytelling. Lakshmi, go ahead. Jayashree, sorry.
So
we have two Jayashrees on the panel.
yeah,
so,
yeah.
To say Lakshmi is, misnomer. Sorry.
So story means there are two people. One is a teller and other is a listener. So I personally believe stories work best when it's happening physically, because the real magic happens after the story is told. Stories are being told everywhere, yes, be it advertisements, be it cinema, be it stage, but their interaction is missing. So when we go out and work with people in the community, so we get an opportunity to present a context, give some characters, so that the audience can relate to the situation, identify with the problem, and then they are more receptive. There is a trust and confidence that the teller develops, and they can share, and they're more open for the solutions that are being provided. For example, when we work with these adolescent girls at Anganwadis, they come from lower income group and they face various problems in their lives, be it domestic violence or sexual harassment, where the offender is mostly known. They don't know what to say कि चाचा का लड़का है, फूफा का लड़का है, मैं इसे कैसे deal करूं. So we create a story where the character faces the same problem, and then we reach a point where she has to take an action. So the person who is listening to the story, who is actually the victim in real life, will feel, हाँ अगर ये कर सकती है तो मैं क्यों नहीं कर सकती. So that is what I feel is the best part about storytelling, be it teacher training. When we work with teachers, we demonstrate, when we see how it is done in physical manner, they are more receptive. So when we work with seniors, we take up issues like property, elder abuse. So we take case studies, convert them into stories, and tell them. So once there's an emotional appeal, we connect to their emotions, they're invested emotionally in the story, and we have honesty in our delivery. So I believe their story works wonders.
Chetan, in your case, the kinds of things that you have to do with training more than giving people a voice. In her case, the kinds of situations at a different end of the spectrum of the good you're doing and the stories you're telling. So do you want to tell us a little bit about what?
Sure, yeah, thanks a lot.
How it's different.
Certainly. Thanks a lot, Dilip. And first of all, thanks to E4M for inviting me to this panel. I think would also want to compliment E4M for organizing this around the idea of communication within the social purpose sector, because I think it's something which, and I'll come to your question, Dilip, but just to draw a broader perspective, when I entered the sector back in the year 2001, one of the first things that I heard was this phrase in Hindi, which is "Neki kar or darya mein dal," which means that you do something good and then just leave it. Just that's the thing. This is what some of the earlier generation, I would say, people believed in, and there was a lot of merit in that thought, because at the end of the day, doing good in itself carries a lot of responsibility. And to do it well means that you invest more time, effort, energies in just doing that, right? As we've gone along, of course, the need to not just do good but also show good is something which has become very important, and it's rightly so, because as you very rightly mentioned.
May I ask a question?
Yes, please.
Is it because of the tax breaks that doing good gives you that there is so much need to justify it?
I'd like to believe no, not because of the tax breaks. I think it's a sign of the times that we are living in. It's the fact that show and tell has become so much more important than it has ever been before, I think, in history. But the fact is that if you look at the social sector closely, like you very rightly said, Dilip, I've always believed that the spine of the sector are those individuals and organizations which are just doing their work without even probably having a social media presence. And I've seen many of them work with a lot of integrity, a lot of sanctity in terms of what they're doing. But it's important that for them, if they themselves are not able to tell their stories, there should be others who should stand up and tell the stories for them. Because in the absence of that, there's so much which they can miss out upon. And that's what I've seen happen. Because unfortunately, what's happening is that, the thing is that we're talking about do good. And so do good and show better, which has been the norm, and that's still fine. The problem is when this morphs into do whatever and show better, and then do nothing and show better, which is also something which I've seen happen in this sector. So there is obviously a fine line there, which I think all of us who are working in this sector have to be very responsible about, that we don't cross, we don't transcend that, because at the end of the day, the sector is and has to be about giving back, about making sure that there are those who are underserved, that there are those who deserve, and therefore we are the channel through which we can give back to them. I'll tell you quickly about the work that we at the foundation do. Like you said, we do a lot of training of youth who come from difficult backgrounds. And we realized that, and one of the sectors that we've done a double click on is the healthcare sector. And we've been doing a lot of training for paramedics. So that's we run 5 state-of-the-art academies to train youngsters from low economic spectrum to become general duty assistants or technicians in hospitals. Now we realize that for them, there is very little awareness in the sense that the beneficiaries or the customers, as you were just discussing. Second, there has to be some element of should I say bravado, which needs to be communicated to them, that if you are coming into this space, there is there's something that you're gaining out of it. So we created a campaign back in the year 2017-18 when we just started our academies, called Main Bhi Hero. And we equated the fact that if you are working as a paramedic, you're no less a hero than a doctor or a nurse who's serving the patient. So that's one of the campaigns that we very effectively used as a story to reach out to our audience, to our customers, basically, to our students, to come into the sector.
Arindam, I'm going to come to you next. Because you work in the automotive sector and are fairly focused on that sector, is there something in these stories that you tell which are different from any of the other sectors? Like, for example, if you were talking about abuse in the family versus, say, paramedics who have to feel more empowered. How do you get that feeling to someone who is, for example, going to be a technically superior person working in a roadside servicing facility? How do you help them feel that, and do you need to do that, or are they just looking for employment?
I think absolutely true. Thanks E4M for inviting me to be part of this panel. Dilip, the question that you posed here, I think, is one of the most challenging thing that we look at always in terms of how do you attract people. Automotive is a sector which is very synonymous that it's very technical. It's only for males. It's only for people who are not so educated. There are a lot of these contradictions which are usually there in the sector when we look at doing skilling work for this particular sector. So initially, I think the organization that I work for is about now 14-year-old. Initial 4-5 years, I think a lot of time went into creating the necessary background structure, etc. Over the last few years, the reason why we've actually tried to put out a lot of these stories is because what we realized when we tried to talk to these potential beneficiaries, as Chetan was talking about, we realized that they really don't have somebody to emulate. There are no stories in the whole narrative that somebody has been a mechanic and has done well for himself or herself. Herself is anyway a theoretical as of now, okay?
Theoretic, sorry. Are you saying there are no women mechanics?
Very few, very handful. In fact, that's the one area which we are struggling. In fact, now we are running focused programs only to attract women to come into this segment. And the biggest challenge that we get is from parents, because they don't have that narrative that some girl has become a very famous mechanic in a particular geography or a particular region. So there are no success stories, so to say, which are at the high end. Let's say an IIT engineer or whatever getting a crore package or whatever it is, or somebody at the bottommost end, and definitely not in a sector like automotive. It can be in a sector like healthcare, beautician or hotel or whatever, But automotive, no, this is not a space for women to get into, and that's a very strong social narrative we have, and we have to come up against that in terms of ensuring the employers today are more than willing. In fact, in many of our factories today, the entire production lines are run by women in large companies still, limited to large companies. And let me also add here that it is actually a very strong business case, because when you're looking at repetitive work, like an assembly work or stuff like that, women are generally found to be extremely good in the two most important parameters of business, which is productivity and quality. Their distraction levels are much lower. Their focus on the work is much better. They only need to be taught. And in some cases, if you are handling heavy machineries, there has to be an aid to support that machinery because of the inbuilt physical structure and issues around that. So if we are able to enable an environment around this, I think women can be a very, very strong contributor to the sector. And this is one of the biggest challenges. Thankfully, with this whole narrative around EV coming in, which is like considered to be clean, green, etc., people are slightly more receptive now. Though nothing really has changed in the mechanical parts, except that the engine has got replaced by the battery and the motors. You have the same tires, the same brakes, all of those nuances are there. But the perception is, oh, it's EV, no? So yeah, I think it's okay. It's cleaner. So its narratives are very important.
Interesting. The narrative is changing. Jayashree, too, as I'm going to come to you, because your work envisages and encompasses a much wider range of people who are being touched, from education to healthcare to sports, all kinds of things. When you communicate with them, I'm talking of now the people you're working with, um, does the sheer size of the company or the foundation alter the stories that them and the way they respond to it, their expectations from it, or are you able to keep it simple and just the size of what your plans there are? Is there a difference?
Dilipji, I would like to first begin by saying that all of us in this room are excellent communicators. We know how to market, we know how to talk about things that matter. When it comes to talking about a social issue, I feel one of the most important things that we need to bring in as professionals is humility. When we go out to a community and we are trying to tell them something about how they can enhance their lives, we also need to understand that there is a whole world of knowledge that they possess from which we need to learn and we need to understand how things work. I'll give you an example. One of our initiatives that works with women across India talks about bridging the gender digital divide, which is essentially enabling women to use technology so they can have much better lives. We went through the length and breadth of the country. We were filming women. They were giving us these stories about, how their lives changed and very good cinematography and all of those things which you can take care of. And then the wake up call came. So in one particular village in central India, there was this lady who was facilitating dairy farm marketing for other women like her. So we did the whole, filming, interviewing and everything, and my colleague Mayank here was part of the team that went out. She sat us down and there was this one quote that she gave which was a wake-up call for us. Seated in front of her cattle with a smartphone in her hand, she turned around, she smiled and said, शहर वालों को क्या लगता है कि गांव की औरतें कैसी हैं? हम तो बड़े स्मार्ट हैं. And there we found not only our punchline, we also found our own learning about what it is that we are trying to do. So we are here not just taking development to people, we are also here trying to understand, listen, and find the context in which they are actually being empowered or learning to grow in their own lives. And I think that is the most powerful approach that communication can have or can bring, to listen and to listen with humility and to learn from the people that we work with. And that brings the entire, the weight of the communication forward. It's not only the humility part, of course, it's also the how. It's then how you dissect or, distill all that information, build into it multiple things, whether it's the right use of words, the right use of images, the images in context. Are you glorifying hard work, or are you looking at, hard work with respect, or are you looking at hard work as an opportunity to serve? I think these are very, very tough questions, because it is easy for us to put up a picture of a woman carrying, whatever, her children and doing her household chores and making it look very, very aesthetic and very beautiful. But do you stop to think, is there something that we are missing beyond the pretty picture? Is it telling the right story of empowerment? Is it telling the right story of empowerment the way she would want it to be told? And I think that is really the difference between marketing and communication for a social purpose.
Terrific. Thank you. Yashvi, I'm going to come back to you because of the point that she made, that really it is the feedback from the person who you think you are telling the story or making part of the story, which actually determines the direction in which the story gets framed the next time. My question for all the people who are going to be communicating about this is that how often does the narrative change, and how can you measure whether the change in narrative which you've introduced is actually helping in round two, iteration two. How do you make sure of that? Is there a way of looking at it? Is it something that you experienced? Was there an aha moment when you said, like she found with this hum bhi smart hai, hum bade smart hai, whatever the word, So is there that kind of feel that you get? And I'm going to come back to all of you on your aha moments because I know time is short. We need to just give them the best examples we can.
So, story is successful when it prompts an individual to rethink, reanalyze, and redesign his ways. And feedback is very important. I have this one example to share. There's this Japanese agency that is working in India towards environment. And with them, we did a campaign which was called Mottai Nai campaign. In Japanese, Mottai Nai means no wastage. So here, there's this story about a grandmother. Whenever she sees somebody wasting anything, be it food or paper or colors or water, she goes and says, Mottai Nai. So we worked with 60 schools in Delhi and Haryana, Manesar, Gurgaon, all government schools, and we did 90 sessions in 3 phases. So in the first phase, we just went and told them the stories. In the second phase, when we went there, we wanted to reinforce, so we made them enact that story. Third time when we went there, we made teachers and all the stakeholders collaborate. And when we did the post campaign survey, what we got to see, which made us really happy, कि जब मैं बच्चों के पास दोबारा गई, they didn't remember my name. They said, "Oh, वो ताई नहीं आ गई." So now what they do, what teachers and their parents told us, कि जब भी कोई पानी के उसके पास filter के पास somebody leaves the tap on, they say no muttai nai, and they also tell that to their neighbors. So when we did it in phased manner, so if we just go there and do one session, then children have fun and ठीक है मस्ती हो गई चले गए. But reinforcement, as you said, getting the feedback and then correcting our course, and then finally seeing the change happen on ground gives us that happiness.
Terrific, terrific example. Do you have something to share which says that, look, we did this worked or did not work, we changed this, and this resulted? Anything that strikes you with teachers, with whatever it is, Vinay?
Yeah, so actually, I think in any good social development program worth its salt, you need to have a method by which you can continuously evaluate. And what I want to draw the attention of the audience is when it comes to stories, I feel that we're just beginning to scratch the surface when it comes to the power of storytelling within the social sector. I think stories offer a lot more than just communication. Right? When it comes to children, for example, it's already established that stories are probably the most important way to develop certain skills at the beginning of your lives. But I think when it comes to the social sector, one of the experiments that we were involved in is to see how we can use the power of stories to measure impact. Now, normally when you think of impact or impact measurement, we normally look at quantitative tools. We normally look at numbers, sure. Right? But I think it's looking at the whole sphere in a very parochial sort of a manner, because there's so much in the sector which is qualitative, which is about human elements which can't really be measured ever in numbers, right? Specifically when it comes to skill development, we've done a lot of work around what we call the foundational skills. So for example, you can still measure, how well a person is speaking when it comes to spoken English, for example. But when it comes to attitudinal issues, there can never be any numbers to really do that. And that is where we conducted this experiment where all that we did was to ask the facilitators in our skill development centers to document stories of a subset of our students. Pick up any 5 students, document, what is his or her attitude towards certain things towards the beginning of the program, and do the same thing towards the end. and we use that as a method to showcase how you can just get these stories out there and say that, okay, this should also be an acceptable method of measuring impact, something which I don't think is still very accepted. But I do see the need of something like this happening more and more. I'd also like to give the example of our work that we do with persons with disabilities. There as well, in our experience, we've realized the importance of working not just with persons with disabilities, but more importantly, their caregivers, including the parents of children, right? Now, when you go and meet with that segment, you realize how much there is a need to build awareness, break myths that exist in their heads, and there again having a narrative around what persons with disabilities can do, okay, is something which is so important and compelling. So just a couple of examples in this regard.
Question for you, Arindam. Women race drivers are now a thing. Is there a story there somewhere where that can then translate into women having an interest and you're being able to get them enthused about careers in this space? Is that a story that you've tried or?
Yeah, a little bit. In fact, very happy to share. We did the first, UK woman circuit thing that we did in India. And the top two national winners actually went on to represent India in the UK, which was about 18 countries, largely Europe, where the drivers participated. And one of them actually landed up being in the top 5. And then the top 5 were supposed to be, as part of the winners, the top 5 were supposed to be trained by McLaren. So that was a huge enthusiastic participation. So when we met some of these people, the women, we realized that how much intent and how much of a passion there needs to be in terms of racing here, because in India, as it is, motor racing is not considered an in thing. You don't even have good infrastructure. Whatever little infrastructure you have, it's very expensive.
But you ask the audience,
they will be
many of their kids watch F1
Yeah, they
more
do.
often than they watch any other sports.
Absolutely. I mean, including my son at home, you watch, he's a big fan of F1. But the challenge is that, when we wanted to conduct this competition itself, we faced so much challenge. We had one facility in Kerala, one small facility in Baroda, but we were struggling with facilities. The only world-class facility we have is here, in our backyard in Greater Noida, the Gautam Buddha circuit. But it's very attractive. But you're right that, that success, a little bit of a success is what makes, and I'm going to tell you one other example which was coming to my mind. Welding is a very male thing. You won't find welders generally. So about 5.5 years back, when I was starting in this sector, one of our manufacturers actually came and said that, Arindam, we want to have women in our welding section. And we want to start with the first all-women batch of trainees in their facility near Rajasthan. We actually struggled for more than 3 months to put together a batch of 20-25 women, and you'll be surprised that all of them actually came all the way from Maharashtra, because we couldn't find one in a batch out of North India, effectively. One of those girls actually went on to win an international welding competition as a runner-up. She didn't win. She was not the first one, but the second rank holder. But we promoted that, we talked about it a lot, we celebrated that, And that story, did 2 things. One, it inspired her to become a trainer. So the transmission started happening, So now she is looked up to by the new trainees as a role model, effectively. Because earlier all the girls were being trained by male trainers. But now you have this woman the lady who can actually, do the hands-on training with all these children. And today, actually, we are finding that more and more women are saying, even if we ask them to come for another course, they say, no, वो दीदी ने जो जहाँ जीता था ना वो वाला कोर्स करना है हमें. So for them, it's a great inspiration. So if you are able to communicate that story well, I think it changes the mindset in a very irreversible way in terms of getting it there.
Jayashree, coming back to you now. Again, I'm trying to draw from you your experience of multiple sectors because many people are very specific. And there's been one theme which we talked about, which is the role of women and the stories that women are able to demonstratively take a lead role in. Teaching, healthcare, all these things, and then you come to the hard area. Where do you think that the next big leap needs to be made by the social sector in its storytelling to get people to be part of the same movement, not necessarily your own foundation, but to inspire others to do the good that you are able to do? Are we telling those stories correctly?
Dilipji, in terms of what we can inspire people to do, I think the biggest opportunity that all communicators are looking at now is the use of technology, AI, the way it is going to transform the way we tell stories. So one of our recent experimentations with technology is to look at how 360 video, for instance, can be a format by which every single person can understand what's happening on the field. So you need not actually transport them to a remote location and say, or have a photograph of a, like for instance, we have mobile medical units that go into remote pockets and deliver healthcare services. And we say that, we even show that, we even have pictures, but an actual video that takes you into that space lets you look around and see what's actually there. I mean, look at the distance to the nearest, transport facility. Look at the distance that healthcare providers have to walk on foot sometimes. Look at the distance that elderly people and women who need facilities for, say, their antenatal, prenatal checkups, which is absolutely crucial. These are being reached. I think that makes a huge difference in terms of perception of what it is that people actually do in the development sector. And that is very, very important. Talking from our own experience, I think one of the submissions we had made for this particular conference was a video on how we had actually intervened during a disaster. Now, given that we have a presence in a lot of locations across India at the time of any flood or any in emergency or any national priority, such as like the COVID pandemic happened, we are quickly able to leverage resources and say, oh, can we do this here in Odisha? Can we do this in Kerala? Can we do this in Maharashtra? So when we communicate that, very often it is, we have kind of been there, we have done that, but then our team actually went with the disaster response team on one such initiative where we don't know what's happening there. It was a landslide and the situation was such that we were trying to rescue people and help in the rescue efforts with whatever technology was immediately available and could be set up. So this was one of the rare instances where a communicator was part of the implementation or the program team actually going on the field, walking through that risky path, stepping over those areas where nobody had gone before, trying to film what was happening and then sending us back that footage to the rest of the communication team saying, I'm here, I'm walking on this place and this is where, this entire, thing has happened and we don't know what to do. It's getting dark and we could feel it. We've been communicating about this team for years and years and, we had been telling their stories. We had been saying that we have delivered help, but when our own team member was right there and, panting through those visuals and trying to give us like a commentary on the phone and telling us what it was, it hit us hard. My colleague Mayank, he was with the team which actually went out there, and we were worried. I'm not saying we don't worry about the rest of our colleagues, but as communicators, we tend to distance ourselves a little bit from the problem. Even if we are the best of communicators, we say, what can we talk about the work that healthcare workers are doing, or the, the livelihood personnel are doing.
Third personize it.
Absolutely third personize it. And here, just being in the heart of that, it was a wake-up call that we got with COVID, that every single of us felt like affected, populations, felt like people who were, this whole discussion about beneficiaries that was happening. But when we went into this space where there was a disaster and we don't know what is there in store for us, it makes us sit up and say that the social sector and social storytelling is not just about stories, it's about lives. And I think no matter how wide you are spread or no matter how deep you want to help, finally you as a person and the transformation that you feel internally is really what makes a big difference. Technology and better use of technology to communicate the depth of the work that's happening in the social sector can be a huge step forward in this process. And I think we should all adopt that to just make sure that we communicate not just the story better, but we communicate in such a way that people are able to experience other people's lives. People are able to experience it as if it's happening to them. And then it will hit you hard.
Fantastic. I think that's a good high point to stop this discussion on. I'm going to ask for questions from the floor if there are any. Is that all right? Unless anybody wants to make a last comment or anything of the kind.
So just to add one point,
Sure.
to sort of
And then we'll go
to add to what Jayashree just said, I think, see, at the end of the day, just as she mentioned that humility is one of the most important things to consider, similarly is the importance of authenticity in the context of what we are doing. And that is where I think we are sometimes, in that gray zone. But the importance of authenticity can never be overstated in what we're doing, because the moment you cross the line, you are in, you're moving from fact to fiction, right? And it can be a dangerous territory to tread, as far as the sector is concerned. So I think it's important for all of us who are, whether we are on the implementation side or the communication side or both, to ensure that the sanctity of authenticity needs to be maintained at all times.
And not trampled over by an excess of technology.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Because there's that danger.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, questions? Yeah. Mic there, please. Thank you.
I'm Rakesh Mehrotra. I just wanted to know, in such a, it's not, objectivity is very less. So what are the deliverables people who are communicating, they keep in mind? What are their deliverables?
Sure.
When we talk about doing something, it is always good that we are aware of the deliverables.
The deliverables of communications, you're saying?
Yeah, obviously,
Understood.
obviously,
Got it. Can I ask one of you to respond? Yeah, either one.
So just the simple answer to this would be what I've told my communication team, which is that, let's not just walk the talk, let's also talk the walk. It's important to talk about your work, but do what we've done, and not the other way around.
Is there any other deliverable that you work with, Jayashree? You?
I think there's a very simple call to action for every campaign that defines success, which you have to define right at the beginning. What is it that the campaign is actually achieving or aiming to achieve, and how do you define that success in terms of number of people who have better knowledge, number of people who have better livelihoods, or number of people who are just more aware? I think those clear definitions are extremely important. Otherwise, as you rightly said, it will just be, like a campaign for the sake of a campaign, and we would not see the results. We won't see the social results that we actually want to achieve.
And I think the important thing that you're saying, Jayashree, is that these need to be defined. As someone who's experienced communication a lot, these need to be defined at the start so that you have something to measure against later. Next question at the back. Yeah, at the back there, yes, please.
Hello, good afternoon. I'm Rhythm. I think it was Mr. Chetan who covered in the end the importance of authenticity. So I'm very curious to know, while there have always been a lot of communications from a social front, from a CSR front, are organizations measuring authenticity, number one, in any way internally, to ensure that the guidelines are being met? And second, what I've also noticed is how are organizations ensuring that there is enough trust with the right set of stakeholders, right? There are hundreds of stakeholders, but is there a way that you're measuring constantly how to build that trust, and is that growing over time? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. Yashim would let you go. Yeah. Because this is something you've dealt with.
Yes, thank you so much for the question. There's a saying in Hindi, जाके पैर में पड़ी बिवाई वो क्या जाने पीर पिराई. Somebody who hasn't suffered himself will not know the pain, and that person who has suffered will also have some solution. So when we have a teller from the community that is being represented, that brings credibility and authenticity. And second, yes, we do add some fiction to it, but we ensure that the facts are not broken. And then to make it more inclusive, when we do our story campaigns which aim to bring out some change or provide some solutions, we ensure that all the investors are in, stakeholders are in agreement. So I will take that liberty to call them beneficiary here. So the target audience that is being benefited, that will not benefit until the stakeholder is invested in it. If I want a change to happen, मुझे ये चाहिए होगा कि जो facilitate कर रहा है, जो service provide करवा रहा है, that should be invested in this in the campaign. If I'm training my teachers and I want them to implement storytelling in classrooms to make the curriculum transaction concrete, मुझे चाहिए होगा कि स्कूल का जो एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन है, स्कूल की जो प्रिंसिपल है, शी शुड बी इन्वेस्टेड इन इट, शी शुड बी इन एग्रीमेंट. नहीं तो प्रिंसिपल सेज अरे बड़ा शोर मचाते हैं बच्चे, बहुत बात करते हैं, बिकॉज if they are conventional, they may not agree to something that is unconventional. So all these stakeholders should be invested and the teller should come from the community. That's what we strive to do.
Thank you. I'll take one more question and then we'll stop. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I just add one point
Yeah,
to this?
sure.
So one of the approaches that is extremely important, and I think you've raised a very crucial point in terms of ensuring accuracy. So one of the things that needs to be done before communicators go out is there has to be a validation and a verification of whatever you're communicating. So at Reliance Foundation, we have a monitoring and evaluation team that independently verifies every single thing that happens on the field. And once that is validated, only then we pick it up for communication. So it is not something that we say we see something and then we immediately put it out and we present it as a story. There is a very strong mechanism to ensure, because it's not just telling somebody's story. It's like you want to be sure that the facts are right. You want to be sure that the location, the place, the intervention that we've had, everything has been validated. So yes, that's a very crucial part.
And I just want to add one more thing, that in a discussion we had before we did this panel, we talked about the burden of compliance. But what she's talking about is completely different. It is validation to make sure that the communication is based on a bedrock of fact. Next question.
Yeah. My question is to Mr. Lahiri, Chief Executive Officer of National Skill Development Council for Automobile. You said that you wanted to train 20 to 25 batch of ladies in the welding, and you failed to get any lady from the northeast part of the country, and succeeded in getting from Maharashtra. For your information, JSW having plant in north, in Haryana, Rajasthan, several plants, how they could manage to have ladies working in their shop floor, in the welding, machining, and very difficult with this thing in all the plant, and more than 100 ladies are operating JSW machine in the entire country. So what strategy they could do it, and you have failed to get this thing?
Thank you. Good question.
Okay, so let me just clarify. I think it is not meant to be saying that we can never get it from North India. We've actually been able to get more and more people from all over the country. In fact, the biggest supply of operating manpower, whether it is male or female, actually largely is contributed by the eastern region of the country, which we get most people coming in to work for operations kind of a role. We also work with JSW Foundation, and we do work with them in the Ballabgarh, Faridabad region, etc. And we do training of women as well. I was only giving one example in which initially when I was trying to do this in welding in Rajasthan, we were facing a very uphill task that it's not very common practice that we would find women in the welding kind of a space. Of course, now more and more women are coming into this manufacturing or the shop floor. But it is still very limited, as I would say, that only with large corporates, typically where there is a facility, all the amenities are available for women to work in these. Because the moment you start working with women in a facility, in a factory, you need to ensure that you provide a creche facility. These are all compliance requirements, actually. So many small organizations are not able to do that.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, panel, for very nice conversation, and thank you, audience, for the patience and for your questions.
Could I please request everyone to bring up a very enthusiastic chair for this panel? Can I please request you all to kindly come forward and join us for a group picture? And also a small token of appreciation for your time and your insights, requesting the session chair, Mr. Dilip, to kindly do the honors. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot. Thank you for the music. Well, this brings us to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is developing your brand's social purpose framework. In our next panel, top CMOs will discuss how to develop a brand's social purpose framework. This session will cover strategies for integrating social purpose into brand identity and driving long-term impact. Join me as I welcome the session chair. Please welcome Soumya Bhupal, Marketing and Comms Head, Sustainability, Zomato. Soumya, why don't you take a seat? Right. All right. Could I please request everyone to kindly stand? Right. Yes. Yes, please. Everyone. Please make sure that your hands are empty. I do understand that sitting and listening to someone can sometimes be a little bit not very enthusiastic, but trying to get you out of your boredom and into the energy. How about we clap our hands together for the next 30 seconds, starting at 3, 2, 1. Come on. I'm given to understand that when we clap our hands together, it prompts the blood circulation and helps the brain to focus better. And I promise that this was not a ruse for me to get an applause for myself. So thank you very much, requesting everyone to kindly settle down. Time to welcome the panelists. Please welcome Anshika Dhawan, Global Sector Marketing Manager, Shell, India. Please give it up for Ruchira Jetli, CMO, Diageo. Give it up for Harmeet Singh, Chief Brand Officer, The Body Shop, South Asia. And completing the panel is Ajay Singh Parihar, Head of Marketing Healthcare OTC Dabur. Unfortunately, Harmeet Singh is on the way and will be joining us momentarily, but I request the session chair to kindly start.
Hello. Hi, guys. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you, e4m, to give me this opportunity to chair this session with such esteemed guests. I am very thrilled to learn from them. Okay, so can we start? Can we start or we can start? Okay, hi, I'm Soumya. I lead the marketing and communications for sustainability at Zomato. So whatever good that comes out of Zomato, like the conference name suggests, I handle the marketing and communications for it. So a little about Zomato. Zomato's mission is better food for more people. And embedded in that mission is the objective to serve 1 million of people with high quality food and at a time and location of their preference, and also whatever palette that they'd like to have. We sort of provide about 80 to 85 different types of items on our Zomato app. And I primarily play a role when it's about talking about their sustainability journey, whether it's diversity, equity, and inclusion, or it's the climate conscious deliveries, something that we recently came out with. We committed to 100% EV delivery by 2030 with Climate Group. And we very recently, on World Environment Day on 5th of June, came out with that story. So communication plays a key role in talking about the good that the company is doing beyond their business. And today I'm here to learn from the panel here as to, like, I'm a budding marketer myself, so I'm here to learn from them what they have to say about the questions that we have for the panel today. I think Harmeet is also here. Hi, Harmeet. So I will dive right in the questions now. The first question that I have from all the panelists, but let's start with Ruchira. How do you approach the challenge of integrating global social initiatives campaigns with the specific requirements of local communities, particularly in areas with a high degree of cultural, social, economic diversity? And what approaches have proven successful in achieving this balance?
Thanks, Soumya, and really thank you for including me with this wonderful panel. I'm sure I should learn a lot just like you. I think Diageo globally, just to give a bit of context, we have very clearly crafted Spirit of Progress goals and a timeline to achieve those, which is 2030. Against those Spirit of Progress goals, which include everything from drain to glass sustainability, which includes, by the way, water, circular economy, etc., to DE&I, which is diversity and inclusion related goals, to actually moderation and drink. It's something that we actually put out goals, and if you ever go to, I would encourage you to go to the annual report for Diageo globally. Literally, how we have done against each of these goals is quantified and published for across the globe. So it is something we do take seriously. Those goals, when we look at India, we actually don't use them as a way to look at what we are going to do in a particular geography or with a particular kind of a community. We actually give that challenge over to our brands and to our business to say, how do we integrate into the ways of working? For example, in our plants, in our own plants, we now use the same water over 9 cycles when we wash the bottles. Does it mean that the bottle is not clean? No, it just means you treat it and then use it again.
before it goes into the final effluent treatment and then it is used on site, right? Whether it is creating products. I mean, one product that we're very proud of, which we've created out of India, it has won the most number of awards from India, which is Godawan. It is the most awarded single malt whiskey from India. I'm sorry, there's some background noise and scratchiness. Can I try another mic? Hello. I think this is better, right? So this is produced in a plant in Alwar, where we use 6-row barley, which is grown in Rajasthan, which is a water-scarce region. So the barley is actually used to the less water and the poor soil conditions. It is a plant that is certified as by the on water stewardship because it uses less water that it puts out. We work with the local communities there on afforestation, building check dams, health and wash programs, including sanitation. So I think it's about, and then we talk about the fact that this brand, the proceeds from this brand, actually go towards the conservation and the regeneration of habitats for the great Indian bustard, which is, by the way, they number fewer than the number of tigers in the country, but no one knows about it. So, and we actually are always cheering ourselves when every time there's an egg hatched or there's a new chick, which doesn't happen as soon as you think. So I think a lot of these are integrated into the way we work, right? Equally, we put out stories which are entirely driven on purpose. We have a huge inclusion agenda for people not just in front of the camera, where women are playing the lead role, but also behind the camera. Everything from script to production to filmmaking. So I think the last number I checked was about 45 to 50% of everyone who worked on the film, from scratch to final product, are come from a diverse background. So a lot of those things, and we put our money behind media, which also goes behind progressive. So progressive media outlets, outlets that talk to, let's say, women, or outlets that talk to people across the gender spectrum, LGBTQIA++. So we actually take it literally all across the chain, which is why we don't treat it as a global goal. It's something that you build into the way of working. I mean, I think that's I can go on and on, so you should stop me.
It's great to learn that you are including women and people from LGBTQI community on roles, even which are not like front end, which sort of I think creates an appeal for the brand, but also like it's something that that is imbibed in Diageo's way of working. Correct. All right. Moving on to Anshika, how would you strike this balance at Shell India?
Thanks, Soumya, and thank you, e4m, and thank you for all of you to make it to the forum in this hot afternoon. Okay, I think the larger purpose at Shell, and I'll talk about the master brand or at a global level, is all about powering progress. And I think our challenge was to reinterpret it and make it relevant for the Indian audience on what does progress mean to an average Indian. And we chose mobility. So we said we would power and empower mobility because mobility is the anchor for fulfilling life's aspirations for a lot of Indians. Now we're an ambitious bunch of people, and especially mobility plays a very, very pivotal role in gender equality. Yeah, I think it's stated, it's well researched, and the point is already being made that when you enable equitable mobility or inclusive mobility, you also empower women, and that has a direct bearing on the socio-economic growth of a country, of an economy, of any cohort. So I think that's the spin that we have used, and we did this campaign called "Great Things Happen When We Move." It pretty much anchors itself in the story and lives of women from three different spectrums of life. One of them, my favorite, Yogita, who's the first women truck driver. I think it's a very heartwarming story on how she's used her vehicle to enable, her own prosperity, her own growth, her own economic liberation. We have a second one, which is about Geeta Tandon. She's the first women's stunt woman in Bollywood. And we have another story of a leader who handles women in Wanderlust, which is an all-women travel group. So the intent was to say, make it relevant for India, for the Indian subcontext, versus borrowing something and making it look very alienating, to what we stand for. I think that's how we have translated this global platform. Now, I think the next phase of this is to what we internally call it, make it real, and we are enabling this, through a series of initiatives. One of them, and I think a multi-award-winning initiative, is what we call as the silent shift. Being Shell, we do not have a lot of upstream activities. This essentially means we do not extract oil in India. We are largely in the downstream territory where we use the oil products to make lubricants, to make fuels, to make gas, and so on and so forth. So, if you look at our fuel retailing business, we have about 350 fuel stations in the country, largely around the coastline, employing about 3,500 plus employees. And I think what we have started doing, and this is the second live site that we have, the first one in Pune, the second one in a very prime area in Bangalore and Devanahalli, where it's it's an inclusive kind of concept where the full fuel station is managed by people with disabilities. That's called silent because most of them have hearing and speaking disability. So that's the silent shift we are making. We already have 2 live sites. It's not a pilot; it's a live site, and we intend to add 5 more by the end of the year. And doing this, we are looking at a 40% representation of women in all our fuel stations.
Good to know that, like, I did not know about this program for partners with disability. At Zomato, we do have a similar program where we enable partner with disability to deliver food on ground. And we have about 2,000 plus women delivery partners as well. And there's something in store for partners who are disabled by, like they have a hearing problem, they have a speaking problem. So it's great to see that Shell India also has something like that integrated into their business. Perfect. Okay, Ajay, can we have your 2 cents on this problem?
Yeah, so I represent Dabur, and Dabur has been a company, entirely Indian company, and right from the inception, we have been committed to this cause of whole thing. I think for a FMCG player, it's slightly different, and the issue is at 2 levels, or the solution is at 2 levels. One is, what we speak on each of our brands, women empowerment, whether it is Dabur Amla, Dabur Vatika, and all, they speak about empowerment at a advertising level, so that gets communicated, and that also benefits women in a long term, because if you are having stories of empowerment going on media, and you are spending money on that, that builds a very positive atmosphere. At the same time, replicating what you speak on media on ground, so that there is a real empowerment happening. For instance, Vatika is a brand which is for women, and we've been on Vatika women as a concept from 1997 onwards, and there has been a continuous push on the brand to such an extent that our Indore factory and our Badi factory and all, they have women exclusive, workforce where so Vatika is manufactured by women for women is the concept that we follow, and that's where the whole of encouragement happens. Coming to some other brands where we use this kind of activities, Dabur Glucose, where we stand for energy and all that. So we came out with this campaign Ab Daudega Hindustan, and where not only that, on screen that we talked about story of Sayali, who's a cobbler's daughter and has got potential to grow and become an Olympian. But that was a story that took rounds. But also identified young girls who were into athletics, etc., and shortlisted them and put them into rigorous training across India, so that they become empowered women of tomorrow, and they stand as examples and all. So I think while we do all this, for us it is a way of life. And it exists at 2 levels. One, create a positive atmosphere and spread a positive word by, having brands and this cause together. And 2, then living that cause actually on ground, so that it actually makes the real difference in real India.
That approach, Ajay, that you just mentioned, perfect. So, Harmeet, do you know the question, or do I repeat it?
Okay, okay. Good, all right. So the question was, how do you approach the challenge of integrating global social initiatives with the specific requirements of local community, particularly in areas with high degree of cultural, social, and economic diversity? What approaches have proven successful in achieving this balance for Body Shop?
So a very good afternoon to all of you and good dear panel members. Uh, uh, as you all know, the Body Shop has been operating since almost 50 years, 5 decades, and the DNA is all about social and community support and protecting planet and various many, I would say, various programs which Body Shop has undertaken globally as well as in India to help out and to support, certain, I would say, certain very key aspects for the people and the planet. We launched about 18 years back, and almost 50 plus programs what India conducted in this span. The projects which really helped culturally and a lot of people, a lot of diversity and inclusivity is what we have been doing since a long time. Just to name a few projects, just to give a little background and context to what I would like to say. We have worked in the areas of against animal testing. As you know, the Body Shop being the first beauty brand in the world who wanted to, fight against animal testing, and very successfully we have been able to achieve that in many countries. Also, projects like women empowerment, where recently we did a project in India. This was pre-COVID. We launched a project in 2019, wherein we are helping the waste pickers in Bangalore. We're helping for women empowerment, and we are supporting almost a lot of families, like almost 2,000 women, with their families and their children education, wherein we help these women for a better livelihood. The Body Shop is doing the recycling program, plastic recycling, through the Plastics for Change, wherein these waste pickers are employed. So the good part was that we took this initiative. This was way back, and we found a lot of other brands followed. What we took. We thought, of course, this was a very key initiative to help out the communities out there. Uh, and just to talk about a very recent campaign which we are talking in the space of youth empowerment. The Body Shop had launched a Be Seen, Be Heard campaign, which I believe, I'm not sure if many of you have heard about it, but we're talking about the youth voices in the policy making, in the policy, in the decision making, in the yes, in the lower house where the candidacy age is about 25 years, but we were hoping that if they can, lower down the age to 21 years, wherein it's a program which we actually launched along with our partners, where we partnered with the Young India Foundation, who is headed by Mr. Sudhanshu. And in the last 2 years, very successfully, we've been able to get about 25 million young voters, to the Indian electorate, and very happy that they were a part of the elections this year. And almost 1.5 million petition signatures. This is the main objective for this was that we like 2 years back, that the objective was actually to get the youth who are shaping our future, to get them actually, they need to be seen and they need to be heard. And very importantly, this is something which I feel a lot of us kind of, we don't forget, but probably we ignore. We don't listen to these voices because I think they are the one who owe the future. They're the one who are going to shape the future. So this was the objective which we started way back in 2022, and successfully we have been able to reach out to many youth collectives, I would say, which are in India, through many universities, colleges, many cultural events, and successfully even we keep doing these activities from day to day. And we're very happy that we are engaging with youth very I know we are making them a very big resource for the future. Having said that, just to add that we had the 18th anniversary celebration very recently, which was last week, and as we were talking about inclusivity, I'm very really heartened to hear you all about the inclusivity and how we are helping the visually impaired, or maybe the people who are hearing impaired. We have just launched Braille's, the Braille signages in the body shop stores. This is something which we have taken initiative along with our young collective council, the Youth Collective Council, wherein we have 4 members. We meet these members from time to time to take their feedback as to what exactly is needed, what is required to bring about a positive change. These 4 members are very dynamic. We have Ankita Mehra who's actually from LGBTQ community, and she's the one who has a strong voice as to how to be inclusive and how to be sensitive towards the community members. Having said that, we have almost 10 people, 10 staff within the body shop, and we are promoting more people to join us from the community. We just did the sensitivity training in all across our stores and our head office, so we are extremely we want to just go ahead and just help out and make the whatever we talk, we want to walk the talk in terms of helping and reaching out to these communities. So with the Braille signages in the store, we hope that a lot of people who love the body shop, who wants to come and experience the store, we are actually inviting them to come to our stores and be a part of the shop and of course give them a very great shopping experience. Yeah.
That's great, Harmeet. It's great to see Body Shop being a beauty brand give such a platform to youth voice. And I'm so glad to see so many of our panelists are doing such great jobs at diversity and inclusion, like including the partner with disability, which is like, it's a constraint, right? Like in this day and age, it's very important to give them equal opportunity to work. So it's great to hear all of your answers. Moving on to next question. I'm very interested in this question. Being a budding marketer, this is very relevant to me. In today's fragmented media landscape, where budgets for your, very emotional or purpose-driven campaigns is restricted, is sort of constrained, what strategies can ensure these campaigns achieve their significant reach? Let's start with Anshika.
I think it's a very relevant question, and all marketers love this question. I'll tell you how I approach it, or how we approach it at Shell. And of course, there could be diverse viewpoints on the multiple approaches that you could use to solve for this. So needless to say, marketing budgets are getting constrained. It's getting thinner and thinner from when I started to where we are. I think the bang for the buck, the ROI discussion is a real question across the length and breadth of any business that we execute. The bigger one is to say, do not treat your social purpose as a departure from your brand purpose. Yeah, it has to be fully integrated. I think in the earlier panel, I think Dilip mentioned this point, or somebody mentioned this point in the earlier panel, that being seen and being heard has become so much more important than what it was ever before. Yeah, and hence every touch point and every communication asset that you develop has to solve and dial back to what the brand stands for and what the business needs to deliver. So if as marketers we stop to bifurcate and split ends and say, oh, this is purpose work and this is business work, I think we will really deliver much more from a brand standpoint. I think I spoke about how our larger brand purpose or our larger business purpose is about powering progress, and we dial everything back to it. So even in some of our communication material around social purpose, we integrate product choices as a very intrinsic part of our storytelling. And I think that's how we enable it at Shell.
Great. That's a internal fight that I have every time I have to launch a big campaign on sustainability. Anyway, moving on to Ruchika. Ruchira, sorry. How would you be addressing this problem at Diageo?
So first of all, I want to dispel a notion that the two of them don't matter or they're different things, right? All of our data today is telling us that young millennials and Gen Z actually want brands that are more conscious, not just about their role in the planet and the future of the planet, but also in delivering to them propositions that are not going to result in a larger harm or a larger issue in the environment. And this is true. This is also true in India, which we think of as a more of a developing nation with lower per capita income. And we've seen it repeatedly on every single brand. So first of all, the two cannot and should not, in my opinion, I'm putting a very strong point of view, forward should not be two separate veins of activity. You know, this we're doing this advertising for sustainability and we're doing this advertising for the product. Just like Anshika said, we also integrate brand purpose with the larger, like I spoke about the Spirit of Progress goals, which are our global goals. Brand purposes are derived from those SOP goals, what we call SOP 2030. Every brand has to have a purpose, even if you're never advertised. What is your purpose and what do you bring to the life of the consumer, which is larger than just the product delivery? Every single brand, right? And I have many brands in the portfolio, global as well as Indian. We then use that to actually drive, like you said, walk the talk. And walking the talk happens when you have backward integration, when your plants are doing a really good job on water efficiency, you're using renewable sources, you're employing people across the diversity spectrum. Only then can you start talking about the fact that your brand is actually going to do good. Otherwise, you're just talking. You're not really doing anything about it. I think Gurmeet, you spoke about that, and Ajay did as well. And finally, when you put out communication, there is no doubt, and I've shared this as part of another different forum on diversity and inclusion. Communication that is diverse, that talks to larger values, has a longer, not just medium, but a long-term impact, not just on equity, but also on sales. So there is a direct correlation that's been presented. There are many data and there are many business cases on this. So there is, not, you know, to your point, Soumya, it's not a business case that needs to be made anymore, right? The last part is we do it, for example, on two of our largest trademarks. The one trademark is Johnny Walker, where we've got various extension brands and experiences that we market. In that, we actually got Aravani. Aravani works with people from across the gender spectrum and particularly with the transgender community. And we gave them large community spaces where they could actually put up their art. Aravani recently was at the Venice Biennale, and they were one of the most feted people presenting their art over there. So we gave them space to be able to talk their stories, and we worked with them on how we could actually build a larger conversation internally. Equally, for example, on signature packaged drinking water, we are in fact involved near Puri with mangrove regeneration. They're not only the largest carbon sinks, but they safeguard the coastline against all kinds of climate, concerns. And they're also great for livelihood because mangroves are what result in better fishing opportunities, better, all kinds of basically community resilience and economic growth. So when we do this and then we talk about it, that's what we build back in our advertising and our communication. So three things. The two are not separate. Consumers want to know about it. Two, it has to come from your brand purpose. No brand should not have a purpose for what they stand for. And the third, when you do it correctly, you actually get a huge impact both on medium and then on long term. Maybe not the short term. And a lot of performance marketing that came to the fore through COVID actually took away the real importance of building equity for the medium and the long term. And guess what? A lot of those companies are having to recraft or redraft their spend strategies because they figured that performance marketing actually going down the funnel, those ROIs are in diminishing returns.
Yeah, so I agree with you, Ruchira. Like, it's very important to integrate sustainability in your value chains while you communicate about your sustainability efforts. And I would like to tell you, I did a consumer research piece for Zomato to understand whether the consumers care about a brand getting into sustainability. Like, do they care how they are integrating
diversity into their value chains, or how they're making their deliveries more climate conscious. It was very Zomato centric research, but yeah, so they are like likely to order more from Zomato if they start hearing more and more stories and case studies around how Zomato is trying to build a more sustainable brand. So totally agree with you on that. Ajay, what would your take on this be?
So, yeah, I agree in a way because, whenever we say that marketers are faced with a situation where money is less and all, I kind of disagree. I disagree because, in last 25 years of my experience, I think money has grown only. The way we look at availability of money it needs a relook because today the mediums are very sharper. You know your DG very well, and you can actually at a lesser amount of money you can reach the right DG. And that's why this whole B2C piece which has gone up, and that's why the Mama's Earth of the world or many of such examples can be quoted. Where they have made it very sharp in terms of their communication reaching the right DG, and that consumes lesser money than ever. Earlier, we used to have one DD1 and everybody was to be treated similarly, and with Star Plus, and so the clutter increased. Today, the clutter has deciphered, and so money, if employed in a fashion where it has to reach the right audience, is not less but more as compared to what it used to be in the past. And Dabur being a company which is into multiple categories and brands and geographies, now we're global with the whole thing. I realize that this challenge of money has actually got sorted, at least for us here. Second thing, how do you make it more impactful? One is that when the communication has to be either it is a brand communication or a purpose communication, if it has to make an impact, it requires two things. One is extensive exposure to media, which requires money, and the second thing is that how at a bandwidth level you gel with the thought of the campaign and the brand. So I think there is a brand inside and there is a life inside. If you can marry both and come out with a communication which is more purpose driven, sells better, that gels better, and that basically gives you greater preference as compared to this thing. Two, I think consumers somehow they are able to decipher between one-off effort and a continuous effort. So if you have been continuously at a brand purpose and brand core and you've been communicating that, I think consumers understand and they kind of come with you and they realize that there's another leg. I'll just give you an example, and this is slightly weird as an example, but in Hajmola, we sell around 400 crores worth of Hajmola, and it's a large brand because it touches 400 crore consumers every year, and I think that's a large number. But at the end of the day, if you look at it, it's not a very high consideration category. You just need a rupee in your pocket to buy 4 tablets of Hajmola. So the consideration is not large, and it has got a nostalgic value because it's been there for a longer period of time. Very rarely you come across somebody who says that I don't know Hajmola. Now, in such a market when you have to, rival likes of Perfetti and some other large confectionery brands, you require some purpose-driven communication, and it doesn't come easily. And that's when you come across ideas which are more mainline. And we decided to come out with this achai ka chatkara, where achai actually, you know that there is goodness, but that goodness does not see the light of the day because a large number of small social workers are working in remote parts of India without even getting an opportunity to be showcased. And that's where, Hajmola came to forefront and we came out with this whole achai ka chatkara. And you'll be surprised that, the first time that we aired it on digital, and we spent nearly around 10 lakh rupees and all, we had 1500 user generated content on day 3. And and then the whole journey continued. We came out with the second part of it, and then we did it on ground and all. And now it's a large campaign in our minds, and which marries the brand purpose and gives purpose to a brand which was not otherwise supposed to be associated with any large cause. At the end of the day, it's a 1 rupee 4 tablet brand. What has it to do with something like a social purpose? So I think in just to sum it up, I think your brand purpose and the life inside has to go hand in hand in order to have a larger impact. Otherwise, we'll all be struggling with a communication which is either purpose driven or brand driven. I think both of them have to go together in order to make better use of money. The ROI discussions that we keep having, this thing can be swing in the favor of a brand if both of them are put together and not treated in isolation. Thank you.
Thanks, Ajay. Thanks a lot for sharing that very interesting case study about Hajmola. It's quite insightful. Harmeet, you being the CMO for the beauty brand Body Shop, how would you like sort of reach that significant reach with all of these purpose-driven campaigns, and how would you, drive the campaigns in Body Shop?
Okay, so thank you so much. But the thing is with Body Shop, okay, I joined about 18 years back. 2006 is when I joined the journey, when the Body Shop launched in India. To tell you that the Body Shop is a brand, it is a purpose-driven brand. It came, of course, from UK. As you all know, it's a British brand. And always the founder Dame Anita Roddick, she's always wanted Body Shop not to be commercial. It's not only about selling beauty products. It is about a purpose, that what are we actually going to define, that what the Body Shop can do, and what the business can do, can be a force for good. So I would say the foundation has always been on purpose, is what I would like to strongly, reiterate. In terms of our many multiple programs which are purpose driven, I would just like to say one or two. Of course, there are many. I can go on and on. But we have actually started an RRR program, which is Return, Recycle, and Repeat. This program we started in our stores, where we encourage our customers to bring back their plastic packaging. This is, of course, on sustainability and very purpose-driven, because we are a brand who is selling products, but at the same time, we are looking at, we want to be very, we want to make sure that we are not, the planet, we are protecting the planet at the same time. So we encourage customers to bring back their empty bottles, empty jars, and we, of course, reward them with something like some points, the loyalty points, which everybody loves at the end of the day, to come and shop more. These are the recycling programs which I mentioned before, which we started with the PFC, which is in Bangalore, which I believe now PFC has a lot many beauty brand partners as on date. The second program which I would just like to highlight, one is this, and the second is where now we are transforming all our stores, like the Body Shop stores are getting transformed. We call them as activist workshop stores. The stores are made out of all recyclable and sustainable material. We are not using anything which is pure plastic or we are actually only going for reclaimed wood, recycling packaging. So if you enter a Body Shop store, please do notice that the complete shopping experience what you're getting is all on sustainable material. What you have, even the desktops and even the presentation tops where the tables are, they're all actually made out of recycled material. The project was almost started. It's been almost 6 to 7 years, and this is taking time. We've already transformed many stores and many more in the process. Talking about marketing, how we want to make it very effective and optimize our spends. In today's world, as we all are discussing, that it is a very competitive scenario. So we have to know where we are putting our buck, where we know that what is our objective, what is our focus. So as I just mentioned, purpose is of course always in the forefront. This is something which we always want to be the front runners, I would say. We do a lot of these beach cleaning projects and many community small projects from time to time. But at the same time, yes, letting our consumers know, and especially the younger generations who probably may not know what is the origin, what is the brand ethos, where it's coming from. We're actually wanting to educate them and letting them know that what we want to do for them and what we want to do for the communities, so that they get more aware as to the Body Shop purpose, to be there as not just a beauty brand, but a brand with a very deep DNA. So this is what actually I can go on and on. There are many more programs we've done. We've done 50 plus projects, programs in the last 18 years in India. Just to talk about few projects like Light a Little Life, where we worked with the foundation, with the Middle Foundation. where we actually helped all the COVID, the kids post-COVID, medical conditions in orphanage, and they have kids, who became orphans post-COVID, and we actually did this program where we collected donations and we went ahead and we helped out these kids for their education and health. And we did this program extensively for 6 months in 2021. So these are the things which I think, which I would say defines us at the end of the day. Yes, we are in business, we are in beauty business, but at the same time we want to do, which is much required in today's world, which is helping all helping the communities and of course protecting our planet at the end of the day, because we take that responsibility. Thank you.
Thanks, Amit. I, for myself, love buying from body shop, and it's great to know the extended information that you just provide. Like you are conducting so many initiatives and projects around the country. Okay, so we are done with the panel, but if we have any questions for any of the panelists from the audience, then we be taking that.
Ladies and gentlemen, the floor is now open for questions and answers. In case you have a question, simply raise your hand and we should pass on a mic.
Hi, good afternoon, all of us sitting here. I am Ashita Modi, and I am a brand marketer myself. And today, when we're talking about all these stories, purpose-driven marketing, this is something that actually pulled me to choose marketing in the first place as a career choice. So today, a lot of the statements that were made do resonate with me, but there's always a question that keeps going on in my head again and again, and I feel that today is the floor where I can ask this. Is that when we are sitting, with big budgets for marketing spends, and we're making those decisions, especially purpose-driven decisions, because usual marketing decisions have a direct ROI. But when we are trying to alter the brand positioning of a brand that has been there for some time, and all the panelists here, we're taking care of brands that have been there for at least a decade. So how much of it is driven by consumer insights? How much of it is driven by compliances? And how much of it is driven by pure emotional philanthropy? That, okay, I have this position of power, or we together as a company or as a brand sit in a position of power and let us do something good for the society. The reason I'm asking this is because when I am sitting in those meetings, I don't know that what should be given maximum weightage. So this is what I want to ask.
Do you want to direct this question to?
No. This is for all of us. Okay. I mean, everyone. This is, I think, a question that everybody.
So, hi, it's a very, very interesting question. I think it's very important these days, and young marketers like you all, who are in the core of all these decision making. We, of course, day to day, we face this when we make our budgets. As you know, the marketing budgets are there. And how do we actually have to prioritize our budgets and the dissemination of these budgets? So, to get back to your question, it's a priority. It's the way the organization works. What is the organization looking at? Yes, very important that you're spending the money, you need to get ROI. We can never forget that. But there is a percentage of budget which is actually for building the brand, which cannot happen just in a month or 3 months. It is something which you need to, I would say consistently you need to be investing. So this is something which, of course, you have an alignment within your department or with your managers as to how we are going ahead and aligning this budget to make sure that we get ROI with the spends what we are doing, where we, of course, want to only invest money where we get a decent ROI, or also invest money in programs or in certain things where where the brand can be more approachable and more meaningful, I would say, to the customers, to your TG. So this is something I think it's very internal, and we all have alignment. And of course, that's the reason you have strategy meetings, you have annual meetings, you have bi-annual meetings, and that is where you discuss all these things. That is your plan forward.
Just to add to what you said, really. You asked 3 questions, right? Is it consumer insight driven? Is it brand building driven? ROI driven? Is it compliance or emotional, whatever? Compliance or emotional, whatever. First of all, everything is insight driven. There is nothing without insights. So your core consumer insight should look at saying, if this is my brand purpose, this is my consumer TA, how am I best communicating the value of that purpose to that particular target audience? So first of all, insights is a must, and it has to come from something that consumers are resonating with. Yeah? The second one that you asked is compliance. Compliance is the worst reason to do anything. The worst, absolutely the worst. Compliance instead should be almost like saying we are also compliant, but we are brand building. Right? It is necessary, not sufficient. It is an underlying condition, but it's not the reason why you do a campaign. To the third point, it's about how you want to craft your brand and your vision. So you can keep the organization aside. Some of the best brand work happened when a brand manager believed that their brand had a role in the life of the consumer, which was much larger than what the organization saw. And it's not always going to come with big budgets. In fact, I have been the most liberated in my career when I didn't have budgets. And I could actually go out and do what was right for the brand and do it in a way that I felt was important to consumers to sell. Right? So the last one I'd say is people underemphasize the role of M&Es, which is measurement of effectiveness. Always, always measure. Find cheap ways to do it, find expensive ways to do it, whatever your budgets can take, and never let development costs get out of whack. But always measure. You will learn, you will course correct, and you will get better and better at delivering both ROI and brand purpose, which is insight driven. Yeah?
If you ask me whatever, all the questions got answered, I mean, a little bit of advice for a young marketer. I don't know which brand you are looking after and all that, but the task becomes so much more easier if you are into, say, a purpose for a longer term as a brand. So that every time that you do something, it adds and it creates a synergy. To in case you are faced with a brand where there is brand purpose is not aligned with social purpose and all, try doing that. And by that, when we say that Vatika is a brand which is for women, find out the cause behind that and try to communicate so that everything that you do as a brand task also satisfies the social task in a way. And so for instance, glucose for us is actually energy brand. It's around 300 crore odds of glucose, and we have many ways in which we can communicate. One of them was mainline when we pick up the cause of a certain kind and then associate with that, so that both get communicated together and there is no dilemma in terms of whether I do this or that. Life, to be or not to be is something not to be faced when your cause becomes your brand. Our brand becomes your cause. I hope I answered.
I'm all good, but I think there were 3 points that you raised. Insight-driven regulatory or philanthropy. I think I will just wrap up the question by saying that there is no organization that is a business of philanthropy. I think just to go back to the body shop example, we do recycled work within our shops, not because it's philanthropy, it's because consumers are really looking up to brands which are making conscious choices on the environment. So I think that's the reason, and it's not because it's cheaper or is it because some of the leadership in the organization thinks a certain way. So yeah, all insight driven has to be rooted to answer and respond to how consumer preferences are being driven in favor of brand.
Due to the paucity of time, these are the only questions that we'll be able to answer as of now. But in case you have any more questions, feel free to jot them down on Twitter. Please do not forget to use the hashtag E4M2Good Conference. And with the same, let's bring up a very enthusiastic chair for this session. Could I please request everyone standing up forward for a picture? And we'd like to present a small token of appreciation to our panelists for their insights and time, and requesting the session chair to kindly do yours. And to present the token of appreciation to this session chair, please welcome the Associate Director, Marketing and Events Exchange for Media, Priyanka Bhadoria. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause. Thank you. Quickly towards the next session, expert session talking about social impact marketing, winning the consumers on the way. This expert session will explore how social impact marketing can win over consumers. We will discuss successful campaigns and strategies that have effectively engaged consumers while driving positive social change. Joining us on stage, amidst your applause, please welcome Mr. Parijab Chakrabarti, India Lead Public Affairs Corporate Reputation, ESG, CSR Ipsos.
Can we have the presentation on the screen, please? Okay, here it is. Good afternoon, everybody. I'm dangerously standing, literally and figuratively, with you and the lunch. So, if food is in your mind, don't roast me. Right. Okay, all right. So, I'll take you through some of our learning in this space, that when we are talking about social impact marketing, which obviously includes communications as well, how do we win the customers? There are so many questions which are related to how do I justify my ROI? How do I justify the spend that I am making here? Is it really going to come back to me? And so and so. And those questions are genuine in everybody's mind. So, how do we win this game? Okay, so a quick look in terms of who are we. I'm sure half of the audience would be knowing Ipsos, and that's half may not, or may not know as much as we do. We're essentially a research and insight organization, one of the leading in the world, in the top 2 or 3 in all the 90-odd markets that we operate. And we essentially provide insights and guidance to our clients on society, markets, people. Because at the end of the day, to run a business, to run an organization, you need insights on this, which could be something related to your product, your program, your initiative, or anything that you are interested in, right? So, let's come back to that topic. Do good is definitely something everybody's mind, and we all want to do. But we also get entangled in a soup of too many words, too many letters that's floating around, and there are many different ways many people define it. Some call it sustainability, some call it society, some call it, like today morning we were probably a bit more concerned about the climate part of it, right? Had it been a pleasant weather time, our concern about climate would have been a little lesser. We would have been more concerned about maybe societal part of it, or so on. So it's a plethora of words, letters. We like to call it an in a together sense. We like to call it ESG, where you get the environment, societal, as well as the governance aspects of a corporate getting covered. So anybody is free to use any word or any terminology for that matter, But for this session, I'll be using ESG, sustainability, social, all these things quite interchangeably. Why we call it ESG? Because that is the context where we are able to create a sustainable and prosperous world where the people gets the support for their potentials to really come to the level that they deserve to be. The prosperity for everybody, not only the people or the haves or the have-nots, it is also for the planet. The planet can be positive also. We are always taking it from the planet, right? So there could be the other extreme of that as well. So that's the context where I would like to put this thought in your mind about ESG, that it's better to look at in a context of complete E, S, and G rather than just looking at only climate or just looking at only social or the divide or diversity or poverty and other things like that. We do, as a research organization, one of the largest in the world, we do run lots of research globally. Some of these are continuing as old as maybe 30 years. So this is one we do, we call it what worries the world. So we measured it across, we started with some 30 markets, now we do it for I think 49 or 50 countries. Every year we measure it, that what are the major issues and the worries people have. And all these very high level macro trends do give rise to a lot of insights in terms of how the societal structure is changing, what are the priorities of people changing, and so and so. Now, one thing we will find that a lot of those worries are related to, obviously inflation being a very important one and at everybody's mind today, poverty, social inequality, crime. So all these components of E, S, and G are finally, hovering or cluttering the the most important sets of elements. That also tells us that when I'm looking at social impact, social aspect of any of the things that we are doing, there are a host of things to know, understand, think, act, rather than maybe one or two things that we are passionate about. I'm just widening the perspective because in isolation, if we work, there will always be a limited result. And the moment we get into the holistic context, all our efforts will be far more beneficial for the entire world, for that matter. Now, there are worries, and people are talking about that. Yes, there will be some entities we should take care of it. So that's from another pretty interesting research where we asked these people globally that who do you think has the responsibilities? And you can see the most of the responsibility, according to the public opinion, lies on government. Yes, government definitely have responsibilities to take care of the entire sustainability, poverty, and whatnot. Everywhere the government has it. The second most, the citizen themselves, and close to that is the private organizations. And majority of the audience on this floor today are representing these private companies, right? So there is a lot of expectation people have from the private companies that companies will contribute to that. So the purpose of a company or a commercial organization is to maximize shareholders' benefits. That's given. You will do that. But that's not the end of it. There is a lot of expectations from you to give back and take care of all those challenges, all the worries, all the problems that we have. And that's a very high expectation. And more worrisome is that there is a big gap between to what extent they think the responsibility lies on the private companies and to what extent they are living up to that expectation. You can see this 41 versus 25%. What does it mean that 41% is the magnitude of people who are expecting private companies will be responsible or who have responsibilities for doing good for the society, apart from making money and all the other things that they're doing. But at the same time, they're not living up to the expectation. Government is also not living up to the expectations, according to them, right? But to a great extent, they're patting on their back that, well, citizen also has responsibilities, 46%, and 41% are saying that, okay, we are doing good job. So it's a state of affairs in the mind of people where the two major cohorts of people, government and private companies, have lots of expectations that I have from them. They are not doing as much, but we as the citizen, individuals, we are doing a lot. Right? Okay, let's park this aside and proceed. We'll come back to this thought. Now, at the same time, there is a lot of understanding that, well, companies are expected to make money, but they can make money and at the same time support good causes at the same time. Now, gradually, this is also moving towards, it's not that they can, it is they should. And that is where the thing is shifting towards, and that connected with the expectations that we have seen in the previous slide. So they have responsibilities they're not living up to, and they can do good along with making money. Then why shouldn't they be doing it? And that is where the expectation mismatches happen. When the moment you are communicating to this audience, we need to understand what's going on in their mind, how they will be processing our communications, how they will be looking at our positioning, our pricing, our everything that we talk or we don't talk about. And I think we saw it in one of the presentations in the morning. It's like, yes, the organizations which are high on their sustainability, ESG performance, that means they are doing good beyond the financials, that is the obvious thing that they're expected to do. There is always an attractiveness of investors, and there is always an added attractiveness as an employer. People love to be associated with organizations who are good on that. And in this context, I'd also like to remind that there are three components, like the environment, society, and the governance element. Well, these three corporates can manage, control, and in one of this research, it turned out to be that these three are quite significantly distributed. That means all three are important. It's not only the environment part of it. Why I'm repeating this? Because we tend to, at times, we tend to give, quote unquote, undue importance only on the environment part of it. Now, environment is super critical, no doubt about it. I'm never ever questioning that. But that shouldn't be at the cost of other aspects of it. Then the social aspects may not get the due advantage, due attention that it demands. Since morning, we have heard of so much of good stories by different organizations, great their sourcing of raw material to whatnot. All these are a part of governance as well, right, of the organization. Now, as a responsible corporate, if we are not focusing the governance as much, will always be there will always be one side which is weaker. All I'm trying to say is that all three are important. It is not only the environment which is to be looked at in this context. And when we look at the consumer, how do they perceive? Well, 80% feel that we are heading to a disaster. So we must do something. There has to be something which is to be done. So there is an urgency. So there is an already realization among the consumers. So our communications, our specific messages are likely to be receptive to them rather than just going over their heads or they're not caring for that. That's not the case. And also almost two-thirds of the population has at least this belief or the intention that if the product is from a responsible, the brand is from a responsible house and doing the more responsible work, I'm probably ready to shell out a little bit more, right? So that's a big question. That's a holy grail. We all the marketeers and the we're trying to figure out when is that sweet point, how much is it 1 rupee extra, is it now there is no one single answer to that, right? It's extremely contextual, and I would also warn that it is not to be looked at as something it is obvious. It is yet to resonate. The behavior of the people is yet to resonate to that intention level. I feel like I'm ready to shell out a little more extra, but it's still to come to that level where I can really start counting it. So right now, our recommendation will be let's not count that part. In some context, in some products, in some market, at some price point, at some communication context, it is proven to be giving a better ROI, and sometimes it is not yet because this market is also developed. These communications are also developed, right? So let's park this aside. There is a big say-do gap. I say that I will pay more, but in my actual behavior could be not necessarily yet to that level. Understand this word yet, because there is a strong movement towards that, but not necessarily it is for all the type of products everywhere. Okay, now we also try to understand, well, do they really believe that what are the actions to be taken, because they think that they're doing their job. So 7 out of 10 people feels that yes, I'm taking all the actions that are possible for me, and I know what is going to save the country, save the world from climate change and things like that. But a very okay, just moved. But a more detailed analysis shows us that mostly they are wrong in assessing their ability to understand what matters, to what extent they know. They don't even know that they don't know, right? So that is where the reality is, and they means obviously we all included, right? So we wanted to plot different, on these two axes, that to what extent it has a impact if I reduce less car, if I have a more, renewable electricity, if I do a more recycling, and so and so. And to what extent it is having real impact, which is by some scientific assessment. And then on the other axis, I have to what extent we, the people in this world, we perceive it to be, right? And we find there is a big gap in what I believe and what is true. There are areas which are more closer and closer to us. We have a get a touch and feel day-to-day life. Things like I'm using less packaging or more packaging, items that I'm using, or I'm recycling things and stuff like that, which are something you can always feel, right? Those are the ones gets more than deserving importance in the mind of the people. So the perceived impact is very high. And people feel that, well, by doing so, I'm doing a great job by making this whole world more sustainable. But the real impact on those are relatively far lower as compared to things which are very difficult for us to even imagine or difficult for us to even, connect with, like living car free. You can't even imagine in a place like Delhi, or efficient housing. Now, if you have an energy efficient housing, the kind of impact it gives back is far more, far better than what you would have done by having a frugal lifestyle. So, what I'm essentially telling is that the people feel that they know what they're supposed to do and they are doing, but their understanding is misplaced. There is a role that obviously corporate and the brands can play, because this belief to gap is quite wide, right? So where are we in India? It's a complex mix of high concern. People we have seen that highly concerned about this entire sustainability issues. They have good intentions. Everybody wants to contribute some way or the other. There is a serious lack of knowledge. So it's a quite a confusing and chaotic situation out there. And no wonder, brands are also experimenting. There are very few brands who have a clarity in terms of what to do, how to do, when to do, right? I'm not saying that it has to be cast on stone because this landscape is changing. So it will be always on a work in progress document, what the brand is supposed to do. But in that clarity lacks because of the way the situation is. A lot of understanding is pending. A lot of things have to really evolve. Our suggestion is that let's not wait for the clarity to come in. Let's embrace the chaos. The chaos is there, and this is the time to really win the customers. Because if we help in resolving this chaos, if we help in communicating within this chaos and be able to communicate through that, I'll be I'll have the early movers advantage as compared to somebody who is probably waiting for things to get clear. Because at the end of the day, many research shows that if everything else is same, my product, quality, price, availability, etc., which is the case in many categories, right? It's very cluttered and me too kind of a product in most of the categories. If everything else remains same, the sustainability or ESG is a big differentiator. That can be my final decision towards a particular brand or towards a particular product will have a significant influence coming from if the product or the brand is more sustainable, more ESG centric or not. Because all other things are commoditized and similar. We did a segmentation also globally as well as in India to understand that these sets of people who have different mindsets, how are they classified? I'm not getting into very much details on that. You can come to our website and then download from there as well for details. So it was on the basis of these two axes that to what extent people in this world have the concerns or the lack of it, and to what extent they have their actions around that on the context of the entire sustainability. And we found 5 different segments which exist globally. But when we repeated that in India, we found that 3 segments are emerging as the most prominent one. There are 2 extremes. One set of people, highly sensitized, they are almost like activists, but don't go by the literal meaning of this word, because these segments have a feeling like that. And they won't be on the roads to demonstrate something, but yeah, they do make a lot of changes on their lifestyle. They do talk about it. They do go extra mile to adopt a sustainable product. They do shell out more money to get the same product or service, more sustainable options and like that. So that's one area which is definitely the sets of people who are concerned and then and they want to do something about it. The other extreme, we call it disengaged denialist. The people are really, I mean, they don't believe this story of no, the world is fine. This is overblown. There's only some sets of people who are making out some stories around that. Either that or disengaged people like, what can I do? This has already gone to the dooms, like that. So that's one type of extreme negative and extreme positive sets of people. And in between, there is a huge chunk of, we call it busy bystanders. I mean, these are the people, okay, let me just proceed with the other 2 pragmatic and conflicted people are really lesser in India. But if you look at these 3 segments, the activists are the one who feel like it's a critical stage. It requires some attention of the other. We have to compromise our lifestyle. We have to do something to really save the world from getting further into going down the drain. while the visible bystanders are like, they appreciate, they acknowledge there is a climate change, but it's a bit overblown. It's not to that extent. And also, to what extent I can do. I have so much of things to manage in my life. You know, my job, my family, my career, my this, that, and then what do I do with if the icebergs are melting? Like that. So it is that kind of. So there is an appreciation, there is an acknowledgement of that this thing is happening. But to a great extent, they're so busy in their other parts of life, they become a bystander. So there is a big inertia for them to get into actions, anything related to that. While the activist will be the first one to jump into action and do something and change in their life to adopt something green, adopt something sustainable, adopt something cool. And the disengaged, the denialists are like, it's like it's all done. It's either it's like environment is not a concern, these are all lunatic, or this is like that, what can you do? I'm not going to take any action. My action is not going to help. So this is broadly these three segments emerging, and we have a few tips for how to communicate or how to win these three segments. Obviously, the activists, they are the more receptive, they are the easier one to win for that matter. And they talk about the sustainable products and services. They want to hear. They want to be associated with things like that. Even some of the government-backed programs, they want to be. There is such a Swachhata Abhiyan going on, such a celebration going on. They want to be a part of it, right? And you will now as a brand, you can actually provide them a platform to express because this not only talking about the sustainability efforts and practices, that activist in their mind, give them a platform, and you will win them very easily. The other one, the disengaged denialists, hard not to crack because they are completely in a denial state, right? Now, what difference can I make? So here it is the co-benefit. We can't say that use my product because it's sustainable. They'll never buy it, right? Now, it has to be in a more subtle way, a co-benefit, and gradually, and with patience, we have to handle this segment so that gradually they move into the realization that, well, their denial state is not going to help anybody, neither themselves. Then the biggest one, the 41% of Indian, whom we call busy bystanders, and they have difficult life, and many of us are, in this room will actually be a part of this busy bystanders one. For us, time is precarious, and somewhere deep in my heart, we feel some guilty that, well, the AC is on for long, the light is on, the kid has kept the light on. It's not the money that my electricity bill will become 3 rupees more, right? It is that concern. Now, do I always get up and switch it off? Maybe not, right? So that we are the ones where we have a lot of frictions. We have a lot of dilemma in the way we handle the cues coming in and the actions that we force ourselves to do or take. And that is where a lot of things the brands can do. And because this is where we have to reduce the frictions for them. We have to process the guilt that we have. Now, if I'm able to see there is somebody, some brand is demonstrating something which is actually a part and parcel of my life, or I do experience sometime, a person like me will probably start changing our behavior pretty easily, right? And that is where once that friction moves, the sustainable options are provided, a lot of these people are expected to move quickly towards activism. They may not be so overtly active and always active like the activist group like that, but even a small portion of these can be, moved towards, on that side it's a great achievement for all the brands or all the companies collectively. Okay, so now how we are going to win them on the way? Just to summarize, price is not moving. Okay. Yeah, so what we have seen that Indian consumer, whom we are trying to win over, is polarized by two ends, activist type and denial type, and there is a huge confused segment somewhere in the middle. What we can do? We can definitely have parallel conversations and different targeted for these different sets of people. Because one communication which is meant for activists will not touch the denialist or even the some of the busy bystanders. That depends on what is the brand proposition, what is the purpose that the brand has, what is that we are trying to move from point A to point B. Once we have those understanding, we can then curb our communications accordingly. And it has to be tailored, both the positioning as well as the pricing. Because at the end of the day, we are not talking about charity, we are talking about making serious money. And that is where the pricing is going to come in. Now, whether we will be talking about price or not, that's a different strategy altogether. That's more of price communication strategy. But during this course, one thing we have to be absolutely clear about, which was also one of the point of discussion in the previous panel discussion, no greenwashing. People can see through greenwashing. If there is lack of authenticity, it will take just, you wonder how short time it takes for people to see through. And then getting back that credibility, it takes ages. Like they say, the reputation, comes on feet and goes back on horseback. So it's like that. So it's like the entire reputation can be at stake for any kind of greenwashing. And why I'm stressing on that, because there will be temptations that we are doing something, we are making some money, we're not sure whether the ROI will be coming in or not, because many of these things will not be absolutely sure of that ROI will be there tomorrow. So there will be a temptation to go a little extra and maybe on bordering on that line of greenwashing, which more often than not backfires. And this is the context where it can actually differentiate in a club. 9 out of 10 people in this on this floor will be from a brand which has another 2 or 3 brands which are pretty much look-alike. It's a cluttered world we live in. Even our work is like that. Now, at the end of the day, for the customers, it is the me, my world, and then the world comes in. Now, if me and my world is kind of getting cluttered and similar, it is the world part. That means, is this something that I'm doing good for the world? And that becomes a differentiator. So, before the real food, my last slide to feed some food for thoughts. Well, it's all about 3 elements of, you call it sustainability, you call it social impact, you call it ESG, but all these 3 are important, and often if you triangulate it, the cumulative advantage is far more than taking only one aspect of it. There's a lot of high expectation people have from government and corporates. We better know it. It's not that we are educating the consumers and that's what we can do, or we can communicate whatever we want. People are expecting a lot from corporate. The say do that, that means they may say that, well, I'm ready to pay a little extra, but on a real asset test in the context where my actual behavior, am I really taking out my purse and then paying extra? It is yet not visible across all categories, across all contexts. So it's very important to understand it from the category context point of view. And in many of these cases, it's the co-benefit, not the core benefit of the products, right? And that's why our communication has to be, in the same context. We have a large share of Indians who are in the denial or lack of clarity stage. We have a believe true gap, and this is not only Indians, everywhere in the world. People think that I'm doing my bit, I'm doing sacrificing so much. It is the government, it is the corporate who are not doing their part as much, like that. So that's a reality that we have. So our in this context, we have to bring in and play our reputation. Because if the organization has the credibility, the reputation on the sustainable initiatives, that can be leveraged significantly. You have to measure it to manage it and channelize it properly in this context. And last but not the least, doing good is a serious business. So at the end of the day, it's about making money in a good way. And we need to understand and connect, triangulate a lot of macro, micro trends and the evolving consumer behavior. Because it's changing every day. Because people are also getting exposed to a lot of stimuli and etc. So we can only stay ahead of the curve by connecting all these macro, micro trends and understanding the consumer behavior. So yes, that's about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Chakravarti. Could I please request you to kindly join us in the center of the stage?
Yes.
We'll be taking the questions offline, sir. I must offer my sincerest apologies due to the paucity of time. We'll be taking questions. We'll be taking questions offline. Thank you.
Unable to hear me. So I'll come to you, sir. So there's a lot of noise. I can't hear you. I'll come to you.
And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for your time and sharing the insights, please welcome Mr. Ruhail Arvind, Senior Editor, Exchange for Media Group. The gentleman will be available to take your questions offline. And for now, requesting everyone to kindly join us for a quick lunch. Please be back by 2:20 for the next session.
अब आ गया शेर देखो कल जो आज मैं गोलियां मारूंगा nomination to fill Urdu का भी already people are sharing under those who actually आनी चाहिए दोस्तों दिखाएंगे हाँ थोड़ा सा ऑटोमेटिक बना रोज बात करने हाँ वो हम सॉल्व हेलो आवाज आवाज आ रही है आपको हेलो
और बाइक हेलो ठीक है ओके नंदू क्या हुआ भाई नंदू ऑडियो क्या हुआ क्या कह रहे हो तो भाई कैसे ले जाओगे बताओ Sure. I'll afford it to you. Or with WhatsApp and video is like 500 MB.
Check, 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 check. हाँ भाई पीछे आ रहा है. Check, check one two, check. नहीं यार एक सेकंड रुकना, एक सेकंड रुकना. Check, check, check.
Ladies and gen- Ladies and gentlemen, check, check. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope that you all have enjoyed your lunch. Requesting everyone to kindly start settling down as in next 10 minutes we are about to begin with the next session. Requesting everyone to kindly settle down as in the next 60 seconds we are about to begin with the next session. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope that you all enjoyed your lunch. The next session is a fireside chat. The topic at hand is social impact of advertising. In this fireside chat, we will delve into the profound impact of advertising on society, discover how advertising campaigns can not just drive brand awareness, but also promotes social change and addresses the critical issues at hand. Our speakers will explore the strategies and approaches that make advertising a powerful tool for social impact. Join me as I welcome our speaker. Please give it up for Dipali Nair, Group CMO, CK Birla Group. In conversation with Jaymeet Kaur, Senior Correspondent, Exchange for Media Group. A quick healthy reminder to kindly put your mobile phones on silent or vibrate only mode.
Thank you.
Welcome all. I feel a little scared when I'm allotted the post-lunch session, so I don't see anybody snoozing in the audience. We both will try our best, Dipali ma'am and I, since we are already very much in conversation almost every second day, to keep you people entertained with good brands and their good campaigns. And I actually would like to give everybody 2 to 3 minutes to kind of settle down so that we can begin with the discussion with no disturbances in the background. People at the back, if you could please.
A big shout out to the people who've got a sweet tooth. I understand. You can bring your dessert plates on the table and join us, in case you still haven't finished.
Shall we begin?
Yes, please, Jenny. Thank you.
So when we talk about CSR campaigns, I'm sure all the people who are of my generation here would remember on the top of their minds, they would remember PNG Shiksha. If not anything, PNG is the one word that comes to our minds a lot when we think about CSR campaign done by brands which have stick through our memory over the years. How do you think is the impact and the reach of CSR campaigns in today's times where digital-led campaigns are taking over more?
You know, Janit, it's a very large question. And over the last 3 decades that I've spent in sales and marketing, my question always is a campaign that has been done, which gets associated with your brand, what is it doing and where is it working? So let me ask you a question. Have you switched to any of the PNG brands because you saw the Shiksha campaign?
No.
But you think very highly of the PNG brand. I mean, you mentioned that you're very impressed and you remember the campaign, but you think highly of the PNG brand, right? Yeah. I suspect that where the campaign is working is increasing the esteem of the brand PNG. So it works for investors,
it works for corporate citizens, it works at an employer brand level, and somewhere creates a sheen from a consumer perspective, but may or may not work at a level where the consumer will make a switch to one of the P&G brands on account of just that campaign. I think it's this understanding which both the boards as well as the marketing teams, they need to have and they need to drive to say that when you have campaigns such as Shiksha, at what level are they working?
Right. To be honest, all I remember about PNG Shiksha was after every advertisement of their Whisper sanitary pad, we heard, आप हमारा हर प्रोडक्ट लेते हैं, हम ₹1 शिक्षा की तरफ देते हैं, औरतों की शिक्षा की तरफ लगाते हैं. That is one hook line. Is the only reason why I remember that CSR campaign. I do not know how much actually it impacts and how actually it's working on what level.
Yeah. You know, I mean, I would even go out on a limb and say that it's perhaps creating post-purchase resonance. You know, you feel good that, you know, after you've made the purchase that you've contributed in some manner. But what CEOs and marketers need to understand is that it may not make me drive market share. Right. So I think it's that nuance that I want to talk about when you talk about the Shiksha campaign.
Great.
And it's not that there have been studies that are done or that I have done a research to find this out, but it is my instinct over the last 30 years when I have seen you know, consumer studies and spoken to consumers and spent time both sometimes driving market share, sometimes driving, you know, brand advocacy, that the campaigns such as Shiksha are working at the level of employer brand once again. They create a sheen overall for the brand. They may create post-purchase resonance and positivity, but they may not make you switch brands. Yeah. I have a request for the people at the console. If we can keep quiet there, please. Thank you.
Wow. Okay, getting back on track. Then if you feel that it does not make a buyer change their purchase decision, how do you feel does a brand CSR campaign have social tangible benefits on its consumers specifically? Let's keep the investor and stakeholders part aside.
You know, I want to give you two examples, and they're from a very different nature. One gets into the campaign level, the other doesn't even get into the campaign level. One of the best examples that I have personally experienced is I walked into an IKEA store and I have seen products that I may anyway want to purchase, and then discovered while looking at that product that it is made out of, I think, the grass material which is burnt by farmers in up north, right? And they've utilized it. There is no price premium I have to pay for that product. It is everyday use. It has a genuine functional use for me. The material has not been used in any inferior manner. As a consumer, I'm not making a compromise, you know. But I think what they did very interesting, and this is, you know, a retail brand, right? What they did very interesting is the write-up that they did, you know, which is to say that, look, that's the material we are using. So in some way we are contributing to, you know, environment or, you know, doing good for the society. You know, to me, when something fits into my daily life, you know, I think it's a great campaign. Right. Some of the older ones that I remember, which now have become relevant, although they were not done in the similar fashion, is so MAC, the cosmetics brand, you know, for years has ran a scheme that you bring 6 products back and you can get 1 new product free, right? So it was recycling. They started it many years ago. It was not just recycling, somewhere it was loyalty also. So you're driving both loyalty and recycling as a concept. By the way, they just stopped it. I don't know why they've stopped it, but you know, on their website, you still read about recycling. So I guess they're still telling you, please bring this product back, but you don't get any benefit out of it. I think to me, that also, if they combine their whole loyalty and recycling issue together, I think is a great idea where you're making it work for the consumer without the consumer compromising anything. In fact, you're providing certain benefit, you know, to the consumer.
So, yeah, please.
Sorry. So I wanted to give you these 2 examples in the context of the Shiksha philanthropic brand. I feel that if there are brands who genuinely are recycling material, not making me compromise anything as a consumer, I think that's when they're really doing good in a societal context.
Right, actually makes sense. I know that the Body Shop as well does something like that, that you bring in the empty plastic containers back, and I think they give you some reward loyalty points in return. I think they have also recently stopped giving loyalty points. It's just about you feeling good by giving the empty bottles. But
I still remember I used to live in Bombay, and there was some retailer chain which, if you brought in a cloth bag, you know, gave you a $5 off. Okay, that was interesting. I don't know whether it should have been $5 or $2 or even a $1, but I thought positively about it. You know, they're not saying anything to me. They're not saying don't use plastic or that we won't give you a paper bag or we will charge you for a paper bag. I don't remember any of that. But they said if you brought in a cloth bag, you know, you show it to us and you're taking groceries in it, you get you know, whatever benefit. So I think campaigns, first of all, we must not look at them only as advertising campaigns. I think campaigns are all around us, but campaigns that drive good behavior on part of the consumer, you know, and or make them sensitive to what's happening in the environment are, I think, the kind of campaigns that I really admire. We must all acknowledge that all campaigns will not make you do all these campaigns may or may not make you do a brand switch. You know, that's very important to remember.
right, makes it. So at the end of the day, it boils down to this, that the consumer at the end of the day cares about doing something good for the society, but at no extra cost and no extra inconvenience.
I would think
I
so.
mean, yeah, in the blunt black and white way, that's what it is, right? I want to feel good about myself, but I don't want to pay an extra buck for it, kind of. So brands have to think in that perspective, that they don't overcharge or surcharge their product to the consumer while making them feel good about buying the product. Correct. Uh, Brings me to another aspect, that there are also a lot of brands that turn to misleading claims or greenwashing their initiatives. How do you think, how deeply is this rooted right now in the problem? Second of all, how easier is this supposed to happen on digital medium, because things are way more easier to get fake and misleading on digital medium. So both the aspects, one by one.
I think if somebody wanted to do a misleading claim, it happened in the backward days of only television also. I think that's about the ethics and the moral compass that guides an organization. I don't think it is anything to do with, you know, digital or print medium. If you want to make a false claim or you want to do an exaggeration which is, you know, moral, where the moral compass is moving, I don't think it's to do with digital medium. That's one, right? Having said that, you use the word greenwashing. To me, the moral responsibility is not just about greenwashing. To me, the moral responsibility in customer centricity and being an ethical organization is all about no overclaim either. I think the effort needs to be made in ensuring that you're making a consumer's life more convenient. You're making a consumer's life, you know, simpler. And I think if you drive your efforts towards that, then hopefully you will not be standing at a place where you're making false claim about your product or trying to greenwash, you know, your product.
Right. Also brings me to the aspect where CSR initiatives are very prevalent on the digital medium now, but the key to them is also the storytelling aspect. They have become more impactful because of the kind of storytelling that brands do. I would like you to go in depth about the same topic of how brands have been able to make their CSR initiatives more impactful and powerful because of storytelling.
Jenny, not just about storytelling. I think once again, I just want to say that marketing campaigns, marketing vehicles, the communication assets that you have evolved over a period of time. Not just for the story that you're doing in the CSR, but for the story that you're doing overall for the brand. You know, let me explain this with an example. You know, back when I used to work at Marico, I used to manage a brand called Medicare and a brand called Safola. And 20 years ago, I think the only thing we did was a television ad. So whatever it is that we wanted to say, we said it in that one ad. You know, our research would actually say there are these 5 kinds of housewife segments, but this is the common insight that is true for all the segment. So we will use that common insight and come up with one ad which has to have some big idea in terms of the way it communicated. There was still storytelling, by the way, in that ad. Okay, but the vehicle available to you was just that one television ad, and every other vehicle you used was the 360-degree communication to remind you about that ad. Okay, and the messaging needed to be absolutely similar to that, because that's how the consumer's exposure to communication vehicles worked. Today's world is different. Today, let's say I'm a brand called Tanishq. Okay, I walk into the store, I see very different kind of communication over there. I go to the social media, on LinkedIn, I see very different kind of communication. On Facebook and Instagram, I see very different kind of communication. I have an ad put out by the company. I also have influencers who are using the product and saying a few things about the company. I visit the website and it shows me the whole world of, let's say Tanishq, not just one campaign or one idea. So what is possible therefore for me as a brand to do is to have 5 different messages or 6 different messages which are congruent with each other. As long as they're not fighting with each other, I'm able to create this box, the Tanishq brand in a consumer's mind, and the consumer is willing to put all those 6 things in that mind and think positively about the brand Tanishq, right? So the question that you asked, let me correlate to what I've said. One is storytelling existed then, storytelling exists today. Okay, whether it is CSR or about the brand, that opportunity exists. What is different today is that I can coexist with a CSR message and with a brand film and with a promo offer, and with just the product comparison, all 4 things simultaneously, which wasn't possible earlier. So I think that is what has changed. So therefore, you're able to today see a lot more of the CSR campaigns existing, because you're not doing those campaigns at the cost of a brand campaign.
Right.
So that's the difference that has come from earlier to now.
Makes sense. So it's basically about creating more touch points via different aspects to keep the brand recall alive.
Yeah, and one of those touch points can always be CSR.
Right. So
It's
CSR
possible for me.
is part of the bigger umbrella rather than just being a separate segment. Makes sense. According to you, coming to the fun part of the question, according to you, which are your favorite CSR campaigns that you have remembered all while, and why?
I won't say that these are CSR campaigns, and I think I already shared the IKEA example, which in recent times, has surprised me very pleasantly. You may call it campaign, you may call it product integration. You can choose and label it whichever way you like. But I think the one example that has stayed with me throughout the last 2-3 decades is the work which was not even labeled CSR. But I think from a marketeer's life, it's extremely important for me to say that, am I moving the needle in a societal context, right? So societal context, whether it's environmental change, whether it is social change, all that matters, right? So the Tanishq mainline advertising, which showed a widow remarriage back, I think 15 or 20 years ago, and made it mainstream and showed it as if it was a matter of fact. To me, that whole campaign, while it was not a CSR campaign, was a campaign that I remember for the social change that it consciously aimed to do. There are 2-3 other campaigns that I remember out of my lifetime. I used to work for FCB Ulka, and Rath as a brand was acquired by Conagra then. And we did completely fresh packaging and advertising for Rath. And very unlike those days when all children that you would take in your advertising would have straight hair and fair, we took a dark child with curly hair, and a girl. So to me, that was also, when you're impacting somewhere, greater inclusion. So any campaign which is doing greater social inclusion, to my mind, I think personally I remember those campaigns better. And why I'm very impressed with those marketeers is because they are doing it as part of their life. You're not carving out a separate campaign and saying, okay, somewhere this will work at this overall sheen level or an employer brand level. You're at a mainstream, associating through your brand message on inclusion.
Basically, the more subtle the messaging is via a campaign, the more hard it hits the fact, drives the message home, right?
Yeah, because it will actually change mindsets.
True, it makes sense actually.
And over the years, if you look at advertising capsules, you look at advertising from the 80s, then 90s, then 2000, and you will find that in the 80s and 90s, the housewives were always shown in saris. So that has changed over the years. In which case, I don't think the advertising and the campaign work they've done, ahead of the societal work, but it's just a reflection of what is happening in the contemporary society. Why I'm mentioning this as an example is to say that there is a lot in the hands of marketers and advertising agencies or digital agencies, whoever is involved in the process of creation, to be able to do subtle hints of inclusion and societal change when they're doing their mainline storytelling about the brand and the benefit.
Now that we've come so far in the discussion, what are some tips you think that brand marketers should keep in mind, brands and marketers separately, should keep in mind when they're supposed to let out a CSR campaign while balancing both the sides of the story?
I think one of my biggest tip is that don't think of the CSR campaign as a campaign or as an idea that you just need to communicate. To my mind, marketers are supposed to represent consumers and consumer-like stakeholders inside their organization. So I think it's a marketer's responsibility and an opportunity to drive that conversation at the beginning of the year when you're doing the planning for the year, not just for how marketing would help promote CSR, but to ask the question and say, okay, how can CSR become mainline for us? And what are some of the drivers where the CSR budget and the CSR programs are going to do, and how can there be a greater integration such that you may not even require a campaign to promote what you're doing on the CSR side. Ideally, if you're doing good in the society and you make some remarkable change, I should read about it only in the editorial.
Makes pure sense. As a journalist, that makes pure sense because we say this word out and loud every second day. That and that's a quote as well. That only the truth when told is journalism, everything else is PR.
Yeah. No, so there is a second corollary to this. I think in the last 10 years, marketers are very focused on ROI. I think if we put out more case studies and measure the KPIs and ROIs of all campaigns, including the CSR ones, or how the CSR work that's happening inside the company impacting purchase decisions, buyer behavior, employer brand, building those case studies will also help. I think that's the other thing that I would expect marketers to do.
Anything else you'd like to add? I'm done with my questions though. We can also open the stage for the audience interaction if we have any. Do we?
I think Chahnita asked me very challenging questions, and they also told me just before this that this is being live telecast. So I said I have to be absolutely politically correct, in saying what I had to say.
No, you were definitely.
Okay, thank you, Jenny, for that.
For me personally, to end it on just a small anecdotal note, for me personally, I still doubt the bigger brands with bigger banners making CSR claims. I trust more of small businesses and very subtle businesses where, very subtle branding, sorry, where they have a stamp on them. So when vegan, cruelty-free, animal tested-free, all of these stamps make me feel good about buying the product, and I want to maybe pay an extra buck for it because I know I can't go out of my way to do something for the climate, but I can maybe just pay 70, 80, 100 rupee extra for the shampoo bottle, which is a vegan and a non-paraben free and all of the sulfate free product. So there's another brand called, I'm sure I'm not paid by them, sorry guys, but I would just like to, there's a small brand called e4m who come up with sustainable fabric pouches, pencil cases and stuff. The fabric is very sustainable, it's very soft to feel, and it's of course recyclable. So as you said, coming back to the same point, when brands do CSR initiatives without making a claim of doing something good for the society, it highlights more than the obvious campaign hashtag for doing good for the society. So yeah, that's all from my side. Thank you so much for the. If you would like to end it on a good note.
Since you brought this as an example, I think technology and married with sustainability as a goal, I think there's an opportunity for very large organizations to transform themselves. I mean, just think, I'll just give you two examples. One example is employing technology for ensuring that you have reduced inventory for fashion, okay, any of the fashion brands. That will ensure lesser landfills, lesser dumping. That would mean actually, having a more sustainable proposition for the planet. It is also a win-win for the organization because you actually save on inventory costs and warehousing costs, right? But you have to think of a 2 to 3 year timeline in ensuring that you deploy technological solutions for doing this. I think these are some examples which need to be thought about. So I think it's not just about doing CSR and doing marketing campaigns and talking about the brand and saying we are also doing this. I think organizations need to relook at themselves to say what are they doing in the area of betterment of society and let's say sustainability goals for the future. These will matter. I think 2 decades from today, when the earth has lesser water to drink.
It already does, I guess.
When earth has lesser food to eat, I think these things will matter tremendously. And organizations that think about this, brands, why organizations? Brands that this for tomorrow, for surviving in 15 years and 2 decades time, and change the way they do business, change the way they do manufacturing, change the way they do their supply chain. I think those are genuine sustainable changes that organizations must look at, Jenny.
Perfect. I think we've used up all of our time very well and judiciously. So we shall now end the discussion on a good note. Thank you so much, everybody, for being attentive all through. And we are glad that we could take this time to send some insights towards you. Thank you.
Given that the primary objective of this conference is to create awareness with the audience in the room and our viewers online, this particular session has certainly served the purpose. Thank you very much. Could I please request you to kindly come up front for a picture? And also, as a thank you, we'd like to present a small token of appreciation on Exchange for Media's behalf, requesting Ms. Chenmeet Kaur to kindly do the honors. Thank you. All right, how are we doing? Good. Do we need another quick energizer? Could I please request everyone to kindly stand once again? I've yawned 3 times just by looking at people's faces, and I think that calls for an energizer. We're going to quickly shake off our hands. Let's do it. Come on. Both of your hands. Right. And now we're going to clap. Fantastic. Thank you very much. You all may kindly be seated now. Quickly on to the next session, which is a panel discussion talking about aligning business goals with social purpose, strategies and challenges. Our next panel will discuss how businesses can align their goals with social purpose, exploring the strategies and challenges involved in the integration. Join me as I welcome the session chair. Please give it up for Ashish Srivastav, Director, Program, Suvidha NGO. But I'm certain the gentleman is waiting for his round of applause to join us on the stage. Time to welcome the panelists. Please give it up for Tara Chand, Head CSR, Oak North. Please welcome Abhishek Dubey, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Muskan Dreams. Please welcome Nikhil Pingle, Chief Strategy Officer, Magic Bus India Foundation, and completing the panel, Smita Roy, Co-Founder, People Tree Foundation.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, everyone. And we are going to discuss aligning business goals with social purpose, strategies and challenges. And we have Mr. Tarachan. He's heading CSR Oak North. Oak North is a UK-based bank, fintech company, And we have got our next panelist, Mr. Abhishek Dubey, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Muskan Dreams. And Muskan Dreams brings tech and innovations to the government schools and building the capacities of the teachers. And we have got our next panelist, Mr. Nikhil Pingle, Chief Strategy and Research Officer, Magic Bus India Foundation, and very much passionate about creating meaningful social impacts. And we have got our next panelist, Smita Roy, co-founder, People Tree Foundation, and some very excellent works and like the garment waste generated from the garment factories, and that's the recycling work she's doing. And I represent Suvidha as Director Programs and Operations, and we work in 22 states, especially in the climate change and the sustainable agriculture field, and connecting the dots between the CSR and the ground implementation. So I welcome all the panelists here. Should we straightway delve into the questions, or may like to introduce yourself a bit? Okay, sure. So Smita ji? Yeah.
Good afternoon, everybody. So I'm a social entrepreneur. I pick up waste from garment factories and all sorts of textile waste. And then I have already trained more than 500 women across Delhi, less privileged women living in different slums. We have trained them how to convert the waste into beautiful products like mats, cushion covers, travel pouches, and so many things. So we have a small office, we bring the waste there, we segregate the waste, and then we reach it out to the women, and women make different product. In the last, I have been in Delhi for the last 6 years. Before that, we were overseas. And in last 6 years, of course, 2.5 years was COVID. Even then, we have done so well, which gives me a very positive sign that we are going in the right direction. Last 2 years, whatever profit I have earned, I started up a small school. MCD has given a place. This place was absolutely a kudedan, which is like they call it here as dalao, which is all the community's waste gets accumulated there. So I took it from the MCD, cleaned the whole place, and started a school, 100% free school for less privileged children. And it's just a one-room school, and with only 62 bachas, and it's inside Asiad village. And our kids have done brilliantly. They have gone ahead and got themselves, national level and Asian level taekwondo, gold medals in taekwondo. Taekwondo is one of the subjects that we teach there, one of the things that we teach there. So very proud moment for all of us there. So
Thanks, Smita ji. And Nikhil?
Yeah. So I represent Magic Bus India Foundation. It's a 25-year-old organization in the field of life and employability skills for young people. We work in two age groups. One is the 11 to 18-year-old adolescents. We work with close to 1.5 million young people across government schools. And we are also in the field of skilling and placements for young people in the age group of 18 to 25. We have skilled and placed close to 300,000, 3 lakh young people by now.
Thanks a lot, Nikhil ji. Thanks for introducing yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Nikhil. My name is Abhishek Dubey, basically. I'm a founder of Muskan Dreams. I'm glad that we all have, smartphone, access to laptops and internet. But there are millions of children in the country who do not have, who are not as lucky as we are. So we at Muskan Dreams, basically, we are trying to bridge the digital divide as far as the government school education system is concerned. We bring technology and innovation to government school classroom, basically, so that children can thrive in the digital future.
Hi everyone, my name is Tarachan. I am the only panelist from CSR. Other people are entrepreneurs, odd men out. So I manage CSR for Oaknorth, which is a bank in UK, and we are a fintech company. We have an NBFC in US as well. So our business model is very simple, like other banks. We take deposits from the people, and we, at a lower interest rate, and then we, give loans to SMEs, businesses at a higher interest rate. So that's the simple model we have. We have another technology, where we advise, our clients on, what impact climate can have, on different businesses. So we fund SMEs, and based on the various thousands of scenarios, which business will get the biggest hit in terms of climate change, that product we have developed, which we sell in US market. So this is our primary business. Yeah. Thanks.
Thanks, Abhishek ji. Thanks, Tara ji. And we have got kind of a diverse panel up here, and a lot of responsibilities from the social part as well as the CSR part. So the key topic, aligning the business goals and thinking of the social development part. So what are the strategies, and Taraji, Oak North actually adopts, or as per your experience, which actually fits in about the, making the alignment between the social requirement and the organizations, big organizations?
See, I believe, when all these, businesses started, they started with a motive that we wanted to solve certain, social problem, whether you talk about health, whether you talk about education, whether you talk about a bank, all these, businesses started with, solving a problem. There was no motive, behind that we'll be making money. I don't think, we had two founders here, they had any motive that they'll be making money. So, what I believe that businesses are already aligned to social purpose, when they are running their businesses. We, as a bank, we, conducted a research and found that, SMEs, so our founders, they were entrepreneurs before. When they wanted to scale their business, when wanted to establish their businesses, they went to a lot of banks, but they did not get any loans because they were not, completing the criteria established by the bank to get the business loans. So this was the challenge with most of the SMEs. Even today, we face. We have, banks like Sidvi who are providing such kind of support, but largely we struggle, if we don't, match with the criteria fixed by the bank. So same kind of, issue our founders also faced, and we conducted a research where we found that, accessing finance is the biggest hindrance for SMEs to scale their businesses, to grow their businesses. So we thought we will be solving this problem, and our founders, when they got opportunity to get a license for the bank in UK, they established this bank, and we are only catering to SMEs. Our entire focus is on supporting SMEs, creating tailored made solutions as per their need, and we have the quickest turnaround time in UK. Although we charge 1% extra more than what our competitors are charging, but we provide them quality services and more swift services for that so I believe that all the businesses who are operating, they had a social or some problem in mind which they wanted to solve. As far as because we are a bank serving SMEs, we thought that our CSR purpose should also align with our business purpose. So we decided that we'll be promoting entrepreneurship, and largest amount of our funding goes to promoting entrepreneurship. We are working with 4 lakh students in Telangana. Across UK, we are working in schools with help of London School of Economics, where we are running a school entrepreneurship program in UK. Similarly, we have started a program on mentorpreneurship. It is a certificate which we have designed in a partnership with London School of Economics, and it is a joint certificate program where people who wants to mentor the entrepreneurs, they have prior experience of doing something and they want to undertake this certification to provide mentorship to entrepreneurs. They can do this course and then they can become mentors, and they can get some kind of livelihoods as well. Because we work with entrepreneurs, and the biggest challenge with the entrepreneurship is that we find it really hard to find mentors. I have also been an entrepreneur. I started an organization in 2006 and various initiatives. the biggest challenge I believe is that, if you have someone who can provide you hand-holding support, someone who can guide you, someone who can mentor you, then it is easier to sail through the challenges of an entrepreneur face. So that's why we started the certification program. And then, we work on climate. We work on climate. We have a product on climate. So we do a lot of work on around climate, whether it is carbon farming or large scale plantation, or rainwater harvesting, solid waste management. So water recycling, all that kind of work we are doing with the help of NGOs in Delhi NCR, Bangalore, and largely in these two locations. We, our most of the workforce comes from STEM subjects. So we have largely in our company we have chartered accountants, FCAs, MBA finance, people who come from finance background. Then we in our technology business we have people who are largely coming from technology background. So we also believe that we should promote STEM-based education, technology-based education. So we promote, we provide scholarships, we work with various schools to, inspire students to take, STEM-based subjects or STEM-based careers. We are running a very big program in London, in UK, where we are working, we have target of at least inspiring 150,000 students with special focus on girls so that they can get into STEM-based careers. So I think that way I believe if we are able to align our business purpose, which is already, as I've told you that it's already social. If you are able to focus on and you are running your business ethically, professionally, without manipulating things, then I think in itself is you are doing good by you're solving a problem. You don't need to do anything extra, but CSR definitely helps you in brand building, in image building. Although in CSR rules, it is not allowed that we take any kind of advantage. As per the CSR rules, it is not allowed that we take any marketing advantage out of CSR. But in other locations, we are doing that. We fund lot of programs where we try to get business value out of it. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks a lot, Taraji. Very insightful and especially touching the environmental part along with the social part. So moving on to Nikhil ji, that based on your vast experience and the presence of over a majority of the areas. So do you think that the strategies of the organizations, the CSR partners, they are fitting in with the requirement of the underprivileged or the people who really need that? So I would like to hear from you.
So that and the subject of this panel discussion is aligning strategy and business. So let me take these three words and explore it a little bit, okay? So when I look at from the business standpoint, we have close to 25,000 crores of CSR funding every year. Seems like a large amount. Divide that by the capital, the population, it comes to 200 rupees per person. Very small amount to solve the kind of problems that we have in the country. That's why it's our responsibility as CSR and NGOs to align the funding firstly to the right purpose. It's a huge responsibility. And then that's only from the funding standpoint. But when I look at a corporate, then it has a much wider base of assets. Their employees, which are currently, there are a lot of employee volunteering programs. So can we purpose the employee volunteering programs also for the right social causes? Brand assets, consumer base, like how are we leveraging our own consumer base for the right social causes that we support as a corporate? Our network of partners, dealers, distributors, vendors, how do we leverage all of that? And when I see all of that put together, I see that there's a huge gap and a really long way to go for us. The second part is the strategy. When I look at strategy, it requires a really long-term view. Whereas a lot of funding is year on year funding for assets rather than capabilities. Capabilities actually go a long way. Once you build a capability in a community stakeholder or in the government or in a school, that capability is here to stay for the really long term. So can we take a slightly more long term view of the change that we are about to bring in the society? And the third is alignment, which I think when I see a social issue and a business trying to solve that social issue through the CSR route, one of the things that it's not just about CSRs, but even NGOs, equal partners in the whole game. The issue is of measures. Are we measuring the right set of indicators which will indicate the social change that we are trying to bring about? So focusing the entire attention on the right measures, the right outcomes. Just as an example, Magic Bus as an organization was set up when it was set up 25 years ago. Matthew first placed young people in jobs. And then he realized that all of them in about 45 days, all of them had dropped out of their job. That's when he realized that, oh, I want to solve the job related problem because that's really sustainable. But I can't just place young people in jobs. I need to start with them since they are children so that we can build the right set of life skills along the way, which will help them sustain in the job. But somewhere along the way, we realized that the enrollment problem in primary schools is already solved because we have 100% enrollment. In fact, more than 100% gross enrollment goes up beyond that. So we've shifted our attention. The measures that we started focusing on and the cohorts that we started working with shifted, and we said, where is the major dropout happening? The major dropout is happening in upper primary and secondary, where enrollment goes down from 97% to almost 57% in certain places in higher secondary. So, that's the real age group where we want to make a difference. And we realigned our whole program towards that. This is just as an example about how choosing the right space, the right indicators that you want to focus on, and then aligning your whole program towards that. Those are the three things that I could think of. Thanks.
Thanks, Nikhilji. Taking two takeaways, so that's assets versus capabilities. That's one of the key point you indicated, and catching them young. That's also a very important part where somewhere we miss it out. And now moving to Mr. Abhishek. Now that's then from strategy to kind of implementation, now to the grassroots kind of challenges. So we'd like to hear from you that whether the alignment of the business goals versus your implementation parts, have you faced any challenges, and we would like to hear those challenges.
Of course, when you do something, and when when two organizations comes together to work in collaboration, of course there are challenges, right? And I think Nikhil can understand, and I think we all can understand that the challenges between while you're executing the program and somebody is coming from the top, sitting in the corporate office, basically, there's a lot of gap in terms of the understanding, right? So there are challenges, no doubt, and I think we as an entrepreneur, we exist to solve those challenges. So what is our role looks like, basically, we work with corporate, we help them understand basically why this is needed. We sometimes what we do basically, we invite the our partners to actually visit the schools, the grassroots basically. Now so today if we can record a temperature, there's a 45-degree temperature is going on, right? Now in this temperature, if you go and visit the school in the 40 kilometers in the rural area, you'll able to understand that what are the challenges which government school children or a teacher is facing and why they are not working or they're working, right? So I think there are a number of challenges which which as a as any non-profit face in terms of the expectations of the corporate, because the corporate have the more sort of the business goals alignment, in terms of, as Nikhil mentioned rightly, in terms of voluntary engagement, in terms of sometime it may be a brand basically. So the non-profit and the another side of story, like we need to understand that how are we aligning and making sure that this will become a kind of win-win situation for both the side basically. So I think we work closely with both the side and give them sort of exposure from the field And I think sometimes, it really works, but I think sometimes it not. But I think slowly and gradually, by the time a lot of good people are coming, and people are also, trying to understand the grassroots challenges, how grassroots function basically, what are those challenges, and I think they're also, being a part of it. The good thing which I found is basically, when you involve somebody, I think it helps reduces the maximum problem, which you are facing, because involvement and engagement create a kind of major gap, and solve the problem.
And I believe that, when you're talking about aligning, business purpose with, social purpose, I think we have to find a balance between both of them, as Abhishek ji rightly said that, uh, these, we are not solution providers, the people who are working on the ground, they know what are the ground realities, what are the problems at the ground, what people are, issues people are facing, and how we can solve them. Only they people, the people who are working on the ground, the NGOs, they know better, we are not. So I think sometimes we have to use, it's not that, always we should do, top down approach. Sometimes, when it comes to developmental works, I think the best approach is to, bottoms up. So if solutions are coming from them, it's not that always we should align, our business purpose. Sometimes, we should also consider, society and the priorities of the society and fund programs according to that. It's not necessary that you always align your, business purpose with social purpose. Yeah. Thanks.
Yeah, sure, Nikhil.
One point which I want to highlight, which is that NGOs are equally to blame in this whole thing, because there has been a lot of focus on building awareness amongst communities, right? But however, that awareness does not translate into results, right? And hence, we as partners in the whole game need to shift our focus on results, outcomes, rather than just some aspects like awareness. Awareness, of course, is essential, but how much of it gets translated into results is the real question.
Thanks, Nikhil. And now we have got Smita, and Smita has got experience of, getting least support from the other organizations, and, taking the movement on and on and on and keep on growing. So we'd like to hear that apart from the strategy, apart from the challenges, taking it on ourselves and moving ahead. So her experience.
Thank you so much. It's a completely different experience because, where he's right here next to me and he has so much of numbers and it's big. But for me, it is small, and putting attention to the small and making a difference in that 50 families or 62 families, across Delhi NCR, we are working with about 52 women who are currently completely involved. So for the last 5 years, we have seen changes, and I know everybody in the society around, in their family, what's happening. Everything is like I'm a part of their family. So it is not big number, but yes, CSR participation also helps. I came from Calcutta and then later overseas, so I didn't know anybody here, and I'm still figuring it out. So I have not reached out to a proper CSR channel also. But I'm sure with the help of CSR, the numbers are achievable. But one has to understand that have I done whatever I started with the initial work? Have I done it absolutely correct? Means, did I do justice, then jump into the number? I think that is one. That was possible only through community participation. Now, if you come to the school, you will know that we have two beautiful big libraries, and each library has about 10,000 books. Not even one book is purchased by the organization. Everything is just word of mouth, book donation, running WhatsApp campaigns, running Facebook campaigns, and getting book donation. The shelves where the books are placed, they are also all upcycled. So we are walking the talk. Nothing is even. Yesterday we had a pizza party in the school. So we are doing the pizza party, but the plates where we are serving is also the children are asked to bring from home. Not even a paper plate is being used, and just throwing the waste around. So that kind of minute details we are looking at. So the children will remember, right, going forward in their lives. They will remember that हम school जाते थे, हम plate भी घर से लेकर के जाते थे. So I think somewhere it will resonate when they grow up and become older. So of course, India is such a big country and we have such the largest population. We need the numbers, but I think also parallelly we must ensure that Are we teaching sustainability to one child? Are we teaching that to, even if we have done it at the end of the year, 5 children have learnt it and they figured it out. It's job well done. I think so.
Thanks, Smita. And going back to Taraji, of course, tough task, business goals, strategies, implementation, and you have got multiple partners, implementing partners. So, what challenge exactly do you face as a kind of a donor with the so many implementing partners or in strategizing the things?
Yeah, so I mean, it's not that we always look for, I told you that we should maintain a balance, it's not that we always look for, organizations who are aligned to our, business purpose. The biggest challenge we face is that, sometimes, capacity of the NGOs. So sometimes the kind of expectations we have, that is a challenge, sometimes NGOs are not able to meet such kind of requirements we have. Largely when it comes to data, use of technology in monitoring and evaluation, impact measurement. This is the biggest challenge we face. Then the sometime because CSR committee are the decision makers, and they people definitely have a wide experience, but they don't know the ground realities, so it becomes a task for us to convince them that sometimes they say that okay, you do this kind of project, then it's difficult for us to convince them okay, we can do it, but it is not allowed in the CSR rules, or it will not have much impact, just for you have a fascination towards it, or you it's a choice, your choice, you want to suggest it, but it may not have a long term impact. So we regularly keep updating our senior management. Sometimes it becomes a challenge. Selecting right set of partners. There are so many organizations in India. People say that how many million, 3 millions, or kind of organizations we have in India. But when it comes to when we go out in the field and start looking at the organizations, and we have our own due diligence process, not many organizations fit that criteria. Only the large organizations who are established organizations, and we are working with some of the established organizations. People say that why don't you work with the small organizations? Because small organizations have their own challenges, which makes for us challenging to work with them. So that is another issue we face. We definitely want to support small organizations, but the capabilities of those small organizations creates challenges for us. Okay. So that is one thing, and in our company, that is there. But when you are restricted with certain policies and certain thematic areas, then you are restricted to those particular focus areas only, and you are not you don't have much opportunity to go and explore, innovate, in different kind of areas. So that becomes a challenge for us. So these are the basic challenges we regularly face. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Now moving to Abhishek ji and Nikhil ji, that okay, they have got their internal challenges, of course, and what would you suggest that you can convince the corporates or the CSR? What would be that strategy to make them convince that okay, we need this at the grassroots level? So what do you suggest?
I think there's a lot of gap, which as Tara mentioned rightly, when it comes when it comes to board, because the board have their own priorities, their understanding about the business, and of course their core focus is to build business versus doing social impact. And now, but but the mindset, it's changing, and the shift is going on basically. And I think it's happening because of the people like Tara and others, those who are actually trying to, convince the board and making them understand basically that what is the need, because the most important thing is like are we able to understand the need, or are we doing or investing money just because the sake of it, because you want to do it, right? Because it looks sound, it looks cool, But I think in our case, basically at Muskan Dreams, basically that what we do, as I mentioned in the last conversation, was to helping people understand, and through involving and engaging them, right? It actually helped them understand basically in terms of getting visibility, like what are the challenges which are going on the ground. So for example, when it comes to nonprofit in the CSR, so there's a cap for so-called overheads or admin cost, right? Which is around 10% or 5% basically, right? There's a threshold. However, in the recent conversation, which we were having with one of our like very reputed organization, very famous for their philanthropy, the person, it was very shocking to us. But the person, asked us, that you are an NGO, so you don't need admin costs, right? Can you remove this from the budget? And we were like literally surprised that how you can say this to us, because how are we gonna work, because there's an n number of people working, supporting indirectly to the project. So, but of course, I think then we have sort of a round of conversation. We actually help them, making them understand कि भैया एक poster भी जाता है social media पे तो उसका भी पैसा है, right? And there are n number of costs which is indirectly or directly supporting to the project, right? So we can't say कि admin नहीं होना चाहिए, overheads नहीं होना चाहिए. So I think there are n number of things, but I think लोग समझते हैं अगर आप ठीक से समझाओ. If you have any right intent to make people understand, there are a number of ways to actually, because end of the day we all are humans. So yeah.
Yeah, I would like to add also that I think there is need for institute like Indian this IICA, Indian Institute of Corporate Communication, or MCA. They need to organize some training programs for the board of directors, who are part of CSR committees. At least some basic orientation if they can give to them, and then that would be beneficial. And I mean, this challenge, we face, across organizations, that you come from NGO, why do you need such kind of salaries? People who are working in corporate houses, they get, very handsome salaries, but the people who are working in non-profits, it's like a penny, But even then, that people have that kind of mindset. So I think if we are able to educate people who are running CSR departments in the various corporate houses, or if we are able to orient the directors through corporate affairs or IICA, that would be, I think, great. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Nikhil ji, please, you want to say something?
Yeah, I think both of them highlighted about education and awareness being very critical to bring about this change. I think if I break that down, there is a need to make the people on the other side aware of what is it that the community actually needs, which is the community that you are serving, what are the needs, and then look at approaches to solve those needs. That becomes, according to me, the first step. The other thing is about the role of the NGO. I think there has been a lot of shift in the role of the NGO, or expectations from the NGO, which was largely focused on pointing gaps, to now it is on bridging the gaps. So is the NGO partner really able to solve that challenge, bridge the gap that is there, or just bring about awareness that there is a gap? That's really what one of the focus areas that CSRs are increasingly looking at. The third thing is we get asked this question a lot: how is this project sustainable? Whenever they ask me this question, I have three things in my mind. Are they talking of sustainability of the change that we have brought about? Are they talking of sustainability of the model that we have implemented? Or are they talking of sustainability from an environment angle? तो मुझे पहले वो समझना पड़ता है कि question क्या है? Yeah, it is very it's the sustainability of the change is something which is far easier under the control of the NGO, I'll say, because if you have built capacity, if you have installed an asset, installed an asset means we need to still ensure sustainability of the repairs and upkeeping of that asset and so on. But if it's sustainability of in terms of capacity built, if I have trained a government school teacher, if I have trained a child, then it has brought about a certain clear change in their attitude, in their behaviors, in their awareness and so on. So sustainability of the change we can explain. Sustainability of the model, it's very difficult. People expect a lot of...
Nikhilji, I would just keeping the just 15 seconds, I would like to...
Okay, so the sustainability of model and sustainability of environment, I don't think that's something which we focus on. So, yeah.
So, Smita, according to you, for that particular sustainable, what should be the focus area? Just very quick words.
Community participation, like I said, figuring out what can, what are the kind of expenses that we can avoid, but put attention wherever we need to. Our children performed so well that we had to encourage them to go to Dubai and participate. It was very difficult because we are not getting any kind of a financial aid, like you had mentioned earlier. So what we did is we encouraged community to come forward and see if anybody can sponsor children. And children went to Dubai, and then all of them, 5 of them got gold and 1 got bronze, and made us proud. So I think community needs to come together, and then that's how it will result in.
Okay. Thanks, Asmita, and thanks organizers. Time is up, and I don't know how can we take the questions before we conclude.
Well, if we have one question, I think we do have time for one question.
So maybe.
But please make sure that you're asking a question and not stating your opinion, since this is a Q round, not opinions round. We're passing on a mic.
I'm Rakesh Mehrotra. I would like to know that because we are having a very important role for the NGOs, what do you think should be expected of the NGOs? Because earlier it was being said that some people think that job ends at providing awareness. The awareness is already coming from the community. So what is the NGO to do? So what is the role ideally you feel is for the NGO community? In the present times, there are many rules of the government which are targeting in a wrong way also. So there were many wrongs also among the NGOs. I would not like to elaborate on them. So in this forum, I think we should be, when we are thinking so much forward, what is the forward role in the future you see for the NGOs?
I think the kind of people who are getting involved in running an NGO, the quality of people, their education background, everything has changed over time. I went to IIM Bangalore and I worked when I had to work. But when I came back, then I wanted to focus on development sector. But about 20 years ago, I did not see, I saw NGO was in a very different light. It was taken, and it was like one of the things that we do. We just go to an NGO and we just devote 2 hours once in a week. It is changing now. Everything is changing. Now
that's what I was trying to say.
Yeah, it is very focused people, educated people coming together.
You have to get into some rule book is to be followed also for the NGO. All kind of things are there. So the statement of purpose should be very, very clear and broad. I mean, it should, your accountability also coming these days. So,
I think NGO's role should be to create a model of, to create models of change and development which can be replicated. And in CSR, awareness focus programs are not allowed. So I think NGO should identify the problems in the society, in the community, and try to come up with innovative solutions, how they can be solved. So that should be the, and we can't, NGOs don't have capability to, run such kind of programs across the country. So they can create models, pilot, and then which you can showcase to other people and they can adopt and replicate across the country. Thanks.
So I think that, yeah, I'll just take 30 seconds in case that I think there is a...
Can we pass on a mic to the gentleman, please?
Yeah. So I'll just say that I think what the gentleman Rakesh sir highlighted is about the onus on the NGO is also very high because we are ultimately taking public money, right? So that's something which is very, very clear, it goes without saying that our practices, our transparency, our compliance, data has to be really of high quality, above board. That's a given. Having said that, the question is, what is the role? The role is, like I was thinking earlier, it's about bridging the gap, which the government is unable to, fully meet, and what the market is unable to fully meet. Looking at what are those gaps which are unserviced, and then identifying solutions which can be replicated.
We'd like to quickly jump to your question, please.
So my question is to Mr. Tarachan. My name is S.N. Sharma. I am former Director, Government of India, Ministry of MSME, and Chief Mentor of Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust, which is based in Chhatarpur in Delhi, if you know Chhatarpur. We are looking after Delhi and Gurgaon. The problem is that we are not getting the entrepreneur to whom we should assist, to whom we should get loan up to 50 lakh rupees at 2% less of interest. We have an agreement with 8 bank. Bharatiya Yuva Shakti Trust is run by 15 top industries of the country. And there are more than 30 clusters in the entire country in the backward region. And each cluster is not getting the entrepreneur. Can we work together? Because you are referring about London. London में आपने कई दफा कहा. My question: are you working in London or you are working for India? And what? So I can share you the name of the cluster in the entire country, and this is a reality because MSME in our country for the last few years after GST they are facing so many problems. So many MSME has been closed. So it is the right time that we should work together and energize those sectors.
So once again, I
want your
Sure, sir. So we work in London and we work in India as well. Okay. And I will definitely connect with you. We are working with around 10,000 women micro entrepreneurs around close to Bangalore in Chamarajanagar district. So we can definitely connect if you are working there. We are working with schools, 3 lakh students we are working in Telangana. These are 9th and 11th class students. A program is already running in Delhi called Business Blaster. So we are replicating that in Telangana. So if you want to connect, you can definitely connect with me. Thank you.
And thanks once again all the panelists, Taraji, Abhishekji, Nikhilji, Smita. Thanks for joining the panel.
Could I please request you all to kindly come forward for a picture? And to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for your valuable time and insights, please welcome Idris Loya, CEO, Z Media Corporation Limited. Let's quickly come together for a group picture. And once again, my humble request to the audience for the Q&A session, kindly stick to the topic of the panel discussion and not stating opinions. That would be much appreciated. We now have a very special standalone session. Joining us on stage is the Global SVP, Chief Corporate Affairs and Public Policy Officer in Mobi Group. Please welcome Dr. Subhi Chaturvedi.
Would you be needing this? I'll just test it.
Hi, good evening, everybody. I hope people at the back can hear me. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity, Anurag, Priyanka, Sabita, and the entire E4M team. I'm really humbled, honored, and delighted to be sharing this time with you here. I know we've had a fantastic session, so thank you once again to all the colleagues and fantastic speakers. This for me was truly a learning experience. I really enjoyed the session, and I also articulate, echo, and hear the pain points that were discussed. Fantastic questions from the audience. What I'll do in the next 15 minutes is basically talk to you about technology, innovation, responsible innovation, some of the things that we're hearing ad nauseum around AI. Are they really disruptors? What is it that we can do using technology for a more inclusive growth and a world that we look forward to when it comes to waking up every single day? The difficulty of being good is largely that everybody else will tell you what good looks like. So I found those questions very, very interesting, especially when we were discussing points around who defines. So there are various threads around technology itself, technological determination, because our obsession currently with technology is so high that everybody and every organization is currently being told to deploy technology. If there is no technology in your solution, maybe you're not cool enough. So that's one of the things that we need to take a step back. I particularly enjoyed the intervention from the gentleman on the floor who talked about local issues, local problems. And we hear you, sir. Because when it comes to things which look great in PR packages, in reports out, there will be new innovations that we will discuss. But when we look at what is it that our country in particular, or are we looking up at integrating your brand to a larger purpose, there is a very different conversation that takes place. So those are some of the topics that I'll try and cover. My own journey has been rather unusual and interesting. It's not a typical corporate profile where I decided to work for an organization. So having worked for a Navratna PSU like Gas Authority of India, looking at energy sectors, looking at drip irrigation, plastics, the impact of sustainable and sustenance in a project is something that we've done, because when you spend public money, you have to be that much more accountable. Having worked for highly regulated organizations like banks, multinationals, association and chambers, and also looked at the integration of where CSR spends really go. What is it that policy programs, which is now a new vertical in organizations, especially tech-driven organizations, where a lot of money gets parked. So I know that we're talking to a mixed set of people. There are people from business, there are people who are industry veterans in CSR and social impact themselves. And then there are people who can benefit from this conversation, where funding becomes a major issue, both in terms of how do we fund innovative projects and how do we also look at projects where money may not be openly accessible. So it's not money you need to compulsorily spend, but it's money that organizations reserve for mitigating their own risks and their own issues. So what you'll hear today is a public policy perspective in CSR, looking at technology as a core sector. Whenever we look at building a brand with purpose or good, there are organizations that I've worked with. I currently work with India's first unicorn called Inmobi. And Inmobi became a unicorn when this was not trending. This was not a buzzword. We became a unicorn in 2011. We started a second company in 2019, which is fully owned, and it's rather unusual. It's the first screen that people look at on their Android devices. So over 400 million users across the world looking at their phones, where we're serving news and content, and we're also raising awareness. One of the case studies that we've talked about is actually an innovative use of Glance, which became a unicorn in merely 2 years. And then how is it that purpose becomes core to business? Because that's the gap that we've all been asked to cover. That don't just do good or don't just pick up a cause. There are organizations which have a huge amount of CSR budget. So they can go that extra mile and say, hey, it may not lead directly to my core area of intervention, but I still want to spend money because I see a need, I see a gap analysis. So what we are discussing today, when we look at what are the top problems that the world is trying to solve for, one of the biggest crises that people are talking about is trust. A crisis of trust, not just in systems, but in narratives that large corporations may put out. Edelman does the trust barometer every year, year on year, and they look at gaps that exist. So ultimately, what we're trying to solve for is gain trust, is gain belief in the promise that we're making. And remember, this is a conversation we are having post-COVID. This is a conversation when the Honorable Supreme Court has talked about making sure every advertisement that goes out, whether online, digital, needs a self-certification, where there has to be a declaration by either the advertiser or the advertising agency to certify before they release an ad that the promise that your product is making is actually verified. So now here comes accountability, transparency, and I think sunlight in any form is the best form of disinfectant. What do I mean by that? Talk about core promise. Say you also want to tell a good story, but that can't be the core or only objective that you're trying to achieve via social impact or CSR. अपने पाप धोने के लिए CSR इस्तेमाल नहीं कर सकते. So you may offset a lot of baggage or environmental impact that your business as a process may create, but it can't be touching things on the surface. What Nikhil said is very, very interesting. When we are on the other side of the table and we need to deploy funds, we always ask sustenance plans. So what will be the continuity of the intervention that you're making? So in one of the previous organizations, we were going to educate and provide remedial education for over 200 million children. So ek baar to ho gaya. What's going to happen after that? So the biggest problem or gap that we discovered were girls were not falling out of school because toilet nahi tha. There were toilets that had been solved for. They were the earning members of the family. So when there was a death in the family or mother lost her source of livelihood, the girl was expected to leave school and she was expected to work in other households. So in addition to remedial education, we had to ask our partner, and there are some fantastic non-profits who are doing amazing work. They're not even talking about themselves. So we had to ask our partner to build in a program that would ensure that the girls could stay in school. These millennial goals are talking about risks and global risks that exist. These risks then tie into business. If my business first needs to solve for these challenges, because again, we're talking in an interconnected world. We're talking in a world where what you do or what my partner does is going to impact my position or my place in the global supply chain. So if I see a threat of cyber attacks, if I see a threat which is going to disrupt businesses, if I see a threat around critical infrastructure, if I see it now, the new government is back in power and there is a lot of discussion around the importance of digital, the importance of digitalization of your businesses, and how is it that what you do in your core business is going to impact my business. So when we are crafting for programs, our ask is, how do I make sure that not only am I solving for my business continuity, but what I'm doing is aligning with my mission, my vision, my purpose as a brand, especially for a consumer tech brand or let's say a startup who may not even fall under the mandatory 2% spending. But we are people who are trying to build a brand with purpose. So how do I make sure that my core technology or my product integrates purpose, which is organic? It is exciting enough to allow my HR to give my employees about half day off or a day off and give them paid time off from work to make sure that they're volunteering, right? So that conversation, which is where you understand and you solve for problems around business, is very, very important, because then you end up co-curating programs, which may conventionally not look even remotely like the kind of CSR that we are doing. The other problem that we used to deal with was check cutting charity. I have a budget, I'll give you X amount of money. I don't want to know what you're doing. Just give me a fantastic report which showcases impact that I can take to my board. Those times are long over. So which is why now you're seeing people where CSR functions exist, but they're working very closely with corporate affairs. They're working very closely with legal. They're working very closely to make sure they're as organic to the fabric of the business as they would have been as a measure to do good. These are very, very important questions, because when we're looking at social impact problems, WEF put out a report, and very interestingly, they're saying we need people who can apply themselves, who have analytical skill sets, and strangely enough, something which should have been a given, they have interpersonal skill sets. Can we understand the other person's point of view? Is there empathy? Is there not just IQ? When we are hiring for teams, or when we're hiring for new formats, when we are saying that we need people who can multitask across different teams, or when we're building India or Viksit Bharat or 2047, one of the biggest gaps that has been identified is a skill gap. So you may be passing out of colleges, but you need a 3-month bridge program to join even at an entry level. So working with academia, creating multi-stakeholder platforms, ensuring that you as a business. So AMD today, along with NVIDIA, they're known for chip making. When they wanted to work in India, they discovered that the people who were passing out of VLSI or electronics were not exactly ready. So they went to AICTE, they went to colleges, they went to higher educational institutes, and they said, can we co-develop a curriculum? So I've been a professor, I've taught at LSR for about 5 years, and you don't teach young women at LSR information that they can get from the internet. So my biggest challenge was, how do you ensure and nurture critical thinking abilities? So the programs that we're talking about, remedial education, school education, working with the youth, when we start looking at program proposals, and they work both ways. Sometimes the corporate is going to ask you that, what is it that you can come up with? Sometimes you as the head of CSR and social impact, and now very interestingly, organizations have started splitting both the functions. So CSR may not be synonymous with social impact, and social impact may not be synonymous with CSR. These are the challenges where my focus, because orientation being technology, how do I make sure that technology is being deployed? So WEF, the good people at WEF came up with a definition, and they're saying it's a space where you can use technology to take on big social and environmental challenges, which you may not get the desired impact if you decided to solve for manual interventions. So very interestingly, closer home example, when we looked at Bengaluru South and when we looked at pockets in Karnataka, a very high percentage of school children were failing in the 10th standard, and they were not doing well across all subjects. You would normally assume that the percentage would be very, very high. So a deployment was requested from the government, where they looked at results and they used AI, they used dedicated programs to identify which center, which school, where were the results being impacted. And then they were able to customize curriculum in government schools and run a pilot to create impact. So that's where using technology, using digital technologies, using technologies to bring people on a common understanding, that really helps. SDGs, we've all heard of them. It helps if the program proposals speak to one of the 17 goals, because we're nowhere close to achieving the promised targets in other than 3 goals, where cities are supposed to be more inclusive, where you need to become a network of networks, where you need to be able to build more collaboration. We are very, very far away when it comes to a need gap analysis and creating impact. So someone said awareness is not good enough. It depends upon which sector you're looking at. So if it's during COVID, we had to contribute to a national behavior change program. Masking is not organic to India, right? आप पहले मिलते ही गले मिलते हो, आप हाथ मिलाते हो, आप शक्ल देखते हो, आप बात करते हो. My taxi driver has all the right to ask me, आपकी शादी हुई है कि नहीं, आप कहाँ से हो, which is not unusual behavior, right? So 2 गज की दूरी and masking and making sure you are hand washing and you're doing it for 20 seconds was a behavior change communication program. So awareness itself can create a lot of impact depending upon, is that a new issue? Are you asking people to behave differently from their their normal nature, from their normal constitution, right? So what is it that tech can help you achieve? It can have transformative impact. It can act like a support network to on-ground initiatives. It can help you build movements. It can help you recruit causes. It can help you recruit people and champions. So if I want to create a bottom-up movement, सबको पता है हाथ धोना अच्छा है, सबको पता है you don't treat women badly, you don't behave badly on the street, but we want people to come out and say this is something that's cool, this is something that I live by, this is something that I will imbibe. How will you do that? By making sure there's amplification, by making sure other people also care about it, by making sure you have a peer group that thinks similarly, and by creating manifestations in an outward world जहां आपको शाबाशी भी मिल रही. So there are reasons why young people come out with a candle. There are reasons why they will buy into your cause. There are reasons where some issues speak more to people than others do. So one of the workshops I'd done was for senior editors in Kashmir on conflict building and peace and conflict resolution. Active listening was one of the most important aspects. The second workshop was for senior journalists on developmental issues. They said no matter what we do, and also for corporates, it does not get prime spot. So one of the biggest issues were a lot of our presentations were about statistics. Itna percentage malnutrition in the country. And that's when stories of Mohan, stories of George, stories of Kishan, who is a 2-year-old who you can feel, you can imagine, you can relate with and feel invested towards, became very, very important. Humanizing the face of your cause became very, very critical. So can tech innovation really make a difference? Yes, I see that making a difference because it helps you bring in change. It helps you also newsjack. That's why international days are important, because then the press is more amiable to work with you and carry these stories. It's a bit like giving a Nobel Peace Prize to a certain president of a certain country. You may not directly think that is making an impact. What happens there? You end up putting a spotlight on a cause that the world must address. So it's helpful. So it helps you get more notice. It helps you get more words. So immense potential to do good. Something as simple as broadband connectivity, right? The World Bank talks about 2% increase in GDP if there is a 10% increase in absolute broadband connectivity percentage, especially in a developing country. That's the difference that technology can make to the lives of common people. So multiple interventions, digital innovation, design thinking frameworks, creating master chambers. How is it that you recruit more people where they may be able to distribute time? Even something as simple as creating a Tinder for CSR. There is a set of really young people, they care about certain causes. You bring the NGOs online and you connect them with people who'd like to volunteer their time after a bit of vetting. So there was someone there saying there are all sorts of NGOs. I hear you, sir, absolutely. And it's very difficult to create a trusted environment that the money that I'm giving or the time that I'm donating, they are equally precious. Are they going towards the right cause? So here comes responsible innovation. So when you have tech companies especially saying that we're great, we're innovating, one of the biggest issues currently around AI, which is also your biggest disruptor, is ethics, is bias, is causes around what kind of content does it show up? Where is it that it's getting their data from? Is there copyright violation? Are we recognizing people whose contributions we're taking? So the difference between, and I was in a conversation in Delhi, like painting तो हमें समझ आती है, we should pay more money because उसमें बहुत घंटे लगते हैं बनाने में. Why are photographers charging so much money? Right? Something as basic as making people understand the value of hours and time spent. So several use cases around agriculture, use cases around natural disasters. This is very, very important because the frequency has increased, right? Amount of flooding, amount of cloudbursts, amount of unseasonal rain. The one example, and I'm nearing towards the end of this conversation, are farmers who are growing lemon in Andhra. Because of seasonal changes, the flowers dropped and therefore the produce could not be stabilized. So the price of lemon went up. They also lost a lot of valuable time because the supply chains weren't ready for that. Same things happening in Himachal, where at least the crop, which would normally grow at a certain altitude, it has had to go 2 kilometers upwards because the apple blossoms are unstable. So climate change has a real, live, direct impact on our lives, as well as the innovations that you can use to predict changes, to work with large volumes of data. Soil testing is another one. Then making sure that you're using local wheat, local paddy, which is more resistant and is more organic towards your local produce. The second use case was about computer vision, AI, looking at augmented reality, looking at making an environment that's fun and sustainable. I hear you. Just a couple of minutes more. This was a case study that we did working with the gold standard of public pillars of our country, the Election Commission. We learned that there was a low voter turnout, at least in the first phase. The second phase was also struggling. So using the lock screen, which is where you will compulsorily look at your messages or you look at time, we created a reminder campaign. So we addressed stakeholder groups and we said, why are people not coming out and voting? Apathy, climate, a belief that there may not be enough awareness. And I go back to awareness. You can't, say that awareness is not important. A lot of young people didn't know that when they turned 18, उनको ECI की website पे जाकर enroll करके तब उनका enrollment ECI number generate होगा. They thought just because we've turned 18, we are eligible to vote. Something as basic as that. Then to tell people that it took us only 5 minutes, we could be in and out of centers. Deepening democracy is also a contribution where you create social impact. So real world problems, problems which are right next to us, what we ran were AI generated images. We made sure we looked at the dates, we looked at areas, and we were able to showcase this is where you need to go, this is where your nearest polling station might be. And that's really my last piece. How do you become a brand with purpose? So the why of it is really important. If you want to save the tigers, save the tigers. But if your board then wants to know why tiger, you must have a really good explanation of how it integrates with your core values, with your core purpose. How is it that you will continue to sustain a project? So this isn't like beach cleanup. You can do a day of beach cleanup, but then you have to commit to a certain time. You should have a baseline study. You should be able to promise impact. And don't let, the absolute last words, your good stays with you. So don't let anybody else define what good is, how difficult it is to be good. Whatever you do in our country, it will make a difference. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi, for sharing your valuable insights. Could I please request you to kindly join me right here in the center of the stage? Please welcome Smita Roy, co-founder, People Tree Foundation, to present a small token of appreciation to Dr. Chaturvedi for her time and for sharing her insights with us. All right, quickly on to panel discussion 4. The topic at hand is campaigns to commitment, sustaining social cause initiatives. This panel will focus on sustaining social cause initiatives, moving from campaigns to long-term commitments that drive lasting impact. Join me as I welcome the session chair. Please give it up for Harshita Jain, Director, Communications and Programs, MASH Impact. Please welcome the panelists. Let's give it up for Amit Shah, Founder and Chief Inspiration Officer, Yuva Unstoppable. Please welcome Puneet Anand, AVP and Vertical Head Corporate Affairs, Hyundai Motor India Limited. Let's give it up for Winifred Gandhi, Head Communications, Corporate General Medicines and Specialty Care, Sanofi. Please welcome Varinder Kaur Gambhir, Interim Country Director, BBC Media Action, India. And completing the panel is Aishwarya Dua, Founder and Chief Executive Officer, Sassiest. Once you're done with the panel, Aishwarya, I'm going to have to pick your brain and understand why the word sassiest.
Absolutely. You can start with that.
Hi everyone, I'm Harshita and I will be a moderator for today's session. It's amazing to see how marketing has evolved from just pushing products to creating long-term social impact. Now it's all about campaigns that actually resonate with audiences on a deeper level. In fact, the data tells us that Gen Z consumers are willing to spend so much more on campaigns and brands that actually align with their social and environmental causes, and that millennials are more than 90% of millennials are willing to donate only if an organization aligns with their missions or causes. Today we have here an amazing panel, a set of leaders who are leading this shift from campaigns to commitment. They're going to share their insights and experiences with us. And without further ado, I'm excited to see where this conversation takes us. So to kickstart, I'm keen to understand as we see in this fast-changing world, ever-decreasing attention spans, starting a social campaign is difficult, let alone sustaining it. So, Jennifer, could you share a story of how, at what point a campaign that you were involved with turned into a commitment, and what was the tipping point?
Sure. Thanks, Harshita. Maybe I'll start by taking a quick pulse check in the room. And ladies and gentlemen, if you have heard of epilepsy, which is the neurological disorder, if you've heard of this word before, can you raise your hand and leave your hand up? Keep it raised. Yeah? Okay. And if any of you think that it is hereditary or it's contagious, you can lower your hand. Yeah, so, okay, that's quite a few hands lowered. And lastly, if any of you are living with epilepsy yourself or know someone who is, lower your hand. Okay, so thank you so much. So, well, this is really what we do and why we do it at Sanofi. We're a biopharma company that works in the space of healthcare. And this tipping point for us came very earlier on, because when we start a campaign, we know it's never going to be just a campaign. It's really a cause that we are advocating for. And similarly for epilepsy now, contrary to what we saw in the room, data shows otherwise. Over 12 to 13 million people in India are living with epilepsy. And not many know of it, or they don't speak about it because of the sheer stigma that surrounds it. So that's really where our journey began in 2021. Where we started the Dare to Know Epilepsy campaign. And we thought we should bring in somebody who's really living with this condition, not just acting it out. So we brought Jonty Rhodes on board. Of course, we know India reveres cricket. We have a lot of passion and heart in that game. So we thought it was appropriate. Jonty spoke about living with epilepsy, the challenges he faced or not, the support he got from family and friends, and how he progressed to living a near normal life, which is what it should be as. And then we sort of layered that with doctor voices, because then the doctor community joined us. We know in healthcare, people mostly want to believe the word of the expert, and the doctors really are considered the experts in that area. So we brought in healthcare experts and, of course, translated it into languages, and the conversation started going. Couple of million views, and then we finally sort of layered that particular campaign with a short film, a humble short film, where our protagonist actually lived the day in the life of someone living with epilepsy. So I think that really struck a chord. And virality apart, if any of you, for instance, had to Google "love after arranged marriage" plus Sanofi,
our film will pop up first, got about 25, 28 million views, but that really wasn't what we were chasing. What we were really chasing was what we heard in the comments. People really said, thank you for telling my story, or thank you for helping me tell my mother what I really go through, because they are stigmatized. People don't hire them. People think if you're living with epilepsy, you won't be a suitable marriage partner. Women have it worse. They feel you can't bear children, or if you can, they are not healthy, right? We had a room full of people who have heard about epilepsy, but half of them think it's probably contagious or hereditary. So for us in the healthcare space, really, that starting is always the tipping point, because it's literally a pinch of courage and not a gallon of courage. A pinch of courage it takes to tell the truth, and then we're onward from there. So yeah.
Amazing. Thanks, Manifa. I'd like to now bring in Varinder. I think from a media perspective and a media for change perspective, how do you approach this?
Thanks. Yeah, that was wonderful. Can you all hear me? Thanks. So I'll take a cue from what you were just saying, Wilfer, because what we do in media is also, kind of challenge some of the norms. What we're doing is, bring out the information which, that sometimes people don't want to talk about, or there is a lot of stigma attached to it, right? Like you were saying. So we've done a lot of campaigns around, changing gender norms, where we've had hashtags like Bigdi Hui Ladki and, kind of changing the narrative on it. We've done, a lot of work at BBC Media Action on, condom normalization, which is, a big taboo topic. Nobody wants to talk about, using condoms. And this was something when HIV/AIDS was, a very, very big disease. And south of India was actually in denial. There was a lot of hyper masculinity going around, and the men did not want to use it because they don't think they will get the disease. So, from changing those perspectives, but the one that I want to talk about on the tipping point with that you're asking was when we were doing, work on poo. So, again, sitting here in the metros, we don't talk about shit. We don't talk about, where our shit goes, because we know that there are sewer lines and it's being connected to FSTPs and everything is taken care of. But in small town India, where, more than 70% of the households are sitting on septic tanks, it's very important that they understand where the shit is going and that it's not ending in the lakes and rivers. So, talking about a topic on mainstream media, on drama, which is informing them, entertaining them, and making the impact. It's just very important that sustainability is, something which is what you're starting with. It's not something that builds on, but when you're making a behavior change campaign or a behavior change, built-in drama, it was very important for us to have that in our heads, when we were looking at it. Finally, it was really walking that tightrope of entertainment and the impact is what made it so sustainable. We came up with the season 2. We came up with a hashtag which said "Give a shit about shit." Trying to make it disruptive and at the same time impactful was the tightrope that we were walking. We worked with Viacom and finally reached some 60 million people. I mean, I think that's the power of media, right? The scalability. 60 million people, I think the cost was like 2 rupees to reach that viewer. And then, of course, there was this impact that people were now discussing this, talking about the septic tanks in these small towns where they haven't ever cared about, it's like out of sight, out of mind, you flush and you forget. But there was an independent evaluation done by Gates Foundation. That's the organization that was funding it. But that's what made it sustainable. Everybody coming together from a Viacom entertainment industry person to, BBC Media Action for creating that impact, as well as, Gates understanding what we were trying to do. So everyone coming together and understanding that you can't be impactful without being entertaining. And you can't be just entertaining because that's like then, I mean, you can be entertaining, but then, there's like junk content and then there is nutritious content. And that's the conversation that we're now opening up a lot on gender norms as well. So I think just to say the tipping point of sustainability, I think comes when you make it both entertaining and impactful. For sustainability, that's just very, very important.
Amazing. Thanks. Puneet, would you like to add to that from a corporate perspective?
Well, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. And it's really an honor to be part of such a elite panel, such a diverse panel, I would say. At Hyundai, we have always believed in our vision, which is the progress for humanity. Whatever we do under our social impact largely comes under the bucket of earth, mobility, and hope. I'll be talking about all these areas in a little detail, but I think I was very inspired by what Winifred said about the health. And I'd like to start with some of the campaigns which are really close to me personally, to my heart. but also are very meaningful to the society. And I'll take you around 3 years back, when India and the global world got caught up in a global pandemic, which was the COVID. Uh, during 2021, what we realized that whereas people staying in big cities like say Mumbai, Delhi, Jaipur, all the big cities, they have good access to healthcare. But let's look at India, which largely is a rural area, and where the people, even for getting a basic medication, have to travel to big cities around 150, 200 kilometers away, which not only adds to loss of their revenue and their money, but also is a big challenge on the carbon footprint. Because, they are either using a public transport or they're coming on their private buses or cars or whatever, which adds to the carbon footprint. So, we thought, why can't we vet technology with medicine and give something to this society which can address both the concerns of these people? And that's where, one of our sustainable and a very strong campaign, I will call it, is the name called Sparsh Sanjeevani. I mean, it's a very apt name. Sparsh means touch and Sanjeevani means, everyone knows it basically brings people to life. So we started off with the pilot clinic in Lakshmangarh district in Rajasthan. That village basically did not have any good doctor, no clinics, not even public health centers. So we started a clinic around 600 square feet, wherein we got a good doctor, a compounder, a lady, a nurse, so that people and the females could come to those clinics. And we took around 25 doctors, I remember, at that point of time, who are on our panel. Most of the doctors from big hospitals like AIMS, from SMS College, Jaipur, and all those doctors were consulting these rural patients through video conferencing. So the patient used to just walk, because maybe half a kilometer from their place, they go to the center, they will meet. If the disease is something which is understood by the local nurse, then he or she will give them the medication and free medicine. But in case if it's a little more serious kind of a disease, then they will connect them to the doctor, who through teleconferencing or video conferencing will see the ailment, give them a prescription, and the free medication will be given from the telemedicine center. Now, slowly, it became such a brilliant idea that over the last 3 years, we have now gone to 7 states. We have opened more than 35 telemedicine centers. And this year, 15 more telemedicine centers in 3 more states of the country, including J&K, which is a very difficult area, but that's our commitment, will come up. And these 50 centers on an average will be taking care of not less than around 1,000 patients every day, who will be coming, who will be taking free medication. And the best part about these clinics is that they are self-sustainable. So what we are doing is that we are taking a very basic cost, say 50 rupees or 60 rupees from each of these patients, and that cost is being funded into a fund or corpus. So for after 3 years, once the clinic goes through that life of 3 years, it gets that money in the corpus and it becomes self-sustained. So that you don't have, as a Hyundai Motor India Foundation, which is our arm for these CSR activities, we don't keep on funding the clinic, but it becomes a self-sustained clinic. So we further topped up that Sparsh Sanjeevani program with another thing called the mobile medical unit. Now, a patient still has to travel 1 kilometer to go to that clinic. But now we are putting up some vans in districts of Rajasthan, Haryana, Punjab, Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, wherein these vans equipped with doctors will go to the rural areas, to those nookers and to those corners where the patients can come and they can actually get medicine over there. So, with this, not only we are reducing the carbon footprint, but we're also using a lot of technology. And then one of the good thing about this program is that we are getting a lot of database now. So today in Rajasthan, I know that maybe dermatologists or diseases related to skin are very common. In places like Haryana, diseases related to, respiration, these kind of diseases are very prevalent. Similarly, in the West area, we also have got some very good database of what kind of diseases are there. And these we are now contacting the local centers, local hospitals, and giving them, so that they know that, okay, this area, 70% of the patients are coming with such kind of disease. So a good repertoire of diseases, good collection for the public health centers, and also a lot of reduction in terms of the social value, which we compensate through these telemedicine clinics. So that's one area where I feel, and all our programs are long-term programs.
Yeah.
So that is the commitment which we have, that whatever we do for the society should not be short-lived. It should be long-term. It should be meaningful. It should add to the value of the society, and at the same time should be self-sustainable.
Amazing.
So that's one of the program. But we actually do a lot of programs. We've been working since 2006 as part of our foundation. And definitely, I mean, in the area of environment, in the area of social healthcare, also in the area of commitment to livelihood by skilling, upskilling, and job enrichment. Those are another areas. And mobility, wherein we are talking about giving back to the society through programs like Samarth, which we have recently introduced. So I think that's where I feel part of our commitment to the society.
Amazing. No, thank you so much, Puneet. That brings a great segue into my next question to Amitabh and Aishwarya. From a founder's perspective, could you talk about how, when you are launching a campaign, do you have a long-term vision, or is it something you stumbled upon on the way? And what do you think is that secret sauce to actually convert a campaign into a long-term commitment?
So I guess we align in this. Firstly, thank you so much for having me here, everyone. We align in this that it's always both, right? You start with the long-term vision, and then you always keep a space for being able to evolve with the campaign. The most important aspect in this is having the feedback loops with like the customers, number one, and number two, with the key stakeholders that are there. Always taking the feedback and understanding how we can, if the strategy you have to change it. You have to start small. You start small. If you think that the strategy needs to change, just simply change it. But the point is having feedbacks in every stage of the campaign is very, very important. That's how we take it.
So thank you, everyone. So I would like to talk a little bit about. We've been talking a lot of campaigns through the media and stuff, but I believe campaigns can happen through word of mouth as well. So a lot of people who are here who will hear what we are saying will tell their friend, their mother, their uncle, whoever, and then word of mouth के through भी बहुत लोग एक दूसरे से connect होते हैं. So मैं एक simple campaign आपको बताना चाहता हूँ जिसमें हमने $100 million raise किया है in cash and kind, and majority of that is in cash, and the entire thing happened through word of mouth. So the way it started was we had a few volunteers from prominent families who were going to municipal schools to teach math, science, and English. They went to the schools and they said, "यार यहाँ पे तो 300 लड़कियों के बीच में एक टॉयलेट है, dishwashing, drinking, hand washing में एक ही नलका है, smart classroom नहीं है. Can you do something to upgrade the schools?" We said, "Sure." And I can say it was Gautam Adani's son Jeet, and he said, "Why don't we do a program where we get maybe 50 other CEOs in the room? Let's invite them together and share the work that we have done to transform the impact, and improve the learning outcomes and the overall health by the work we've done in training the teachers and the children and the physical infrastructure." So that first event, because the right kind of people were there in the audience, they all said, "Okay, I can do 50 schools, I can do 20 schools, I can do 30 schools near my factory. I can do this in this state because that's where my operations are." And overnight, it gave us a huge boost. Now, when we were starting out, it was not thought that we have thousands of schools mein karenge, but the thought and the cause was very clear. Okay, we want to help children improve their health and education. And now more than 100 companies are part of this initiative, including one of my friends, Oak North, who's also doing a lot of capacity building for our teams on ground. And now this is in 25 states in rural and urban parts of the country. So this has taken a face of its own. But the most important part we learned was to measure the impact of the work that's happening. And I think we were early on, cued into that, and like Murthy ji said, "God, I trust everything else, I need data." And the second campaign which evolved from the school transformation initiative is there were some brilliant students. A lot of these people would come to us, corporate employees or volunteering would come and say, "क्या खाली राजा का बेटा राजा बनेगा? यहाँ पे धोबी के बच्चे मिलते हैं, रिक्शा वाले के बच्चे मिलते हैं, ऑर्फन्स मिलते हैं, रैक पिकर्स के बच्चे मिलते हैं, getting more than 80% at 10th and 12th. Can we do something about this? Can we help them become doctors, lawyers, engineers, chartered accountants? Can we give them a scholarship?" One such girl, Vaishnavi Panchal, Harshita, her right hand stopped working because of malnutrition in her 11th standard. And this girl was a topper in 10th. उसके पिताजी बड़ौदा में हीरे घिसने की छोटी सी कंपनी में काम करते थे. And she said, मेरे सामने दो ऑप्शन थे. या तो मैं मेरी पूरी life, I will just become a maid somewhere, drop out and become a maid, or I practice with my left hand. I keep writing ABCD, maybe 10 hours a day, improve my speed. she practiced. She didn't only did so good. She didn't only top in her 12th exam in her city, but in the entire state of Gujarat. She became a chartered accountant now, top 20 ranked chartered accountant in the country, passed in the first time, and she's working at Axis Mutual Funds right now in Bombay. So when this happened, and we made videos of some of these case studies and shared it on simply a simple WhatsApp broadcast. That's it. And I truly believe in the power of creating friends. We don't call them partners or fundraising, we call them friend raising.
Yeah.
Because if they are friends and you're creating impact, things will continue. They'll find ways to fit the work you're doing in what you're trying to do.
Absolutely.
And just by sharing those individual stories of children who were working at Goldman Sachs, Accenture, IBM, Google, who were earlier rack picking, that has inspired many more people to come forward. And these kids who are getting scholarships through their network have identified thousands of other students के इसके पिता भी धोबी है, इसके भी 90% आया है, and they all uploaded thousands of people, children are waiting on our website to get support. So large scale campaigns can take place and grow from places like this. Like I just found out, sir is my next door neighbor. So that could never be planned. That's a divine design.
Yeah. No, thank you so much. I think, Amitabh, you proved that communication is the key, right? And that, brings me to Winifred and Aishwarya. Again, I think both of you in your respective fields of sexual wellness and healthcare, how do you tackle these difficult conversations with so many different stakeholder groups and, communicating these with the cultural sensitivities? What are the strategies that have worked for you?
So, I guess I'll start with the storyline over here. एक कहानी है एक औरत की और सेक्सुअल हेल्थ और वेलनेस के स्पेस पर हम ज्यादा बात करते नहीं हैं क्योंकि हम लोग औरत के बारे में बात कर रहे हैं शायद इसलिए 1.4 बिलियन पॉपुलेशन है और सेक्स की बात नहीं होती है शायद सिर्फ मर्दों के लिए ज्यादा होती है तो हम बोलते हैं कि हम औरत के लिए बात करते हैं एक औरत है जिसका बच्चा हुआ था एंड 5 साल she was not indulged with her partner in any sexual activity just because postpartum depression से वो निकल रही थी but she didn't know. So in that case, when she got to know about our brand, where we are taking care of sexual health and pleasure, both the aspects, where all doctors, sexologists, gynecologists, like therapists, they all come all together and help a female navigate the challenges from 21 to 49 years of age. That's where she understood that she was suffering from this problem. And that's where we as a brand come in and we create the talk around this topic, number one, that we talk in the language of how India will understand about sexual health altogether. How women will understand. We don't talk to them in any slang words, etc. We talk to them in a way that, okay, हम कपड़े उतार कर नहीं, हम पहना कर बात कर रहे हैं बहुत gracefully and इज्जत के साथ. I guess that's what we do. Second, community के साथ में हमेशा अपने touch में रहना. उससे हैबिट फॉर्मिंग तो बढ़ता ही है, रिकॉल वैल्यू साथ में बढ़ता है और वर्ड ऑफ माउथ एड ऑन है कि सेक्सुअल वेलनेस के बारे में बात हुई नहीं है पर हैबिट फॉर्मिंग कैसे करेंगे. मैं एज अ फाउंडर 2 साल हो गए हैं बट आज भी अपने कस्टमर्स को आई गेस दिस विल बी माय प्रैक्टिस फॉर लाइफ दैट आई विल कॉल देम एंड आस्क देम आर यू ओके, आर यू ओके, इफ यू आर नॉट ओके आई एम हियर टू फिक्स इट फॉर यू, हैव यू लाइक्ड व्हाट यू बॉट फ्रॉम मी, नो, I will change it for you. That kind of conversation when you do with your customers, they be with you, they talk about you, right? And the third most important aspect and the last one is that we take care of education, awareness. And if you see us as a brand, you will see that we're always talking about how to improve your sexual health rather than selling something to them. I guess that has really helped us and everyone in the team so far. Thank you.
Yeah, well, and similarly for us in healthcare, speaking about a cough or a cold could be very, very regular and normal. But imagine a country like ours, we've surpassed
the US and China, and we've become the diabetes capital of the world. 110 million people living with diabetes, and there is huge stigma even about insulin, right? अरे ये तो इंसुलिन लेता है शादी के लिए ठीक नहीं होगा, or can he lead a normal life, or like epilepsy, I said people don't want to hire them or don't want to marry them. So for us really also, like Aishwarya, awareness and bringing the voice of the person living with the condition. We have people, we are also in the area of rare diseases like we are in others, and there is a rare disease called atopic dermatitis, which most doctors also sort of disregard as khujli. ठीक हो जाएगी भाई, खुजली तो है. But when the person living with it comes to the fore and speaks about it, speaks about his or her small challenges, you know, or things that you and I feel are so easy to do, remove a jacket and put it on the back of your chair. But for the person living with atopic dermatitis, removing a jacket means peeling a part of their skin. So it's about putting their voice in the center and increasing manifold awareness and destigmatizing those health conditions is really the key. And our plea to all is also, a lot of organizations speak a lot about DE&I and somehow only zoom in on Pride Plus or ageism. But how about creating a safe space for somebody to inject insulin? Or keeping diabetes free, you know, or diabetes friendly food in your cafeteria, for instance, or keeping a separate room for somebody if they have an episode of an epileptic fit, you know. So I think that really should be our definition of DE&I, because that truly is inclusive for all.
No, that's amazing. Thanks for bringing that up. I see we have just 5 minutes left, so I think we've talked about a lot of successes, things that have worked out. Varinder, Amitabh, and Puneet would love to understand from you what are certain initiatives and strategies that you took which didn't work out, and what do you think is an advice from you all for fellow marketers and different organizations to learn from these?
So, Harshita, one thing is very important. First of all, anything which you do in the society, it should have the buy-in of all your stakeholders and the partners. Normally, when you do a program, obviously there are many stakeholders who are involved. Many places it is the local government which is involved. Many places it is some of the NGOs which are involved. What we have seen is that unless and until your program is not well researched into, and if it is not well thought upon, and the end goal of the campaign is not much in advance, always there will be a challenge. For example, in certain places, I'll give you a very recent example. In Andhra Pradesh, in Kurnool district, we have one of the biggest tribal families of the country. Some of you may have heard of it. It's called the Chinchu tribes. Now, these people are very, very illiterate. They are very poor. And what happened? The government, because of various reasons, I don't want to say, allotted them 250 acres of land. They said, this is your land. You are the owner of this land. Now, those farmers who do not even know speaking, writing, they were asked what to do with this land. Even though I have an acre of land in my name, I don't know what to do with it. So, ultimately this land became an arid land. It was totally, decapitated. There were no flora, fauna. It was just a dry land. Then somehow we got in touch with the local MPs and MLAs of that area. And we said, okay, let's come together as a partner. And we from Hyundai, we will work in making this land a valuable land for these people. So what we did, we owned that 250 acres of land. We started developing forests in those areas. There were 5 villages actually, 250 acres, 5 villages, 115 tribal families. And then we started planting some meaningful trees over there. And those trees were, if you all know, there is a very famous variety of mango in India called Banganpalli, which is typically from Hyderabad, Andhra Pradesh. So 25,000 mango trees, around 15,000 chiku, and the balance lemon trees were planted by us on that land. We taught the cultivation to those farmers. We brought what only thing which we got the support from government was the bore wells, because it was under their domain. So we created some bore wells. We started watering them. Now 3 years have passed. By next year, all these plantations will start bearing fruits. And now those 115 tribal families not only have learned the basic art of tilling, vegetation, they have also started doing something known as intercropping. So by the time these crops will start bearing fruits and they will start selling them for their livelihood and become a normal society people, they have also started selling those intercrops like pulses and dals so that they can, continue that livelihood from that place. So with this, that 250 acres of land is now a lush forest full of fruit trees. People are becoming more and more educated, aware. Society and the local people are coming to their support. They have also given them tractors as free of charge so that they can, continue this good habit. And from our side also, we have said that for next 5 years, we will maintain the land at a special, way in terms of so that they can continue to sustain by the time those trees really become big, tall, and, continue to give those fruits forever. So what I want to say is that if government also would have thought of this program, then maybe for the first 2 years when that land was drying, arid, that would have been saved, and those fruits have started bearing now only.
Amazing.
But I think that's where, as a learning, it comes from all of us that your goals should be clear, your stakeholder participation should be clear, and I think the vision of everyone should be what we call as progress. So that's one example which I thought I'll give it to everyone.
I can answer in 10 seconds and I'll hand over her for the last 10 seconds. Basically, Ratan Tata said that leaders don't make right decisions, they make their decisions right. So I think we have to learn, innovate, and make our decisions right. And for a more detailed answer, I'll post it on my LinkedIn account. I hope to see you guys there. Thank you.
That's the marketing we need.
No, but really, thanks a lot, first of all, for asking this question. Though I think both Amitabh and Puneet have done a bit of a googly here. But I just feel that as a sector, we don't talk about setbacks and lessons from, all the failures, or because I think everybody does have setbacks. We all learn from it. But thank you for asking, because we do talk about successes, but not so much about, what we've learned. I just want to throw back a quick question. I'll also take after that just 20 seconds. How many of you all have Instagram accounts? Okay, many. And how many have Facebook accounts now? So clearly, it's more Insta and less Facebook. And this is something that has changed over the last 3-4 years. Everybody would know about it. So, when you're thinking about communication, you are thinking of so many things, right? You're thinking of the content, you're thinking of the community needs, you're thinking of which platform to go to, who are the influencers you'll bring in. So one big setback, for example, for us about 3-4 years back when we were doing this campaign on social media primarily, and trying to change perception of Bangalore as a city towards waste pickers, was that suddenly Facebook's popularity started dropping within the young adults. And then there goes your entire campaign strategy, which is based on the platform. Your influencers are based on the platform. So I think what really helped us get over that setback very quickly was analytics and measurement, something that we were continuously doing, and then adapt to this new platform where the campaign strategy was adapted. So I think keeping audiences at the heart of everything that you're doing is very, very important. And that's just one setback. I will also like to finish there.
Thank you so much. It was an amazing panel. Do you think we can take a couple of questions?
I believe one question.
Sure.
But once again, that should be a question, not an opinion. Unfortunately, I've been signaled that due to the paucity of time, we cannot take any questions as of now. But I believe I am to tell this to my audience that you can post your questions on Twitter and tag e4m, and please do not forget to use the hashtag. Our speakers are available to answer your questions online as well. For now, can I please request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture? And congratulations to the first panel of the day that has finished on time. Thank you very much. And with the same, we'd like to present a small token of appreciation to the entire panel for their valuable insights and their time, requesting the session chair to kindly do the honors. We can use some loud music, I think so. Turn it up. My sincerest apologies. Harshita, I'm most requested to kindly join me back on the stage. Thank you for conducting a fantastic session. Thank you. All right, quickly on to the next session, special address. The future of marketing where purpose meets profit. In this special address, we will explore the future of marketing where purpose and profit intersect to create sustainable business models and drive positive change. Join me as I welcome our speaker for this particular session. Please give it up for the Director, External Affairs and Partnerships, SOA Bracket, Mr. Ravi Bhatnagar.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's my privilege to be here, and after lunchtime, still the house is full. That's also something which is great. A few things before I start my formal address. I come from a company which has a lot of power brands, ranging from Harpic to Dettol to Durex to Mortein, and some of them are actually as old as from 1870. So the brand Mortein came into existence in 1870. Harpic came into 1932. Dettol came into 1933, and the Durex came into 1929. So why I'm standing here is basically to talk about social purpose communications. There's some interesting words which got registered into my mind in my last conversations, talking about mangoes, talking about sustainability, talking about epilepsy, talking about the campaigns can just start from us. Also, some very interesting food for thought, like, whom to trust, whom not to trust. The address topic which is given to me, I will just stick to that now. So formally, good afternoon, good evening, esteemed colleagues and friends. It's truly heartening to be a part of the E4M Do Good Conference 24. So kudos to the organizers for creating this platform, which allows us to discuss the crucial role of marketing in the driving purpose change. The true benefit of the purpose is when the brands align with the genuine purpose, they build trust, loyalty among customers, creating a strong positive reputation that extends beyond traditional marketing. By the way, India is not a country where all this purpose work and this CSR work has just started. I will tell you my story. I was studying in Pilani Birla Public School in a boarding when I was a kid. पहली बार मैंने लाइफ में बावड़ी देखी थी जहां पे पानी सर्व करते हैं और हैंडपंप्स देखे थे. I came to know in the Shekhawati region कि ये किसने किया, क्या ये कोई CSR इनिशिएटिव है बिरलास का. So they said ये बिरला फैमिली ने कुछ 80 years 70 years पहले बनवाया था ये बावड़ी. I saw the sheds there जहां पे स्पैरोज के लिए, पिजन्स के लिए, हाउस स्पैरोज के लिए फीडिंग प्लेटफॉर्म्स थे. मैं कहा ये कब बने? ये महिंद्राज ने बनाए, रैकेट ने बनाए, यूनिलीवर ने बनाए, ये किसने बनाए? वो बोले ये एक और फैमिली है शेखावटी रीजन में जिसने कुछ अराउंड 100 years पहले ये सारे प्लेटफॉर्म्स बनाए थे. So it's not like this doing good or this philanthropy is just now. Now, like, it has a formal role, especially in a country like India, where now the government has made it a mandate कि 2% CSR करना है. Good part is, again, it's not so much regulated. If there are things which are really good for the communities, good for the people, good for the last mile, good for the aspirational districts, it's all good. It can be, putting the EV chargers, EV stations, to doing something as basic as, taking care of the tribes and the tribal populations in the various parts of the country, working with those who are impacted or affected by, various kind of disease, to the work what we do on the education outcomes, to many other things what we do like the digital literacy, or the work what we should do actually on making sure the life of the woman in India is good enough. And the basic principle of consent is followed, right? As the complexity increases, the doing good budgets decreases. This is what I see and I feel actually. As a marketer, I can tell you a few things. There are very solid examples of 3 brands which I am going to put in front of you. Few of them are very old, and although they are also in my competition space, but still I will be very proudly talking about the work what they have been doing, starting from the very own brand like Rolex, which is an aspiration to many. So the philanthropic and the excellence of the Rolex initiative and the Rolex Awards for the enterprise are at the epitome of doing the good. Like that's one of the awards which most of us actually think like we should aspire for. And again, how the company is founded, the company is basically founded around a foundation. So, and that's a very uniquely positioned company, I will say. The profits of the Rolex goes back into the foundation. Second example I will go give is basically Patagonia, where the environment activism they do in the biggest way. So they have the commitment to the environment sustainability with its mission to save our home planet. It has fostered a loyal customer base and driven profitability and increased sales and the customer engagement. The third one, although my competition direct, but still I will mention it, it's about the sustainable living brands of Unilever, where they talk about the sustainable living brands like Dove, Vaseline, Lipton to focus on reducing the environmental footprints and increasing the social impact. There are few sectors which I'm been mentioning here, but there are some market leaders. I'll give you an example of Volvo here also. Almost like 70, 80 years back, Volvo has given us the triple clutch seat belt system, which they have made it patent free so that no one dies in the car accidents. And they made that technology free for everyone. So like that, there are many other examples too of doing good. But what comes to my mind is basically as the complexity of the problem increases, the money which has been put there reduces significantly. Some of the examples which come to my mind is how we make a country which respects the woman. Can we make a country where the child sexual abuse reduces? Can we have a country which can have a reduction in the teen pregnancies? Can we have a country where the difficult disease or the rare disease can be treated well? Can we make a country which can take care of actually the last mile? Still we see a lot of work which is happening around our factories, huge populations. We are very much fascinated by, because our CEOs largely come to those factory areas where we have the factories. What about those places which are really far away? What's going to happen in the Hingalganj in the West Bengal? What's happening to 24 North and South Parganas? What will happen to Pather Pratima? What will happen to some of the tribes which are actually the indigenous tribes? What we are doing with the indigenous populations? Do we have our priorities set right? Do we do something there? Or it's just, one more, kind of work which is just doing the work for awards and recognitions? Can we move out of rewards and recognitions? Can we do something which is bringing some meaningful change? How I still see the water bottles in the room. I still see me not wearing the sustainable shoes. I still see I am wearing a titanium glasses. I still see a lot of things which I can change at my individual level. Therefore, what I personally feel is it's important to take care of my 10 yards. या फिर हम हिंदी में बोलते हैं मेरे 10 गज. How we take care of my 10 yards. If each one of us actually take care of our 10 yards, a lot of things will be very different in our lives. About some of the power brands, how the power brands actually evolve. Some of the power I will give you an example of Dettol. As I told you, like Dettol is around, it came into life from 1933. A disease gave birth to the brand Dettol in the UK. And till the brand is surviving, it's nurturing, it's a power brand. And what is keeping it alive now is something very different. It's a purpose-led work what the brand does, not just in India, across the world. Always, like, the governments have a very important role to play. Civil society has a very important role to play. And sometimes it's very important you remove your brand logos from the products what you are making and instead salute those who are the champions. If some of you may remember, during the COVID times, there was a whole campaign which we did. That was a Dettol salute campaign. On the Dettol bottles, the warriors pictures were there, and Dettol took out its logo, the Dettol logo from the bottles. So in all the marketplaces, in all the places, in all the spaces, in the D2D, in the D2C, in the brick and mortar stores, in the e-com stores, on the Amazon, so all these champions were celebrated in a way or another. And someone just spoke before me in the panel about बात करते करते भी campaigns बहुत बड़ी हो जाती हैं. The example is basically the Dettol TikTok campaign. if you put some of the numbers of the world biggest brands, especially in the FMCG sector and in food and beverages sector, you can put the numbers of 5 big leading brands and you put the numbers of Dettol TikTok campaign, which started from India, from Gurgaon, with few people, and it reached globally. It's a global case study in itself, which is now taught in the Yale School of Business, also taught in the Harvard Business School. Again, the inspiration doesn't come from, sometimes internally. Inspiration also comes from the people, from the vendors, from the partners, from the civil society, from the government, and from the public representatives in the various forms and formats. There is a huge role of influencers. India is a country which has 3 times of the activist consumers on the social media. You have the 3 times more, activist consumers. And the trust of the companies can only be preserved when you address what do they think, how to address those. There are big questions about if the Durex is sourced. So is the Durex is sourced from the ethical means, the latex especially from Indonesia? So what is happening to the farmer producer organizations? The palm oil which goes into some of the manufacturing of soaps and the other detergents. So what's happening? It's a sustainable palm oil, yes or no? Third big question is like, are the child labor involved in still manufacturing in some of the factories and the factory places? The fourth question is, so is the sourcing ethical? So if the sourcing is ethical, how ethical the sourcing is? Like you have the B4 code in the US and the UK, what kind of code which is available in India? So there are a lot of questions which come to my mind. But nevertheless, some of the researchers actually put some very strong, data in front of me. One of the important data set is basically about the new consumers. The Edelman 2023 study revealed that 88% of the consumers are more likely to buy from the brands that share their values, and 90% are more likely to trust companies that demonstrate a commitment to the CSR. Secondly, the Nielsen study found that 73% of the Indian consumers are willing to pay more for the products and services from the companies committed to the positive social and environmental contributions. Lastly, at Reckitt, our purpose-led brand ambition is very big. We have Dettol Banega's First India campaign, which has just the season 10 last year, and we are moving into the season 11 this year. The second big campaign which we are doing in India is Harpic Mission Swachhta and Pani with the CNBC, Network 18 and Forbes. The third big campaign is the Durex Birds in the Beestock, what we do with many media partners across India. Nevertheless, the journey is unfinished, and there is more power when more civil society comes into play, when more marketeers and the boardrooms actually think about the work what you do. There are proper investment pipelines. The projects are not shortcuts, which lives a very short life of 2 months, 1 year, 2 years. Like we do the business strategy where we talk about the long-term goals, medium-term goals, and short-term goals. It's very important to put the investments in a flow where you have the long-term pipelines and the visions and what it means to the business. There is some very interesting, set of people I have met and I am being seeing, like Josh Talk in this room and many others whom I know and don't know. And some of the people from People Tree, and I must thank Anurag also, because after lunchtime, it's very, very tremendous to bring such a big audience in a room. To my submission, doing good is always important. Someone talked about the karma. Someone talked about a formal CSR work. Someone talked about the role of the NGOs. Some of you actually talked about the work what you are doing in your individual capacity and the organizational capacity. At Reckitt, we have 100+ partners in India, and some of the campaigns what we started in India, like Dettol Banega's First India campaign, is now in 22 countries across the globe. Harpic Mission Swachhta and Pani, this is in around 10 countries across the globe. One of the most difficult subject what we are dealing with is basically the birds in the beestock, or in the old times we used to talk about the growing up curriculum or the continuous sex education. We're trying to tackle those issues across India, especially in the northeastern part. And it's a very complex issue because the world is divided into 2 parts. One is like, आप हमारे बच्चों को बहुत जल्दी खराब कर रहे हैं. And the second part is who really want to know the right questions, right answers, and the meaning to the life. So we are trying to do our bit, and I look forward to welcome all of you to the next season of Detol Banega Swasth India, Harpic Mission Swachhta and Pani, and looking forward to work with this whole of the business world in the times to come and exchange for media. Thank you again for this address. The time is less, and I don't want to kill more time. Thank you so much again. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bhatnagar. Could I please request you to kindly stay back with me on the stage? Thank you for your valuable insights and the time. Requesting Smita Roy, co-founder People Tree Foundation, to kindly join us on the stage to present a small token of appreciation to the gentleman on Exchange for Media's behalf. तालियों पर जीएसटी नहीं लगता, तालियां टैक्स फ्री हैं. Thank you. Do we need another energizer? I'm certain that we do not. All right, quickly on to the next panel discussion. The topic at hand is the power and responsibility of influence. Our next panel will discuss the power and responsibility of influencers in driving social change. Learn how influencers can leverage their platforms for good. Joining us on stage is the session chair. Please welcome the senior editor, Exchange for Media Group, Mr. Ruhail Amin. With a round of applause, of course. Time to call off the panelists expecting the same energy. Please give it up for RJ Ashish Sharma, 104.8 Ishq FM. Let's welcome Adnan Khan, founder and owner of K9 School, India's pioneering dog training school. Please welcome Sejal Kumar, digital creator. If you find your hands otherwise occupied, you can use either of your hands to bang on the table to give them a warmer welcome. They did take out a lot of time to be here to address the audience and to share their insights with us. Last but not least, completing the panel is Jaspleet Deora, comedy content creator.
Thank you, Satjit. And what a day, great conversations. Hi, and Puneet, how are you? Good to see you. So this is, I think, everybody's concern because we are mostly on social media. We are listening to radio. We are watching television news, television channels, and we have people who are the content creators with us, And the topic is so apt, how do they responsibly behave or create content, once they have that status where people follow them, they look up to them. It's not easy to be in that space and create content responsibly. So let's understand a bit, and then I'll try to throw this panel open to a few questions. Let me start with you. Right at the Ashish. Tell me, a lot of people believe what you say. Of course, you create content that resonates with most of them. What goes into making a great content piece? Let me start with that basic first question. We all want to know that. What makes a great content piece according to you?
सबसे पहले तो बहुत-बहुत शुक्रिया for inviting us. So basically, we don't. It's not that we don't think before creating anything, but मेरा सबसे important जो concern रहता है वो ये रहता है कि लोगों को हंसा सकें, उनको थोड़े से उनके चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट आ सके, because I'm not into something motivational or something, but it's just pure comedy, और उसमें भी ये ध्यान रखते हुए कि किसी के sentiments hurt ना हो जाए. So सिर्फ इतना ही है. So that's कुछ वो लोग होते हैं उसको बहुत चढ़ा देते हैं, बहुत बड़ा बना देते हैं कि ये बहुत ही बढ़िया था. कई बार ऐसा भी होता है कि we are creating something, we are shooting, we edited something, और हमें लग रहा है कि it's just an okay video, लेकिन लोग इतना प्यार दे देते हैं कि लगता है अच्छा ये उनको चाहिए था, उनके चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट आ गई, उन्होंने अपने फैमिलीज में शेयर किया, अपने फ्रेंड्स के साथ शेयर किया, तो वो फिर बहुत ही कुछ नया आपसे लग जाता है. अदरवाइज इट्स जस्ट दैट कुछ क्रिएट ही कर रहे हो बस.
Sejal, how do you look at this? Do you kind of brainstorm, strategize to create that content that resonates? How do you approach creating content?
Firstly, thank you so much for having me here. And hi, everybody. Everybody looks very like everyone's had rice for lunch. I can feel it. No, but that's such a good question. And I am a very studious पढ़ाकू बच्चा. तो वही मैं style employ करती हूँ in my content creation as well. I've been doing this for a while now, straight out of college. This has been my first and only ever job. So I am very big on creating beautiful visuals and telling a heartfelt story, which we do. If you don't know the kind of content I create little short films. It's a series called 1 Minute Drama, and I'm a singer, so I create music. So those are the two things I do, and me and my team, we strategize every week कि हम क्या करना चाहते हैं and audience probably क्या देखेगी and अभी दुनिया में क्या चल रहा है. So we try to pick a mix of these, but mostly we go with what we think is inspiring and nice. And I have gone through a very big mental health journey, so I try to make sure that whatever I'm creating is having some kind of positive impact. People should not feel down when they see my page. जो हो जाता है, right? वो मैं नहीं चाहती मेरे page से हो at least. So that's what we do.
So, I mean, essentially, there's no fixed formula. I mean, it's a wild guess at times. You just believe and you just do it and you wait whatever happens, and mostly it happens the right way, right? That's what you're trying to say. Adnan, of course, you have a very, a different ecosystem altogether that you cater to, and you're a big voice in that. Of course, content creation is part of it. So how do you approach content, How do you ensure that it resonates, it has the followers, it has the likes? Give us a sense of that.
Hi everyone, it's an honor to be here. Thanks for the question. So I use content. Content for me is actually a medium which I leverage to create. I'm in a very specific niche of dogs, dog behavior and dog training. So I'm using the power of content on different channels.
Oh, मुझे लगा mic was working. So I'm using the power of content on different channels and different platforms just to get the right kind of message out there about, let's say, how to raise your dog so that you don't actually have to end up abandoning them. Day-to-day civil practices about, minimizing any kind of animal abuse that you see. You could report animals. What is the right channel of rescuing one? What is the right community practice for limiting population? But all in all, my focus is completely towards people who want to have a dog, raise a dog, and we want to kind of influence them to have the best practices for their dog, themselves, and the community around them, basically. So it's mostly content creation with a very, very specialized purpose. And we have measurable impact when it comes to, I've been doing this for a decade already now. So we have measurable impact, whatever kind of information I try to get out there, we try to see how many people are implementing it on a day-to-day, and overall our numbers towards abandonment of dogs is what we're targeting, basically.
Jaspreet, आपका content approach, of course, बहुत ही different है, तो आप मतलब एक risk भी है इसमें. आप कितना plan करके जाते हो या बिल्कुल ही ये impromptu होता है?
ਪਹਿਲੇ ਤਾਂ ਸਭ ਦਾ ਧੰਨਵਾਦ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇੱਥੇ ਬੁਲਾਉਣ ਵਾਸਤੇ. थोड़ी पंजाबी मेरी है ना कोऑपरेट. प्लान तो सर अगर आप आर्टिस्ट हो या कुछ भी क्रिएटर हो या कुछ भी एक आर्ट आपने पकड़ी हुई है जो आप डेली बेसिस पे करते हो, तो प्लान तो कोई होता ही नहीं है उसका. वो आमद होती है ऊपर से चीजें. चाहे सिंगर है, वो लिख रहा है, तो उसको क्या पता था वो उसके साथ कोई हार्ट ब्रेक होने वाला है या वो प्यार में पड़ने वाला है, तो वो लिख देगा. प्लान कुछ नहीं होता. ये भगवान के प्लान चल रहे हैं, वो अपने आप करवा रहे हैं जो कर रहे हैं. और हाँ, ये हो सकता है कि हम एक कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन करने के लिए, एक डिसिप्लिन मेंटेन करने के लिए, एक स्केड्यूल के हिसाब से चलने के लिए, रोज अपना कैलेंडर याद रखने के लिए कि ये इस दिन ये करना है, इस दिन ये नहीं करना, उस हिसाब से हम खुद को पुश जरूर करते हैं कि हम रेगुलर बेसिस पर एंटरटेन करते रहें लोगों को. पर जो चीज असल में आनी होती है वो कभी प्लान करके नहीं आती और वो ही चलती है।
प्लान करके नहीं आती है। Okay, so we are at this forum Do Good जहाँ पे social purpose is essential, you know, एक core है इस conversation का। तो आशीष आपसे जानना चाहूँगा, has it ever been ऐसी कोई example where you're being, you know, you were on your show and you said something, you raised some issue and it resulted in something actually concrete, कुछ उससे किसी की life change हुई, ऐसा कोई example है आपके पास?
ऐसे बहुत सारे एग्जाम्पल हैं साहब मेरे पास। अब वो सारे तो नहीं हम कर सकते, बता सकते, लेकिन हाँ ये जरूर है कि आप में से भी बहुत सारे लोगों ने रेडियो सुना होगा, दिल्ली के कड़क लॉन्डे सुना होगा, कृष्णा एंड आशीष, आई एम द सेम आशीष। फिर उसके बाद इंस्टाग्राम पे पिछले मैं सिर्फ एक छोटा सजेस्ट दे रहा हूँ कि 2.5 साल ही हुए व्हेन आई वेंट फ्रॉम 12,000 to 1 million फॉलोअर्स। इन 2 सालों में लेकिन चेहरा बहुत पहचानने लगते हैं लोग। अब होता ये जो आपने बोला ना कि रेडियो में कुछ ऐसा करा और वो बहुत कॉन्क्रीट हो गया। सो अभी इलेक्शन कैंपेन भी हमने करा था 104.8 डिश एफएम पे, जिसमें हम लोगों को बोल रहे थे, समझा रहे थे कि आपका ये जो राइट है ये आपका कर्तव्य भी है और ये आपका यू नो इट्स योर रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी ऑल्सो। तो उसमें से एक मैकेनिक साहब हैं जिन्होंने ये शो सुना और शो सुनने के बाद उन्होंने रियलाइज करा कि मेरे को जितने भी मैकेनिक्स हैं दिल्ली एनसीआर में उन सबको समझाना है कि उनका वोट कितना जरूरी है। तो उन्होंने सबको समझाया और जो जो जहां से भी रहने वाला था उनको बोला कि नहीं आपने जाके वोट करना है। तो ये बहुत बड़ी चीज थी, जो क्योंकि यूजुअली क्या है वोटिंग पे ऐसे ले ले मेरा एक वोट क्या कर देगा, लेकिन उस चीज ने बहुत बदलाव लाया। तो उन्होंने खुद एक अपना कैंपेन शुरू कर दिया छोटा सा, जिसको सुनने के बाद उन्होंने सब मैकेनिक्स दिल्ली एनसीआर के जितने भी थे उनको बोला वोट करना बहुत जरूरी है, जाके वोट करना। इसके अलावा और भी बहुत सारी चीजें होती हैं। फॉर एग्जाम्पल क्रिसमस पे वी वेंट टू एक पुलिस में ही काम करते हैं थान सिंह जी, उनकी अपनी एक पाठशाला चलती है पुरानी दिल्ली में लाल किले के पास। तो क्रिसमस पे आई डिसाइडेड दैट आई वांट टू यू नो सेलिब्रेट क्रिसमस विद देम। वो बच्चों को पढ़ाते हैं फ्री ऑफ कॉस्ट और वो बच्चे इतने काबिल हैं कि अगर आप उनको एक टॉपिक देंगे और वो बहुत ही खूबसूरती से आपको एक पूरा एक ऐसे कुछ भी लिख के आपको दे देंगे। इनफैक्ट जिस तरीके से उन्होंने थैंक यू बोला था हमारी पूरी टीम को, वो इतना खूबसूरत था कि मुझे लगा कि शायद कोई सा भी बंदा टाइम लगा देगा इसको लिखने में, लेकिन वो बहुत अच्छे से लिख पा रहे थे। तो आई थिंक ये चीजें हैं जो ये वोटिंग वाला बताया। और उसके बाद बहुत सारे लोग थान सिंह की पाठशाला से जुड़े भी वो एक शो सुनने के बाद।
और आपने बोला कि 2 साल में you went from
12,000 to 1 million.
1 million because radio has become visual, right? Because people now watch their RJs, they don't just listen to them, right? They're all over social
I think
media.
ये इसमें थोड़ा सा हुआ है। अगर आप डिजिटल की बात करेंगे तो डिजिटल की कंजम्पशन अलग है, रेडियो अलग है और डिजिटल अलग है। हाँ ये ठीक है कि आप जो रेडियो पे कंटेंट करते हैं उसी को आप डिजिटली भी पोस्ट करना चाह रहे हैं, लेकिन जो डिजिटल की जनता है, जो सोशल मीडिया की जनता है, वो अलग है। हो सकता है उस शख्स ने मेरा कभी रेडियो सुना ही ना हो, वो जलंधर से हैं या फिर यू नो बिहार से है, महाराष्ट्र से, कहां से, कहीं से भी हो सकते हैं, और उनका फ्लेवर और उनका टेस्ट अलग है। वहां पे आरजे आशीष की तरह नहीं है। अगर कोई देखता है वीडियो तो उन्हें मालूम है चुड़ैल आदमी और पापा का हाँ जी की शिकंजी आती है वो सब आता है, तो वो रेडियो में नहीं करता, वो बहुत कम होता है।
Sejal, can you share an example where your influence led to significant change or some sort of action, you know, a do-good kind of a thing?
Yeah, 100%. I did this campaign a few years ago with YouTube. They have a project called YouTube Creators for Change. They pick 8 लोग होते हैं वर्ल्ड वाइड, तो उसमें से एक मैं थी फ्रॉम इंडिया, एंड इट वाज एन एसोसिएशन विद मिशेल ओबामा। तो उनका प्रोजेक्ट, आई डोंट नो इफ दे विल डू इट, बट उस साल का प्रोजेक्ट वाज गर्ल्स एजुकेशन, एंड they basically told me कि आप कोई भी content piece बनाओ in your interpretation of this, and they give you a small budget to make it happen. So for that I created my first song. That's how my music journey started, because I thought this is a good cause, plus I have some budget to make this happen. The song's called Aisi Hoon, and the song blew up, and it was about a girl's story कि उसके parents उसे अपनी full independence कैसे नहीं देते, and how she fights to get that independence, because I think girls की education सबसे पहले घर में शुरू होती है, and I'm very lucky कि मेरे parents मुझे जो मैं चाहती हूँ वो करने देते हैं, and that's why I have that sense of self. But that's not the case for most people out there. And because of that video, firstly, that video blew up. So viewership बहुत अच्छी थी, but the comments that I got, the emails that I got, the personal stories that I got were so eye-opening. I had a very real sense of what people actually go through. Because हम ऊपर ऊपर से कुछ भी बोल देते हैं, but हमें पता नहीं होता actually लोग के घरों में क्या चल रहा है. So I have those real accounts which made a big difference. And this led to me starting a campaign with UNICEF for gender equality, again called Aisi Hoon. So these were the two things I was kind of lucky to do in this space.
Wonderful. Adnan, आपकी क्या रहेगा? Any example on this?
So a lot of great opportunities have come to me by posting, important vital content. And one other thing that I wanted to mention was that Delhi State Government of Women and Child Welfare reached out to us, and we are now training juvenile inmates in Tihar jail to leave their life of delinquency and crime, and they were all under trial for severely heinous crimes, right? I'm not going to list them out. So there's about 150 kids under 18, 10 to 18 years of age who are in Adarshila Boys Home, which is a juvenile prison. And we now, with our team of trainers and volunteers, we go there regularly. And we want to convince them to get out of this life of crime, whatever their reasonings or triggers may have been, and get into maybe becoming a veterinary assistant or a groomer's assistant or a dog walker, handler, or trainer. And the primary motive for them is obviously finances and money and a vocation that they can do without being pushed into CVs and qualifications and technical skill sets. So हम काफी ज़्यादा impact on the prison program side we've been trying to bring. The other thing that I want to talk about is that we have been training dogs for the last 10 years as therapy dogs. So our therapy dogs go to autistic kids, special schools, old age homes. They have gone and assisted psychotherapists and psychiatrists around people with depression, anxiety, and PTSD who hire additional assistance of having a therapy dog in their therapy session as well. And all of this happens through our foundation called Canine Healers Foundation. So everything is through voluntary and not-for-profit initiatives so that we can collaborate with any kind of organization that needs it.
Wonderful. That's such a great thing. जसप्रीत जी, आप बताइए, पंजाबी में तो पूछ नहीं सकता हूँ, मुझे आती नहीं ज़्यादा।
हाँ जी सर, पूछो।
तो क्या ऐसा कोई चेंज आपने कभी देखा आपके कंटेंट से हो कि लोगों की लाइफ टच हो गई, एनी सच एग्जांपल?
सर एज सच मैंने कोई एसोसिएशन तो नहीं की ऐसी कोई कि मैंने किसी के साथ मिलके कोई ऐसा ब्रांड कैंपेन किया हो, या मुझे याद नहीं है। बट मेरे रूट्स जो है कंटेंट क्रिएशन के, वो तब शुरू हुए थे जब आई लॉस्ट माय फादर, सेकेंड वेव कोरोना। तो मेरे को अकेले रहना पसंद था, और फिर अकेले रहता है तो बंदा अपने स्किल्स पे काम करता है, देखता है कहाँ पे मैं लैक करता हूँ, कहाँ मैं आगे जा सकता हूँ, व्हाट इज देयर व्हाट इज नॉट। तो धीरे धीरे पता लगा कि कंटेंट इंडस्ट्री जो क्रिएटर इंडस्ट्री है ये बहुत बूम कर रही है। और ऑल्सो आई वॉज मेकिंग कॉन्टेंट सिंस लॉन्ग टाइम, 6-7 years, बट ये सर रेगुलर नहीं, बस टाइम पास। तो मन भी नहीं था ऐसे जॉब करने का, 9 to 5 बहुत ज्यादा हो रहा था। वो धीरे धीरे अपने आप को इवॉल्व किया उस चीज में। अंदर से नहीं हंसती थी, बट हाँ जब ह्यूमर करती हूँ तो आ जाता है वो। तो धीरे धीरे जब कंटेंट बूम होने लगा, लोगों को पसंद आने लगी चीजें, तो सेम स्टोरी आगे से निकल के आई कि मेरे डीएम्स में, मेरे मेल्स में लोग मुझे बोलते थे कि आपकी वीडियोस देखते हैं हमारा मूड बहुत अच्छा हो जाता है, मेरे पेपर की टेंशन नहीं है मेरे को। किसी के साथ सेम ही वर्ती हुई है बात की, उसके भी फादर या मम्मा की डेथ हो गई थी, तो उनके मूड को मतलब एक अपलिफ्ट करने में मेरी रील्स हेल्प करती हैं उन्हें। तो वहां पे मुझे एक सेटिस्फैक्शन मिल गई कि कुछ तो पर्पस था मेरा ये करने का। तो हाँ, वहां पे मैं कह सकती हूँ कि आई कैन कनेक्ट।
And that's significant. That's definitely. मैं यहाँ पे I know a lot of people I met outside, the favorite people out here. I want to take one question right now. Any one question? Okay. Okay. ठीक है. Sejal, to you, brand collaborations, तो आप कोई रील देख रहे हैं, आप YouTube वीडियो देख रहे हैं, तो बीच में they'll bring up a product and you will say, they're just pushing it. So how do you maintain that, getting associated with the brand and then that authenticity, so that you don't let down your followers? How is it tough when you are an influencer? How do you navigate that kind of dilemma?
हाँ ये हम करते हैं so at least for me most of my income is through brand collaborations so ये तो एक बात है कि वो मेरे लिए सैलरी जैसी है right so and हमारे लिए I look at it as my organic content is my product for my audience and this is the way I make revenue so this used to really bother me before that I don't want to lose my audience over a cringy brand deal video but I found one solution is that कि मैं 90-10 या 80-20 का रेशियो रखती हूँ between organic and brand content. ऐसा नहीं है कि मेरी हर वीडियो में ब्रांड डील होगी ऐसा बिल्कुल भी नहीं है दूसरी बात I'll only work with brands that are good and they have a good product and this it's not like it's not something questionable or doing harm to a society and thirdly my content is not it's mainly like storytelling or maybe I'll do a vlog or something like that so I try to involve it in the story of things and not be like कि आप यही use करो यही आपको use करना चाहिए कल से it's not like that at all it's a soft thing and other than that I just try to keep it to a minimum
Ashish, RJs, some people said, to me, I mean, long back, content has got trivialized at times, sometimes. They could do so much more to address a lot of social issues, but they have trivialized content, but of course, a lot of good is happening. I'm not saying that. But my question is, do you think radio can do more than it's doing for the social good?
रेडियो काफी सालों से बहुत कुछ कर रहा है और अभी भी करेगा और रेडियो में मैंने हमेशा से बोला कि रेडियो को कोई मतलब ऐसे नहीं कह सकता कि कुछ भी आ जाए तो सिर्फ ये होता है कि कुछ लोग होते हैं जो वहां पर आपको बात बताने के लिए होते हैं तो कुछ लोगों की वजह से पूरी रेडियो का एक इमेज बन जाए वो थोड़ा सा ठीक है रेडियो ऑफ कोर्स रेडियो पे आप जाइए आप बोलिए कि मेरे को ये मदद चाहिए या मेरी ये कहानी है वो भी होगा जो आरजे रेडियो पे कर रहे हैं वही ये लोग या मैं इंस्टाग्राम पे या यूट्यूब पे जाके कर रहे हैं वही सारी चीजें तो ऐसा नहीं है मतलब रेडियो बहुत कुछ कर सकता है और कर भी रहा है दे आर एंटरटेनिंग गिविंग यू फ्री अब बीच में किसी ने बोला था बहुत सारे एप्स आ गए आशीष जी अब तो रेडियो को सुनता ही कौन है अब वो एप्स भी चार्ज कर रहे हैं आप 10 सेकंड आगे बढ़ा देते हो तो फिर उसके बाद ऐड चल जाती है तो ये इनफैक्ट रेडियो में तो गाने आपको कुछ ऐसे मिल जाते हैं जो आपको शायद याद नहीं थे लेकिन आपने सुना यार ये गाना तो कितना पसंद था मेरे को इसके अलावा भी बहुत सारे ऐसे कैंपेन्स होते हैं रेडियो पे जो समाज में एक बदलाव लेकर आते हैं सोशल मीडिया में हम सॉरी टू से बहुत मिलीजुली चीजें हैं और मैं एक चीज बहुत टाइम से बोलना चाह रहा था बोल पा रहा था अदनान भाई तुम बहुत मस्त काम कर रहे हैं आई मीन सीरियसली आई मीन एक जोरदार ताली हो जाए इनके लिए ये बहुत जबरदस्त काम कर रहे हैं जो आप मैं बहुत सही बात बोली उन्होंने कि बहुत सारे लोगों के मैसेज आते हैं कि मैं डिप्रेशन में चला गया था मुझे भी मेरे को तो प्रूफ भी दिया लोगों ने कि कैसे डिप्रेशन से वो बाहर आए हैं वो शेयर नहीं कर पाऊंगा लेकिन हाँ चेहरे पे मुस्कुराहट लाना और जो ये काम कर रहे हैं बहुत ही काबिल तारीफ है बहुत ही काबिल तारीफ बाकी जो बात बोली रेडियो की आपने रेडियो बहुत बड़े से बड़ा हो सकता है वहां पे अदनान भाई भी आएंगे मैं भी आऊंगा सेजल भी आ सकती है ये भी आ सकते हैं सब आ सकते हैं तो कोई ऐसी बात नहीं है वो बहुत बुलेट मेरे को बहुत सालों पहले किसी ने बोला था रेडियो बहुत बुलेट की तरह जाता है और मैं आपसे रिक्वेस्ट करूंगा कि प्लीज रेडियो को सुनना मत छोड़िए बिल्कुल भी नहीं थैंक यू सो मच ये आशीर्वाद है आपका मैं भी आगे लेता हूँ चरण स्पर्श करूंगा आपको थैंक यू सो मच हाँ
Thank you. God bless you. You know, it's a favorite thing, radio. Radio remembers the childhood. जब बचपन में से वो आकाशवाणी का जो ट्यून है वो कहाँ सुनते हैं अचानक रेडियो खोलो तो मिल जाते चलो बहुत प्रोग्रेस हो गया वो दैट आई कैन सी मेरा बचपन से अभी तक मगर मेरा डॉटर हैज गिवन मी iPad ये मामा पिक्चर देखो ये देखो क्या देखो पता नहीं मेरा रेडियो देखो, रेडियो जो बोलता है, रेडियो में ऐड देखो। अभी वो एज नहीं है जो ऐड बकर, मगर रेडियो के पास बैठ के पता चल जाता है एडवर्टाइजमेंट में क्या प्रोग्रेस है, लोगों का क्या प्रोग्रेस है, पॉलिटिक्स में क्या बोल रहे हैं, सब रेडियो में पता चल जाता है। आई लव रेडियो।
थैंक यू सो मच। और बचपन में आपका 6 महीने पहले इधर ज्यादा दूर नहीं था।
Because Paramita Chaudhary, you set the paid, so I'm waiting and taking your number and this thing. Certain. God bless you, beta. God bless you.
Thank you so much. देखा?
Absolutely. I think also radio allows you to kind of, it's just not intrusive. You're not hooked on. You can drive and you can listen, you can do other things. I think that's a uniqueness of this platform. Maybe another forum we can discuss this. Adnan here, you also spoke about, interestingly, about your journey of coming into this. Can you share a little bit with our audience that how did you actually come into this, and which is very different, ironic that you never had a pet? Yeah.
Yeah, so it's a funny story. I mean, it's just a funny turn of events that happened. So I grew up in a very urbanized area in South Delhi, like in Malika. It was a small apartment, so there wasn't a lot of space. And I'm from a Muslim family, so मेरे दादा दादी both of them मतलब काफी religious थे, नमाजी थे वो. So मेरे पैदा होने के बाद ही ऐसा हुआ कि they said कि नहीं अब घर में कुत्ता नहीं आएगा क्योंकि यहाँ पे उनके बाल और सलाइवा से हम नमाज नहीं पढ़ सकते. And literally maybe like a year before I was born, my mom, my dad, everyone has stories about being with dogs and having pet dogs. So it was even more like evil to hear that हमारे पास dog था but you can't have one. And over time, what happened that my passion kind of turned into rebellion. I would only read books about dogs. I would play with strays. I would rescue all the strays around, take them to NGOs and everything. When I grew up, I decided that I wanted to do something of my own because I control my time, my hours, and everything. And this thing organically picked up. I had some different business ideas and brands that I was working on. But when people saw my trained dog, they started asking me for help. Then they started forcefully like paying me for my time कि नहीं यार मतलब you've changed, like with 1 hour we are able to handle everything properly, and a business designed around my consulting basically. And today, like we 10 years from that day, we have like 5 training centers, we have 600 students trained under us, we work with over like 3,000-4,000 dogs, and we're trying to now influence defense forces to improve their training standards and all of the humanitarian work that we're trying to do in the dog space as well. So it was just a coincidental turn of events actually.
Interesting. Jasprit ji, so जब आप brand collaborations करते हैं, what factors do you keep in mind? Again, there's responsibility that you cannot promote every and any brand. Second question, your content creation approach is slightly risky also. You never know what kind of response you will get. Have you ever faced any challenging situation?
जब हम ब्रांड प्रमोशंस करते हैं ना, तो हमें बहुत सारी चीजों का ध्यान रखना पड़ता है, क्योंकि हमने एक कहते हैं ना पैम्पर करके पाल पोस के एक पेज बना दिया. अब उस पे जनता पसंद कर रही है, हमें अच्छी एंगेजमेंट मिल रही है. अब उसका डिस्ट्रक्शन नहीं कर सकते किसी भी हालत में, क्योंकि अब ब्रांड आएगा, वो कहेगा ये भी डालो, वो भी डालो, ऐसे बोलो, ये नहीं करा. वो इतना ज्यादा वो टीवी एड लगने लग जाता है अगर हम सारी गाइडलाइंस को टिक मार्क करते चले जाएं, कि हमारा ऑडियंस कहेगा कि यार आज इसने ये क्या कर दिया. और अगर आज इसने ये क्या कर दिया वाला सिस्टम आ गया है तो वो कल थोड़ा सा इम्पैक्ट आपका लूज हो जाएगा. ये मैं नहीं कहती, एल्गोरिथम कहता है. तो उस चीज को फुलफिल करने के लिए कितने भी घंटे दो, स्क्रिप्ट अच्छी जितनी अच्छी हो सके फाइट करो, अपने कंटेंट के लिए फाइट करो ब्रांड के साथ कि मेरी ऑडियंस ऐसे ही पड़ेगी इसे. और उसी में ही विन विन सिचुएशन भी होती है कि अगर मैं एंगेजमेंट ज्यादा दे पा रही हूँ तभी तुम्हारा भी कन्वर्जन तुम्हें ज्यादा मिलेगा. तो उसके लिए काफी फाइट करना पड़ता है सर, कि देखो इस तरीके से नहीं, इस तरीके से बोल लेते हैं, इस चीज को ऐसे कर देते हैं. उसी तो काफी मैंडेट्स होते हैं ब्रांड के, उसके डूज एंड डोंट्स को थोड़ा सा ऐसे एडजस्ट करके चलना पड़ता है, देन ओनली. पर फिर भी कई बार ब्रांड वीडियोस परफॉर्म कर जाती हैं. कुछ स्ट्रिक्ट ब्रांड्स होते हैं तो फिर उस पर हम कुछ इतना ज्यादा नहीं भी इनपुट डाल पाते कई बार. तो ठीक है, बट ये है कि अपनी कंसिस्टेंसी मेंटेन रखोगे तो कहीं ना कहीं आप उसको कवर कर जाओगे.
और दूसरा, जब आपको कोई चैलेंजिंग ऐसे कोई एग्जांपल, जब आपने किसी से ऐसा सवाल पूछा, वो आप पे ऐसा कोई एग्जांपल है कि दे डिडंट लाइक व्हाट यू आस्क्ड देम?
मतलब एज इन सोशल एंजाइटी का। हाँ सर, ऐसा नहीं है कि कई बार मैं कर भी देती हूँ पिस ऑफ लोगों को बट उनको फिर काम करना भी मेरी ड्यूटी है कि भाई इजी बट ज्यादातर ऐसा होता है कि लोग इंजॉय करते हैं, क्योंकि वो भी बेचारे मतलब एवरीबडी अपने काम में लगे हुए हैं, तो वो कहीं ना कहीं पे सब अपना एक दिन में स्टक हुए हैं, तो कुछ एक अलग चीज हो जाती है, तो एवरीबडी लाइक्स इट। और वो जो आपको कॉन्वर्जेशन जो आप रील्स देखते होगे उसमें भी आपको दिखता होगा कि एक्सप्रेशंस, खुशी होती है, वो बात ही ऐसी हो जाती है कि बंदा हंस ही देगा कहीं ना कहीं।
सो सबिता स्टार्टेड ऑलरेडी पॉइंटिंग आउट कि खत्म हो गया, तो लेकिन मैं 10 सेकंड की लिबर्टी लूंगा, एक लास्ट 10 सेकंड के आंसर चाहिए मुझे। सी, क्रिटिसिज्म इन सोशल मीडिया इज रियल। आप देखो कमेंट, एसिडिक कमेंट, Sejal, does it bother you when you hear criticism? How do you handle it quickly?
हेलो। इट यूज्ड टू बिफोर, मैं बहुत बार रो भी चुकी हूँ उस चक्कर में, बट अब मैं बड़ी हो गई हूँ और खुद में ज्यादा स्ट्रांग हो गई हूँ, तो अब इतना नहीं फील होता।
जस्ट जब आपको लोग क्रिटिसाइज करते हैं,
क्रिटिसाइज,
हाँ, तो आप उसको कैसे हैंडल करते हो?
फन तरीके से लेते हैं, वाओ मजा आया, उसने एफर्ट तो डाला है सर, एटलीस्ट वो कमेंट कर रहा है अगला, मतलब ही हैज गिवन एटलीस्ट 10-15 सेकंड्स ओवर इट, तो मेरे को तो अप्रिशिएट ही करना बनता है ना।
Adnan.
Always trying to understand where they are coming from more than taking it on the surface of that मुझे कुछ कह दिया और मैं offend हो गया, but what was the reason behind them saying something like that, and meditation, like working on ourselves and not letting it affect us as much as the other one wants it to, basically.
आशीष, आपकी तो ऐश है, आप तो सुनाते हो सिर्फ, राइट?
क्या करते हो?
आप तो सिर्फ सुनाते हो, सुनते नहीं।
नहीं, मेरे को बहुत कम मैसेजेस आते हैं, लेकिन मैं ये सोचता हूँ जब भी कभी बाय चांस भी भगवान अगर खुदा ना खास्ता कोई एक ऐसा मैसेज कमेंट आ जाता है, मैं ये सोचता हूँ शायद ये लौकी खरीदने जा रहा था, इसको नहीं मिली, इसका मूड खराब हुआ, इसने मेरी वीडियो देखी कमेंट कर दिया, आई डोंट केयर, मुझे मतलब नहीं है, मेरे पास बहुत सारा काम है जो मेरे को करना है, और इन पे ध्यान मत दीजिए, इन पे ध्यान मत दीजिए, अपना काम करते रहिए, क्योंकि वो देख करके 25 रुपए भी शायद अपने दोस्त से बोल रहा होगा मेरे को पेट्रोल भरवा दे, कोई सेंसिबल आदमी बोले मेरे को कि आप ऐसी चीजें, और अपनी भी क्यूसी करते रहनी चाहिए। मैं बहुत बार, जैसे कई बार मेरे को बोला कि आप लड़कों को आइडियाज दे रहे हैं, तो मैंने बोला मैं तो लड़कियों को भी आइडिया दे रहा हूँ कि देखो कभी इसकी बातों में फंसना मत, तो मैं भी पूछता रहता हूँ कि क्या मेरा कंटेंट आपको ठीक लग रहा है, तो वो कहती है बिल्कुल ठीक लग रहा है, इनफैक्ट वही है जो बताती है, अपने हस्बैंड को भेजती है या बॉयफ्रेंड को भेजती है, किसी को भेजती है। तो अगर मतलब ये मेरी बचपन से हमेशा से मानना रहा है, अगर देवियों का इन देवियों का आशीर्वाद हो, और अगर ये मुस्कुरा रही है, चाहे वो छोटी हो, बड़ी हो या बहुत छोटी हो, जैसे कि मैम है, तो आप यही सही काम कर रहे हो। तो इन लोगों को तवज्जो बिल्कुल भी मत दीजिए, अपना टाइम वेस्ट मत कीजिए, एंजाइटी के लिए ऐसी 10,000 चीजें और पड़ी हैं।
Thank you so much, guys. We're out of time, but thank you so much for talking to us.
Quite the session. Thank you very much. Could I please request everyone to kindly come forward for a group picture? Also to present a small token of appreciation on our behalf for their time, please welcome Mr. Puneet Anand, AVP and Vertical Head Corporate Affairs, Hyundai Motor India Limited. And now you're planning to post these pictures across your social media platforms, which I am certain that you will. Please do not forget to use the hashtag E4M to good conference. Let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for this final panel discussion for the day. Thank you very much, everyone. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I believe everybody has noticed that the hotel staff has placed some tissue papers on the table, right?
Could I please request everyone to kindly take a tissue paper in their hand? And please make sure after we are done with it, do not waste it, you can use it. Could I please request everyone to kindly pick up a tissue paper? Well, most of us, we've been here since 10 in the morning, and I certainly feel like a part of this big happy family, and I want to share something very special with you all. I have been practicing magic for the last 9 years. Trust me, I've been practicing magic for the last 9 years, and before I go onto the stage and introduce the next speaker, I want to share this with you. Could I please request everyone to kindly stand? Please make sure that your hands are empty. But pick up the tissue now, quickly. What we're going to do is, अगले 1 मिनट में आप और हम मिलकर इस टिश्यू पेपर का कलर बदलने वाले हैं. Can I please request you to kindly pick up a tissue paper and be a part of it? Please. All right, fantastic. What do you have to do? Close your eyes. Wave it in the air. Close your eyes and wave it in the air when I tell you to. Right? We're going to start. And DJ वाले बाबू थोड़ा गाना तेज कर देना. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Come on. Louder, louder, louder. You have to believe that the color will change. You have to believe in yourselves that the color will change. Right? Fantastic, fantastic. Close your eyes, everybody, close your eyes. Now this is a game of belief and faith. You have to tell yourself that when I open my eyes, इस टिश्यू पेपर का कलर बदल जाएगा. Final 10 seconds. आंखें बंद कर लीजिए. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Thank you for the music. नहीं बदला. 9 साल से नहीं बदल रहा. मुझे लगा शायद आज बदल जाएगा. All right. Also, on that note, please do not just throw away the tissue papers. I'm certain that you can put them to some good use. We're headed towards that. This was a new energizer. I thought that my audience could use a little bit of energy at this point. We're headed towards the next session, case studies, success and lesson learned in social purpose campaigns. In this session, we will explore case studies of successful social purpose campaigns and the lessons learned from their implementation. Joining us on stage is Swati Bhattacharya, former Creative Chair, FCB India, National Creative Director, JWT India, Principal Partner, Dentsu Mama Lab India. Fantastic.
I'm so short. Hi. Can you hear me? Can you hear me, guys? At the back?
Well, I'm going to need a quick response from the lovely audience. Ms. Bhattacharya asks if she is audible. If she is, can we get a show of hands? Perfect.
Okay, so I have about 15 minutes, and I don't want to take too much time. I just want to tell you that how I have always used care as a creative device. You know, in creativity, I always feel intimacy is the algorithm of creativity. And without intimacy, creativity really, you know, you see it, it's nice, and you forget about it. So what I've done is I've taken 4 campaigns from my career, recent in the last 4 years, and I wanted to share a little bit about it, you know, with you. Number one, you know, I was like, what is this idea of a brand caring? Why does a brand need to care? the principle on which I have operated all my life is that it's not that we buy the same brands. The journey from saying we believe in the same brands. And that, I think, is the big jump. It's not that we buy surf, but we believe in surf. And that's why every brand, it's important, stands for something other than just by me. So these are 4 pieces of work that you will see. Now, the first one, which was done for Horlicks, I've been working on that brand for more than 20 years. It's the number 1 health food nutrition brand. And all it wanted to do was, how do we wish children during exams? Can we do a campaign? So the thing that I want you to all know is none of these campaigns are CSR campaigns. These were actually bread and butter work that the brand wanted to do, but just by injecting care in it as a device, how we could make it so big. And the first campaign is the first campaign, if we can start playing it, please. So see.
अभी दुनिया में कोई ऑफिसर या सवाल होता ही नहीं है, कुछ तो करेंगे, जरूर करेंगे, कुछ बन के निकलेगा यहाँ से। जैसे एग्जाम पास आता है वैसे वैसे मन में फोबिया जनरेट होता है। पूरी जिंदगी किताबों में पढ़नी है उसे। इनमें से क्या खास बात है, क्या एग्जाम में कौन सी करना है?
चिंता नहीं करनी है, आराम से अपनी पढ़ाई करना, हुआ तो हुआ, मैं समझा रही हूँ तेरे पापा को। टेंशन है ना, माथा का मार कर भाग, बिंदास।
So imagine one of the biggest nutritional companies actually telling its consumer that there's a nutrition that I can never make in my laboratory, and that's emotional nutrition. So imagine the opportunity was just to create an exam ad. And what we managed to create, and then we could do it year upon year for 3 years, was actually give you the reality of exam, give you the reality of the stress it induces. And this is, this is the kind of activism that the brand could do, and just with creativity. The second piece of work that I want to share with you was for a B2B brand called DSM, Dutch State Mines. Nobody knew them. They are number 1 because they create health nutritional stuff which they sell to other brands. But all they wanted to do was, we want to create an anemia awareness campaign for the urban woman who spends time online. So this was a anemia campaign. But if you look at this campaign and why you think, again, like that whole thing I spoke about intimacy, about the kind of activism it had, because why are women eating less? Why do women, appetite of women is not spoken about or shown? And I wanted to take that thing and actually, like, why is it that a woman licking her fingers while eating is seen as sexual? I wanted to break that taboo. And I created a piece of work that went crazily viral. And it's the timing. It's like how it was embedded in the Indian culture, because this anemia awareness campaign happened to break on the Dhanteras day. I don't know if some of you have seen it, but I would really like to share it at this podium. This is again caring. So just the opportunity, and we signed up with 500 jewelers, and on Dhanteras, any woman walking into the jewelry shop was given edible jewelry like an iron supplement. And I think Streethen continued for 4 years, and now DSM has just been bought over by another company. But the whole thing is a B2B company managed to create projects Streethen that lived in public memory. And again, this kind of apnapan, this kind of understanding women, creating an anemia awareness. And when this came out, right from Vidya Balan, Mandara Bedi, like, we had no money. People were just this whole thing of women with the iron-rich food in their hand. They flooded Instagram. I mean, even now, if you go and see, you will see. And women were using the imagination, the joy, pleasure, desire. It wasn't like something cold and boring. That's only because somebody cared to see women not just as a mother, and that is why you have to have iron so that your babies are healthy, but actually see her just on her own as someone who can, who needs to be taken care of. The third piece of work, I think, is one of the biggest pieces of work I've done in my career. I'm really happy my mom is here. We both are Bengalis, and Times of India, which is India's #1 newspaper, the problem with them was they weren't #1 in Bengal. Again, this is not a CSR campaign, but all they wanted was, can we do something in which Bengalis will see us as also their own Apna newspaper? This piece of work, I mean, it's crazy what it managed to do. I mean, the way the community embraced it, the way it has traveled year upon year without any money being spent anymore. It's just the community taking it forward. I would love to share it with you. And I think this also shows how sometimes care can make your activism so much more inclusive and wondrous. Yeah.
Every year, 35 million Bengali women sing and dance to celebrate the power of Goddess Durga through a national festival called Shidur Khela. But on one condition, no single women, no widows, no LGBTQ. Because this celebration of womanhood only welcomes married women. This year, the Times of India wanted to change this 400-year-old tradition of rejection into a celebration of acceptance. We transformed Shidur, a sacred symbol of marital pride, into two dots, a new symbol of sisterhood. This became a rallying cry for the uninvited and unaccepted. A national call to action was released through a slam poetry film where the most influential Bengali women demanded acceptance. But in a country of thousands of gods and even more godmen, changing a tradition is never welcome.
This is female shamanism. Widows in our country who have been treated akin to untouchables.
But nothing could stop this red wave.
A group of Indian widows have returned home to their home city of Kolkata.
Thousands of women came together to share the two dots in a historic celebration, and millions poured their heart out in support. Both men and women endorsed the two dots as a call for inclusivity. In the process of finding cultural relevance, the Times of India became the news that other newspapers covered. Bengalis did not just embrace the movement, they made the Times of India the most read English newspaper in their 90 million strong community. But more importantly, 50 temple societies opened their doors to women, dropping all labels and conditions.
I mean, it's been so many years, and from Chitranjan Park and everywhere now it's so normalized. My mother is a widow, I'm a divorcee, and we play every year. Now, Ma.
I feel so proud that so much difficulty my daughter has changed that. My daughter has changed that tradition. Now widows that everybody can. Thank you so much.
So see, I mean, this is the power of intimacy. Your consumer sometimes is your own mother.
I'm also widow. The first time I have put it sindoor to Ma Durga.
Now, the last thing, the last taboo when we look at care work is also often budgets. What do we have? We don't have enough. Can't we just do a simple piece of work? And then the last piece of work that I want to share with you just completely breaks that big thing of everything needs budgets or everything needs, really a big star. This is a school with whom I did it, and this piece of work won it won CAM Sustainability Gold, and basically nobody had to spend anything on this piece of work. And I would like you to see it, and I want you to, the fact I feel a very powerful piece of work, what it does is it makes the viewer into the activist. So you don't have to do everything. People will take it forward, and people will take it forward more stronger than you could. So this is just a school in Noida, and look where it went with this piece of work. It was in Cannes, it was in Clio, it won everything. I want to share it with you guys. Yeah.
Education in India, I call it a national emergency. There are 80 million kids who are on the street to be inside classrooms right now. And this is not a problem that only the government can solve. Because I want to give these kids exactly the same educational standard that the so-called prestigious elite India gets. And this is the Open Door Project. We let into this chain of schools, we educate 35,000 children. If you walk into a millennium school at 12 o'clock in the afternoon, you'll see it buzzing. But post 2 o'clock, the entire infrastructure falls silent. And then we decided that why don't we open our doors to kids from the community, from the neighborhood. These kids who are coming in the second shift take full advantage of the opportunity that's been given to them. This is the story of a sex worker's child who converts his mother's clients into teachers. Top national NGOs joined us, and that's how the mission got the momentum.
So Teach India has an access to volunteer teachers. The Open Door Project has access to volunteer schools. And when the two join hands, we have a perfect circle of knowledge.
This is just the beginning. I would want that the Open Door Project reaches out to thousands of underprivileged children across the country.
So this is nothing short of a revolution. And the impact that India is going to see with this is not going to happen tomorrow. It's going to happen 5 or 10 years later.
So, it's really sad that 6 months into this, COVID happened, and now like the number of schools is. But later, when it won the sustainability gold in Cannes, the jury head said the beauty of this idea is I can take it to Patagonia, I can take it to Chile, I can take it to any part of the world. And every school does an ad in which it wants to tell the rich Gurgaon parents, we have a swimming pool, we have this is our art class, it's the same amount of money that would have taken to do that or this. And this also attracted parents, everybody joined into the project. So all I want to say is care work, don't keep it as something you will do once a year or something that needs money. I think my entire creative journey is enriched because I care for my consumer, because I share that intimacy, and I can bring my ideas not just so that they can open their wallets for the brand, but they open their hearts to the community that they live in. Thank you. Open for questions. Anybody has any questions? I know this meant a lot. My mother was here, and this is my first public engagement in a year. I had an accident, and I broke both my ankles, and this is my first public engagement, and that's why I got my mother here. I am walking now, so it's a special day. Thank you.
Well, I must request you to kindly stay back on the stage with me. Ladies and gentlemen, this particular session deserves a bigger, better, bolder round of applause. We'd like to present a small token of appreciation to you for your time, for your valuable insights, and all the great work that you've been doing. Please welcome CEO Z Media Corporation Limited, Idris Noya, on the stage to present a token of appreciation to the lady. All right, the words that you'd all been waiting for, the final session of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, our next speaker is the MD, the Managing Director and CEO of Green Cell Mobility. He leads the company's vision of being the pioneer in creating a sustainable ecosystem for shared e-mass mobility space and building Nugo. Talking about Nugo, it is India's leading intercity electric bus mobility brand. Our next speaker has a rich and varied experience of over 25 years in consumer business, FMCG, and retail, working with startups, entrepreneurs, Fortune 500 companies at senior leadership roles. Ladies and gentlemen, join me as I welcome Mr. Devendra Chawla, Managing Director and CEO, Green Cell Mobility.
Thank you. Is the caller mic working? Stand and speak. Thank you so much. Thank you, ma'am. I think fantastic work. Really, especially the bus part when the kids are going to school. That's the best one. So, how many of you have traveled recently within 2 cities in a bus? Raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. That's all. Can I surprise you that 72% of Indians travel in bus every day? Despite this massive Vande Bharat and Rajdhani and all Indigos and all. And India has 1 million buses, out of which 200,000 run within the city, and roughly 8 lakh buses move within city. And we are the world's first, obviously India is also first, intercity electric vehicle bus. And that's Nugo, which you see behind. We're in 100 cities, but why we're here today is, I think, in our company, do good is like inbuilt because we are EVs. And in us, ESG is like inbuilt. And I'm going to take you through some of the charts and you'll see what we do. Can we just move to the next chart? Who has the clicker, or do you want? Which one is it? This. So we are transforming the way people travel. You've seen lounges at the airport, but you'll be surprised that we are in Delhi right now, and if you go to ISBT Kashmiri Gate, which is probably the biggest bus station in North, probably in India, we have a lounge. You can see that picture. It's a proper like an airline lounge. It's an air-conditioned lounge like we're sitting right now. We have features like you would have never heard of, that every coach captain, whom otherwise people call the driver, in full public view has to take a breath analyzer test. So we ensure that there is no drunk driving. You'll also be happy to know that to build an EV, you need a full EV infrastructure. It's not like buying a car or a bus that you go to a showroom, you take the keys, you take the car, and then you drive it. No, this is like train. You need depots. We have 1,000 plus buses as a company. They need to be charged. They need to be parked. They need to, like our buses, for example, in Delhi, we go from Delhi, Agra, Jaipur, Chandigarh and back. So once in the night, you're charging the bus at Chandigarh or Agra. So you need a massive infrastructure and depot. And we have India's largest fast charging. We have 240 EV chargers. So even before the first bus will come on the road, and what we call is e-mass, electric mobility as a service, you have to put up this whole ecosystem of chargers, of depots, of people on the ground. This is like a full corporate and trying to change the way India travels. You'll also be surprised to know that travel within India post-COVID has become more popular than people wanting to go out. Can we relate with that? All of us here? Data suggests that. People want to discover India much more. So I think that's where the bus is coming. We are putting up lounges. We're in 100 cities. We are pan-India in South, North, Central. Zero emissions, zero pollution, obviously. Now, we're also working with green companies so that slowly the power which we draw, which currently comes from the grid, will also be green, renewable. So over the next 2 to 3 years, our plan is to make most of our depots, make most of our depots net zero, which means end to end completely green. Currently, we are front end green and we are working on the back end so that you can see targeting net zero in the next 2-3 years. One of the biggest problems in the bus industry is it never leaves on time. Never. In our case, we've said 90% plus, but we are actually at 97%. And we are talking of 1,000 buses moving every day and multiple times in a day. So a couple of thousand routes. Convenience, safety. I've just said one thing, the bus is a piece of tech actually, it's a piece of technology. It's got artificial intelligence, it's got live cameras. It's exactly like an airline. You can go on the Nugo app, you book, you'll get a chart, you can book your seat number 1A, 1B. And we are also the first ones in India for women's safety, because women traveling in India, especially in the night, alone is still a big problem. So in our buses from day one, if a woman books a seat, the next seat cannot be booked by a male unless she allows. In fact, even that feature we've not given. So even if the bus is full and the bus is 2x2 and the woman does not want any male or anybody to sit, it'll go empty. So we lose revenue, but that's so much so for safety. Of course, unless another woman who books, then it's okay. Pollution free, value for money, you'll be happy to know all this at the same price as which the normal buses are. I've mentioned on safety, comfort, reliability. We are totally digital. No cash. Everything is booked online. And what is not booked online is 15% through agents, but that's also done digitally on a laptop. So there's no cash within the company. Everything is digital. Young people, we are very happy that we started with 10% women guests, and today we are at 30%, which probably in India is the highest number of women traveling with any bus company. Young people, 82% below 35, 45% below 29, which explains most of our marketing is digital, because that's where our consumers are. These are the features of the bus. I won't take you through a lot of them, but this is a piece of technology. It's got full ADAS alarm system. One of the features I'll tell you over here is an artificial intelligence camera. So even if the coach captain yawns, it'll detect that you could feel drowsy. And if you're drowsy for long, you could lose control. So it'll send in real time alert to head office, to the regional depot, and a message to the host, which people call the conductor in other buses. And the bus has to be stopped for 10 minutes. The person by SOP, it's like an SOP, has to wash its face, and we can see it all live on our cameras in our office. So that's so much so we do for safety. Of course, promoting the movie, I'll just play a video in the end. We do, because you have to, sustainability, complete green. I'm also going to show you that we are the only ones who've made a record with women coach captain driving a bus, intercity in the world, a first EV bus from Delhi, Agra and back, with all women inside. And we still have many, many women as coach captains. I think in the bus industry badly lacks women. Like, you can just call up people, any bus companies, you know, the number will only be 2-3%. We are happy we're in double digits. Now that doesn't sound like a lot, but from where people are at 1 or 2% to be in double digits takes some effort. In fact, 70 of our buses have women coach captain, or the host is also a woman. This is some of the ways in which we promote sustainable travel. We'll play something in the end. So typically, I mean, customer experience is what matters in India, and bus really, I mean, while trains and flights have really done a good job, thanks to Vande Bharat, even Rajdhani Shatabdi 20-30 years back. But I think in buses, if I ask you name, if India, 72% of Indians move in bus every day, if I ask you name the brands of buses, probably you can't, or like very few maybe, local ones. So I think India is under-branded. This space can have at least 20-30 company like ours, hopefully green. So everything which you see, the touch points, going from ticketing to convenient boarding points, you don't have to stand on the road or in the rain under the tree. There'll be a lounge. Departure, as I said, 97-98% time on time, water to drink, vibes to be given. On some of our buses, like full service airline, we've even started meal service, the whole ride experience. You can rate us on the app. We've timed the bus, like if it's a long journey, if you're going from Hyderabad, Bangalore, or some of the journeys are 7, 8, 9 hours, then like normal buses, you stop for lunch or dinner or a bio break. you have a charging infra there. So for that half an hour, 45 minutes when people are eating, we are charging the bus. So it can go the full 700, 600 kilometers. There's something in EVs called range anxiety. When the cars had come, people used to be worried like there's a range. Today with thousands of buses, we are intercity buses on an average every single day. We do 600 kilometers, all the buses. So that's so much so for range anxiety, but of course it needs a charging infra. Sorry. I've just mentioned about, so you can give, we have features like we have live cameras if we want. I mean, currently we've not provided for the feature, we are studying for privacy concerns, but if you want somebody sitting in the bus to give a live view, live feed of the entire journey to your family, you can. But we are studying whether we can do it or not. But for women's safety, you'll get a message. Every single PNR, when we recognize somebody is traveling alone, the lady will get a call from our company to say that these are the features and there's a special dedicated helpline in case she feels she needs any help. So women's safety is like very big for us. We have women coach captain and lot of like pink seats I mentioned in the beginning, check-in calls to solo women passengers, helpline, live coach tracking. We've tied up with Uber, so even when you are at the end of the journey, suppose you're coming from Jaipur to Delhi, I mean half an hour or 20 minutes before you reach Delhi, you can book an Uber. So by the time you get down, the Uber is there for you. So that's also end-to-end integrated. I mentioned this is sort of a record, the only one with the woman coach captain driving a bus within 2 cities with all women in it. You can see we have LGBTQ driving our buses and being a host. I think so ESG or do good is actually inbuilt. So our company, basically the fund in which Eversource, which is invested in the company, can only do green. So by definition, we can't use like diesel. So everything has to be green. And I mentioned currently the power which we draw is also 20-25% green, but for it to go to 100%, it will take a couple of years, but we are working on that. So, I mean, you can see this, the kind of carbon emission we've saved is equal to planting 5.6 million trees, or if you understand technically, 130,000 tons of carbon emission. As a company, we have clocked more than 110 million kilometers, all green, because there's no other bus than green. I mean, the first bus or the 1,000 bus, now we have 1,100 and we are targeting to reach 4,000-5,000. They'll only be green. Apurva, do you want to play the video? Of course, the bus is completely noiseless.
I love you.
That's
Save your precious moments with noiseless Dilgo electric buses.
Which bus safety के लिए industry? और what bus safety के लिए ये?
Making bus travel safer for women, one trip at a time.
Travel eco-friendly with Euro electric AC buses.
To reach on time. Exclude the select Kia है Nego, जो है comfortable and safe for all. Plan your holidays now. Use the coupon code CREW only on Nego.in to avail 10% off across India and meet our crew at your nearest cinema from 29th March.
Jenny, here please, can you describe today's events for us?
Sure. We started right on time. Smooth drives all around. Midpoint पर break के बाद I was refreshed and ready to get back. और हाँ, leg space भी काफी comfortable था.
Jenny, leg space? Pitch पर तो leg space होगी ही.
So Coach captain बुला रहे.
Wait, coach, you're captain.
Coach captain.
An eco-friendly travel experience so good, it will be all that's on your mind. New Go is proud to back women of Delhi capitals.
आप भी मत रुकिए और सिलेक्ट कीजिए न्यू वो जो है सेफ्टी और कंफर्ट का चैंपियन. कल जाते क्या? 10 बजे. Avail the coupon code champion only on newgo.in and get 10% off. और देखिए चंदू चैंपियन का सफर only in cinemas from 14th of June.
माँ हूँ इसीलिए सफर की शुरुआत शुभ हो इसकी जिम्मेदारी अच्छे से समझती हूँ. माँ हूँ इसलिए हर किसी के कंफर्ट का अच्छे से ख्याल रखना जानती हूँ. माँ हूँ इसीलिए हर किसी को उनकी मंजिल सेफली और सही समय पर पहुँचाने की जिम्मेदारी लेती हूँ. माँ हूँ इसीलिए घर हो या डेपो मल्टीटास्किंग करना अच्छे से जानती हूँ. माँ हूँ इसलिए हर केस को अपना समझकर उनका एक्सपीरियंस बेहतर बनाना चाहती हूँ.
Thank you so much. Be there any questions? Very happy to answer. I know it's been a very long day for you guys. Started at 10. Yes, sir.
You can click on. This is not a question, but I would just like to make a mention here that whatever has been told by Devendra just now is truth and nothing less than that. I was fortunate enough once to, do Agra, Delhi, and except for the lounge, which I could not avail the facility because my place of stay and the place where I boarded the bus did not have a lounge. Yeah.
Yeah. Sure.
But for the lounge, and I'm sure looking into the facilities and the drive and the journey, what I had from Agra to Delhi, I think the lounge also would be of international standard. So wish you all the very best and a lot of action to be seen in times to come.
Thank you so much. And the lounges are being built one by one. So you're right. The one we have is in ISBT and a couple of more in Delhi and in Indore and all. But slowly they'll be coming everywhere. So you're right. In Agra we don't have right now, but we'll be building them. It's a full construction thing. Takes some time. But thank you so much. Okay, guys. Thank you so much. Fantastic.
Kindly stay back with us. Kindly stay back. I hope I'm audible this time. Thank you for staying back on the stage with us. Ladies and gentlemen, let's bring up a very enthusiastic cheer for the final session of today. And we'd like to present a small token of appreciation to you for your time, for your valuable insights in sharing this with us. Please welcome Associate Director, Exchange for Media Group, Priyanka Bhudoria. Let's welcome the lady with a round of applause.
Thank you, Priyanka. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was good, no? You should travel in the Nugo bus now. Absolutely. Nothing better than hearing a live feedback from a customer. Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
All right, with this we come to the end of Do Good Conference, Exchange for Media Do Good Conference, and shortly we are about to begin with the awards. But prior to that, I'm going to have to request everyone to kindly re-register for the awards, and please make sure that the hall is vacant so that we can do the needful and make the preparations for the awards night. Requesting everyone to kindly step outside in the hallway. Kindly re-register for the awards, and I will welcome you all back at sharp 6:25 p.m. so that we can begin with the awards. Thank you very much.